Hustling dreams on the edge of a pyramid. Promises thick, but the money's flickering. Queen of karma pulling the receipts. Exposing schemes, scamming beneath the sheets. Monday drops, another tale revealed. Shattered illusions, the truth gets peeled. Down lights crash, illusions fade. Pyramid topple, no longer afraid. MLM Monday, bringing truth to the light. Karma queen dropping bombs, busting hype. From high hopes to empty envelopes, breaking chains of those MLM dopes. Glossy brochures and lavish cruise trips, hidden costs, financial eclipse. Karma queen on that investigative grind, rescue mission for folks left behind. False dreams sold on golden chains, profit for few, for others only pains. Queen of karma, savior with receipts, bringing justice, knocking them off their seats. Family and friends exploited for gain, promises shattered, now wired in pain. Karma nudges, go dive deep, free the folks from the lies they keep.
Karma's a bitch.
Queen of karma.
Hello, everyone, and happy MLM Monday. I hope that you're all having a wonderful, fabulous, amazing day. Thank you so much for joining me. My voice is a little cracky today. I apologize. Please bear with me. But if you watched Julie Anderson's video about Arieyl, the MLM that you may have never heard of, you may have seen that there was some drama with the CEO. And Julie did a really great job of covering a lot of it.
He will go to war after he writes a Facebook post. You can't even make this shit up. And so then he's, I when I look at this, I always think to myself, how many takes did this do? Did he take the photo himself? Did somebody else hold his phone?
So yes, do make sure that after this, you go and you watch Julie's video. If you watch this stream of mine and you watch Julie's video, you get the whole story. It's great. So I guess Julie was getting ready to do a video on Arieyl, and she was gathering her info. And at the same time, I was doing my own thing, because right now I got some tea for you today. Alrighty? So the link's in the description for this video. It's also in the chat. So definitely after this, go head on over there if you haven't seen it yet. But there has been a mass exodus at Arieyl, and it's causing a lot of drama. And through that, some things have been exposed about their business practices and their products that have been quite eye-opening, to say the least. So today we're going to be going through some of the tea. The tea's over here. So first, what is this Arieyl company? I think we should touch on that a little bit in case you are not familiar. Arieyl is a health and wellness supplement CBD oil company, if you will. They also do all kinds of like vitamins, And they have a beauty line, which is very, very important. But for example, their products are things such as this thing here called Queens, which obviously got my attention. You know? Hello, Jelly Snack. Oh, very good. Very good. I don't know about any drama, but I saw a thumbnail of Julie posing on a Cybertruck. Yes, that is the video. That is the video. And so this product, for example, is called Queens. All right. It's $85. But you can subscribe and save $1. Like, screw off, you know? Oh, wow. I'll subscribe so I save $1. Yeah, for sure. But as you can see, it's called Queens. We have not a queen of spade, queen of diamonds, because, you know, black diamond and all that. But just as an example of the type of products, this is called a hormone hacker. They claim that it helps bloating, low muscle mass, and infertility, which really pisses me off. I have several friends that have struggled with this. I have a friend that could not get pregnant via IVF. I have a friend that did get pregnant off of IVF. I have a friend of mine that is thinking of adopting. You know, like, there are a lot of issues with infertility, and there's always an issue when companies like this pop up and go, I got the solution. People are very desperate, and if you're trying to have a baby and you're having trouble, you will do anything to have a baby, including buy products that are not FDA approved and that might be a little bit iffy, as we will get into. This company is full of lifestyle and health claims coming straight from the CEO's mouth. Exactly. So that's just kind of an example of one of the products. They just kind of say it's packed with 16 powerful raw ingredients, and it targets multiple aspects of female health to help you thrive. And then they go on to say whether you're battling mood swings, reproductive concerns, fatigue, stubborn abdominal fat, or uncomfortable PMS symptoms, it will help you feel balanced, energized, and in control. It's the product for hacking overall hormones. And so, you know, that just kind of gives you an idea. For their, like, bundle fit for a queen, by the way, it's $320 for these 4 products. So it's a lot of health and wellness stuff related to CBD oil. And then they also have an amazing beauty brand, which is called Rain Beauty. Makeup fit for a queen. Rain Beauty, a luxurious collection of high-quality, high-performance cosmetics designed to empower, elevate your natural beauty for a truly regal look. The new release. And as you can see, they got foundation. We have some blush, mascara, you know, like all the makeup stuff. Some lip stuff. A little bit of everything over here. And it's their lovely beauty brand. It's a whole brand crowned in confidence. Avant-garde. Some interesting makeup looks. And this is important for later. Remember this. They have this beauty brand named Rain. Okay? Ariel's not a new company. Behind MLM did a review on them in 2020. And he said that they were in a weird place at the time because they were taking a little while to do their website. The CEOs is a married couple and their children are also in the business, which is also important to know for later. And their names are Kristen and Travis Butler. They're based out of Florida, and they came from My Daily Choice. In March 2016, Business for Home pegged the Butlers' estimated monthly My Daily Choice income at $537,000 a month. So they basically worked their way up in that MLM, became super duper successful there, and then went, I'm going to go and make my own. The review, which is linked in the description, goes on to talk a little bit about the products and how they have CBD in them. You know, they do sell the gummies and all the good stuff. All of the oils and relief cream, gummies. They sell bath salts, all kinds of fun stuff. And then it goes into how it's a uni-level and binary compensation plan, and that there is a matching bonus. They have ranks such as Rockstar, Gold, Platinum, Ruby, Emerald, Sapphire, Diamond, Black Diamond, Legend, Icon, and Mogul. That's what you go by. And for example, a Black Diamond would need to maintain a 90 personal volume a month, generate 100,000 group volume a month, and maintain 3 personally recruited 90 personal volume a month affiliates. So, you know, a lot goes into becoming a Black Diamond or higher. And then, of course, they get paid on their sales. Apparently, it's a pretty typical compensation plan. You know, we're kind of used to it. It caps fast money at 10 uni-level team levels. So it's basically a 3x10 matrix. That's what they're doing over here, right? And depending on what level you're on, you make a percentage of that volume in commissions. You know, typical MLM stuff. They have all kinds of bonuses. The one really funny thing about this company is that they even have a car bonus, which is great fun for all. If you go to their website and you scroll down, it says become a rock star. Tells you about their perks here. Work from anywhere, incentive trips and prizes, enriching and lucrative, fun and friendships. There's the CEOs. They have a seat for everybody, don't worry. They won't turn anyone away. They're, of course, promoting the rockstar lifestyle. It's so great to be in an MLM. And then you'll notice that they have their car bonus, and it's a Tesla. Happy MLM Monday, Violet. Yeah, their car bonus is a Tesla. Isn't it something? See, you can get a blue one or a pink one. You know, they say they say get it sexy. You may qualify to have Arieyl cover your Tesla lease payments. So I will give them that. At least they're saying we'll cover the payments if you qualify. Most places are just like, we'll give you a free car. That's about the only thing I can give them. Because, you know, the rest is pretty MLM-y. You know, like they say, look, we'll give you all these big gifts. We go on trips. We'll spotlight you on the website. And then, of course, they got all these 5-star reviews everywhere. It's just a lot. They are known for illegal income claims amongst their Huns. Erin Bees has covered this in the past as well. She's done a few videos, I believe, on them. And they are also known, as I have kind of showed you, for their illegal medical claims. So, again, in one of their marketing videos, Kristen Butler states people will choose the most expensive platinum sign-up option. And she says, because you realize the power of unlocking even more compensation, so you spend $500 or more in your product purchase. So it's a lot of like making them buy the products, And this is from January 2025. My Daily Choice review. Someone said, unfortunately, there is a question of retail viability in how the rest of the plan is set up. Particularly, it's leaning towards recruiting affiliates and signing them up on auto ship. And they think that they kind of continued that over here in Arieyl. That's what Oz is saying. They finally launched their website, which we've kind of looked through a little bit, and the link is in the description, on the 18th of December of 2020. Okay? And they were missing the multivitamin that they were promoting. So a lot of people were wondering if it was canceled due to manufacturing delays or because of something else. I don't know if we ever got an answer on that. But on the 1st of February of 2021, My Daily Choice actually sued Arieyl and the Butlers on November 30th, 2020. It's the update states. And then on the 19th of May, 2022, there was another update in which the lawsuit was allegedly settled. So it says, My Daily Choice, Arieyl, and its launch team distributors have reached a settlement. The settlement resulted in a stipulation of voluntary dismissal filed on May 17th. On May 18th, the court granted the stipulation, bringing My Daily Choice's lawsuit to an end. My Daily Choice filed suit against Arieyl, Kristen, and Travis Butler last year. The MLM alleges that the Butler, who co-founded Arieyl after leaving My Daily Choice, commenced an unlawful and highly damaging campaign to raid My Daily Choice's business and affiliate network. So they basically made a big stink over there, and when they left, they took a bunch of people with them. Tried to kind of say, come join us over here, leave My Daily Choice, and come join Arieyl instead. I want you to also remember this information when we are about to get into the tea. All right? That's important. Something that they have done. It says, My Daily Choice went on to file individual lawsuits against Ariel's launch team, a group of former My Daily Choice distributors who defected. Beyond each party bearing its own legal costs, settlement details between the parties have not been disclosed, and the court's May 18th order additionally terminates My Daily Choice's lawsuits. And so, behind MLM, stopped covering the case. Hello, my dear. Good to see you. My Daily Choice, another one Eric of Live Good was part of. Well, there you go. They sued these guys here at Arieyl. That sweet, sweet $1 saving, right? Gotta jump on that. Gotta jump on that. So that's a little bit of a background on the company. Again, I don't want to get too much into it. That's all you would really need to know about them going forward. Just to have a little bit of an idea of the products they have now, as you can see, I'll just kind of scroll down. A lot of supplements, and all of them have CBD oil, and they claim it's THC 9 that is in them. This is all important information to know. They even sell like a frother. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Again, remember, there's a Rain Beauty. Now, Rain Beauty is posted on the Arieyl website, but what if I told you that Arieyl does not own Rain Beauty, despite seeming to act as if they do? And what if I told you that the brand has actually been stolen from the owner? Now, see, as Julie was doing her video, I was following some tea this past month on Facebook. Yes, I was. I had someone send me somebody's Facebook, and they said, Queen, There is some drama going on over here with some Huns. I randomly came across it. I hear that you do this kind of thing. I thought I would send it your way. I said, oh my, thank you. And this all began on May 9th, for me anyway, and based on what we can gather publicly. The public spectacle of it all, I guess you could say, began on May 9th at 7:47 p.m. when a top Arieyl Hun that goes by Amanda Brunson took to her Facebook page and she posted quite the post. 8 months ago, I made one of the biggest decisions of my life. I sold my beauty brand, Rain Beauty, to Arieyl. I believed in the vision, the opportunity, and the people. I took a leap of faith, hoping it would lead to something even more beautiful. But today, with a heavy heart, I'm announcing that I've officially parted ways with Arieyl. It wasn't easy. In fact, it's one of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. I've poured my soul into Rain Beauty. Every product, every shade, every piece of packaging holds a piece of me. To walk away from a partnership that was supposed to carry my vision forward is painful but necessary. Over time, it has become clear that our values no longer align. I don't agree with the direction things are going, and morally, I can't continue to stand behind decisions that don't sit right with my spirit. Sometimes, doing what's right for your peace, your purpose, and your integrity means choosing the harder road. To those who have supported me, who have bought one of my products, who have cheered me on, I see you. And I have so much love for you. You are the reason Rain ever had a crown to begin with. I promise this is not the end, but rather a new chapter. Recently, I've been researching and prepping to build something new. Something that reflects my heart, my creativity, and my personal brand. Something that is about to make a huge shift in the industry and that gives me an entirely new niche as of today. That will become my main focus. I'm excited to build again, to feel alive again, to create from a place of alignment and authenticity, no matter how we know each other. I want to thank you for being part of my journey. Showing up for y'all is what gets me up in the morning, what fills my cup. And I have felt a huge sense of failure recently when not doing that. Always remember that you are stronger than you know and that you can do anything you put your mind to. Never settle for less. You are worthy of something bigger than your wildest dreams and of happiness that makes you feel a fire in your heart. The sky is the limit and you deserve all the success in the world. As for me, yes, I'm grieving, but I'm also rising, and I can't wait to show you what's next. Heart XOXO, Amanda.
Amanda, please! Amanda, please!
You know, things seem to be going okay for her. She got some support in the comment section. Everyone was kind of coming on and going, oh my God, as if you're leaving, but you know, I support you. And then on May 11th at 9:45 p.m., she posted this. I woke up yesterday to dozens of people in my newsfeed from Arieyl posting Rain Beauty makeup looks. These photo posts all had similar captions. Things can get messy when someone chooses to leave. I'm that bitch. Lead with integrity. Well, I always feel pride when seeing people share the products I created and put my heart into. It was very clear this was intentional. Just hours before, I had sent in my resignation, along with a formal demand for the return of my beauty brand, Rain Beauty. In that demand, I cited, in bullet point format, numerous ways Arieyl breached our contract, so there would be no confusion as to why I was requesting the brand back. I'm choosing to share these documents along with my story because I will not allow them to sit back and use people as pawns to create clapbacks at me when they know I'm in the right. I've left companies before and never said a negative word. You can ask Mark Pentecost or Derek Maxfield, CEOs of ItWorks and Unique. They'll tell you I left quietly and without causing a scene. If you read my announcement from May 9th, you'll see I wasn't trying to be messy. I didn't speak badly about Arieyl. I simply stated the vision they have is no longer aligned with mine. This came after months of business decisions I couldn't support, including their most recent one, purchasing a franchise when they still haven't given the business they already purchased, mine, the attention it deserves. Now suddenly, they're all sharing Rain Beauty like it's some big celebration. That's not a coincidence. I got the message loud and clear. This was their way of saying, this is our brand now, not yours. They thought I wouldn't fight for it. They were wrong. Attached to this post, the purchase agreement, signed September 12th. My formal request for return, dated May 9th. The contract breach citations. Don't want to read 25 plus pages? Here's the summary. Number 1. Inventory. The inventory in their warehouse, still mine, until it sells to the end consumer. Section 7.2F. Why? Because they didn't want to pay an upfront amount and wanted to snag my beauty brand for as little as possible. Number 2, payment terms. Instead, they agreed to promote me to Black Diamond, so I'd have a monthly payment for being the makeup liaison. Section 7.10b. I was to provide training, product knowledge, etc. The Rain bonus for this rank was paid every month, yes, but was my account ever put to the rank of Black Diamond? No. Breach number 1. SS attached. They bumped my account to Sapphire, placing thousands in volume under me to help their daughter promote to Black Diamond. Proof attached. Number 3. Buyback clause. Section 7.10c. If they stop selling Rain Beauty, I can buy it back for $1. Although ironically, they never sent the $1 to begin with. Breach number 3. Number 4. Removal from website. Rain Beauty has been removed from their site 4 times since September. 2 of those times it was gone for approximately 2 weeks. The last 2 they thought it wouldn't matter because it was on TikTok Shop. But not everyone can sell on TikTok Shop. Not everyone has TikTok. And TikTok banned MLM products last year. Number 5. Missing reports. I never received sales and inventory reports as promised. Well, not explicitly in the signed contract. This was promised via text and just basic business courtesy, especially given I was creating and supporting product strategy. How could I do that without knowing what was selling? As of now, I've only received February, March, and April. Still missing is October, November, December, and January. I only got the last 3 after repeated asks. They've had discrepancies, like 2,000 in cruise points not accounted for, which is why I didn't really trust their reporting skills. Breach number 5. Number 6. Shipping not paid. They didn't cover shipping on eyeshadow palettes or brow pens. Breach number 6. Number 7. Products not ordered. They didn't order darker shades of foundation. Breach number 7. They did ship a small amount of brow pens once they sold out, but thousands of units still remain, despite quotes being submitted months ago. Beyond these contractual breaches, there's a whole list of morally questionable actions. Gave their number 1 earner a corporate role just because she didn't like me. Still haven't credited customers nearly $5,000 for canceled products, Garden Goddess palettes, even though I sent them the list of emails and subtotals on September 15th. Hardly ever talked about Rain Beauty on weekly lives. Missed lives where they were supposed to approve me to be live for my weekly training. No commission paid on merch using the RB logo that they sold at convention. Even the items I personally made for them as gifts. Changed product names without telling me. Ignored the Disney lunch I won. Misrepresented earnings to me. March 7th call where Kristen told me sales had already doubled for March versus actual payment. They didn't want my brand because they believed in it. They wanted it so I couldn't launch it independently as an affiliate program because they were scared it would derail the attention of their reps. They've told leaders they intended to take over and push me out, which makes all of this make so much sense. Sadly, they've told numerous contradictory stories on stage from what's in their public legal documents when it comes to the lawsuit with the company they left. Yes, these are all public, and you can look them up for yourself. At the end of the day, I don't want to fight. I want my beauty brand back. The one I built from scratch. The one they said they would take care of, and they blatantly did not. If it stays on their website, I'll still get royalties and inventory payout. So this won't be a loss for me. But I won't stop until I get Rain Beauty back. Period. To Kristen, Travis, and Arieyl Corp. Even with all this, you know I've left things out, and on purpose, because I'm not here to hurt anyone. I'm not here to harm Arieyl. I'm here to state the facts and share the truth. Your reps deserve to know what's happening behind the scenes. They weren't told I asked for the brand back. They weren't told about the breaches. They weren't told about the deadline. To those unknowingly participating in the smear campaign, I'm not mad at you. I know how this corporate team operates. I've seen it firsthand. I had to make this public because I won't be mocked. I won't be quiet. If you've read this far, maybe your eyes are closer to being open now. I'm truly sorry you were used as a pawn. Even more sorry that you weren't given the truth from the start. Every single person in this industry is worthy of success. I pray for that for each of you. No matter where you land, company doesn't define character. I value every friendship I've made this past year, and I hope this doesn't break those. I don't choose my friends based on where they work. And never will. I'm sorry for the novel. If you know me, you know this isn't my usual approach. But if you really know me, you know this is exactly like me. Because I'll stand up for what's right, even if I'm standing alone. Imagine trying to walk away quietly and becoming a public spectacle. Why a company would come after someone with this many receipts is beyond me. But here we are. I love you all. I'm heartbroken over this. Even more heartbroken that my family lost time with me today because I had to write this just to stop the circus from going any further. I pray this post gives you the clarity you deserve because you do deserve that and so much more. XOXO. Art Amanda.
Amanda, please. Amanda, please.
So, she posted that along with the contract that she had with them. I looked through all of the proof of everything she stated in the post. There was tons of proof that TikTok was banning MLMs for some reason. But the contract seemed to state what she said. I do think we should read through her letter here quickly. I do have it and just go through a couple things before we continue on. So as you can see, this was dated for May 9th, as she said, and it is to Kristen Butler, the CEO, and Arieyl LLC, and it is also being CC'd to, I don't know if that's her lawyer or their lawyer, maybe their lawyer, but it's from her, Amanda Brunson, as you can see at the top. And it states that it's a formal notice of material breach and demand for return of Rain Beauty brand assets. Dear Miss Butler, this letter serves as formal notice that Arieyl LLC is in material breach of the asset purchase agreement. The agreement, dated September 12th, 2024, entered into with me, Amanda Brunson, regarding the acquisition and operation of the Rain Beauty brand. Pursuant to Section 7.10c of the agreement, I am exercising my contractual right to reclaim the original Rain Beauty brand assets due to Ariel's failure to fulfill its obligations. These breaches include, but are not limited to, failure to pay the purchase price. Arieyl never remitted the agreed $1 purchase price outlined in Section 1.4a. Non-payment at agreed rank, despite the agreement to pay me $2,000 a month via Black Diamond rank under the Arieyl Independent Rockstar structure. This payment was either not made or not made in full. So what she's saying there is that they told her, if you let us sell your beauty brand, we will put you at Black Diamond. We often say on this channel that Huns are offered positions high up in the pyramids for many different reasons. But here, she said, they told me they were going to make me a black diamond. They never did. 3 is lack of reporting and missing sales. Arieyl failed to provide complete and accurate monthly sales reports and inventory reconciliations as required to calculate COGs and royalty payments. Payments that were made were incomplete with known sales omitted. Number 4, cessation of operations. Arieyl has ceased operations of Rain Beauty on multiple occasions, triggering the repurchase clause. Number 5, failure to cover agreed shipping and product costs. Arieyl did not pay for the product cost and freight of the darker shades of Stage Ready Foundation, nor the freight on the Remix palette and Modify Brow Pen, despite agreeing to do so in 7.10d. 6, failure to provide accurate inventory reports. The inventory records provided were incomplete or inaccurate, undermining both inventory management and compensation calculations. These breaches are significant and ongoing, and they have materially harmed my brand, reputation, and ability to earn under the agreed structure. In accordance with Section 7.10c, I am exercising my right to reclaim the Rain Beauty brand and original assets for $1. This includes all intellectual property, brand name, trademarks, product designs, domains, etc. All tangible and intangible assets originally transferred per Exhibit A of the agreement, and all digital and social media accounts associated with Rain Beauty. Please confirm in writing no later than May 19th, 2025, which is today, that you will comply with this request. If I do not receive a satisfactory response by that date, I will consider all legal and equitable remedies available under Section 6 of the agreement. This letter is submitted without waiver of any of my rights, all of which are expressly reserved. Sincerely, Amanda Brunson, founder, Rain Beauty. And again, dated for the 9th. So they had the 10 days to respond. Some other important screenshots that you'll need to see is this part here where it said, should buyers decide to cease operations and discontinue selling Rain Beauty products, seller will have the option to purchase back the Rain Beauty assets for $1. This does not include any new inventory, equipment, supplies, or other tangible property purchased by the buyers, and will only include property or assets that were previously owned by the seller. So she is asking that they return any of the inventory. So I'm not sure if she's, allowed to ask for that because of what it says here. But they did basically say she could buy the brand back for $1. It also shows the part here where it says buyer agrees to pay for freight for the 90s Remix palette and the Modify Brow Pen. Buyer agrees to pay for new packaging and freight for the Hide and Seek Concealer, Heat Wave Blush, Lock and Roll, Rose Water, 16 Candles palette, and Cabin Fever palette. Seller will deduct $9,000 from the total cost of the freight and packaging in exchange for the deposit the seller paid towards the future foundation purchase. Final price is to be determined. And she's saying that that was never done. That was not done, and she would like to buy her brand back for the $1. Here is the dashboard of her showing basically the Rain Beauty sales through them. Remember, she stated that there were some months that were missing, and those are the months that have the $0. But even if you look at the PV on the other months, like, they're not super high. I mean, the highest is August 2024, where it was 275, you know? So it just goes to show you, like, how much is selling. And then she also posted this conversation with Kristen Butler in relation to that last screenshot we just saw, where Kristen says, I'm looking. The points were different in April and May too. I raised them in June. I know Lacey was a chargeback situation, so that's probably why on her. But I can add her points. It's a lot, so give me a bit. Then you'll notice that there's a deleted message, which seems to be a theme that happens here, where they have gone back and deleted a bunch of messages, which does not make them look innocent. And then she says, okay, I did find a lot of missing points. 1275, some you were calculating with the new points. And a couple did not come in with gold or platinum with the first order and added more later. And I could not find all these people. Marcy Hodge, Christy, Reeser. And then she responds and says, here's what I found for order numbers. Sorry, trying to help. I was going off of May's numbers because I couldn't find a chart for April. So it just goes to show that she wasn't being told what was selling. That's what she's trying to prove with this one. And then there's this screenshot here, which again, she's talking to Kristen. And she says, Kristen says, we are still prepping hide and seek. It's been 10 times more difficult than originally anticipated because I was going to launch both at convention. So as soon as we get it wrapped up, we will move to that to launch it. But we definitely should do something fun to launch it. So she says, awesome, I'm here to help. Not sure if you guys have Cheryl sending these or what, but I haven't gotten any order reports. I actually thought that I got one in November, but it was just an inventory report. Can I get the monthly sales report sent soon? Please and thank you. And then she says, after the website is launched, we will have her send them to you. So then she goes, thank you. And this was back on February 20th. So she's just showing, like, I have been asking for these, and they keep saying they're going to send them, but I don't get them. Here's another one where she says again, any update on Rain Beauty being back on the website? I thought it was supposed to be back on by the 21st or 22nd. So if you recall, she said they kept taking the Rain Beauty products down. So I guess people would go to the website and her whole brand would just not be listed on the website. So then she would write them and they'd go, yeah, we'll put it back up. But then it would be like 2 weeks, right? So she says, I thought it was supposed to be back on the 21st or 22nd. Also, wanted to touch base on the reports and the contract. Lastly, I was going to see if tomorrow if I can either do the live at 4:20 or if I can do a pre-recording because I have a doctor's appointment at 10:30 my time, which is when I would be live. I also need to know what else I should be sharing with them as far as the 100-day beauty challenge. You can see how much this Arieyl MLM runs her entire life. And this is with Travis. So now we have Mr. Travis responding, the dude with the cigar, and he says 4:20 is fine for tomorrow. Rain Beauty will be back on the 1st. I was told it would be fixed last Wednesday, but that didn't happen. I know for a fact it will be back on the 1st. Let's get a call together with the social girls to come up with a strategy for the challenge. Lastly, Kristen is willing to be working on those reports. We've just been swamped here with the sale and Cheryl is out with the flu. So we are picking up her slack as well. So it seems like, they're not very good at getting their ducks in a row and launching things, which we're used to seeing on this channel. We're very used to seeing places that are not used to launching. They're not good at launching their products. They're not good at launching the website. They're not good at launching anything. And it looks like Arieyl has had a lot of those issues as well. And I don't know if they've been very transparent with the distributors in this company about these issues. Like I said, she then also posted a lot of proof that you cannot sell MLM products on TikTok Shop. I guess Arieyl has been pushing their distributors, telling them to sell on TikTok Shop. And she's like you're not allowed to. Why are they telling us this? You know, it's weird to be like, yeah, you guys can sell it on TikTok Shop when you actually can't sell it on TikTok Shop. So those screenshots are kind of important. If you guys do in future want me to break down the whole contract with her, we can try and find a lawyer to go over it with us. I am not a lawyer, so I cannot do that. But we're going to hear from her very soon. And then you'll kind of hear how this all went down in her voice. So that all went up on the 12th. Or no, on the 11th. On the 11th. Later on that day, there was, on the 12th, sorry. So the next day on the 12th, I'm so sorry. The next day on the 12th at 8:14 p.m., she posted on Facebook, Amanda posted on Facebook again, and in that one, she included 3 screenshots. Imagine blocking someone so fast, all because they comment the truth. Literally, no one in this industry gets this many leaders handed to them. And to think my message to your parents in August was making sure you were promoted and announced before me because I thought you genuinely worked for everything. Gross. I will not stop spewing the truth until I get my beauty brand back. Period. So apparently we're getting special treatment. News to us. I guess it's the perfect time for you to stop watching from the sidelines. I am now accepting applications for anyone who wants to come be special with us. Must bring ambition, a sense of humor, and nice girl energy. Unicorn, hashtag Arieyl influencer, hashtag unbothered, hashtag justice for majestic mafia. This is us. Girl, how is inheriting thousands of dollars in volume, as well as dozens of entire leaders, not special treatment? How disgusting can someone be? You didn't recruit me, Becca, Farrell, Marlene, Megan, Farah, Skylar, Danielle, Kelly, Andrea, Tanya, Chris. Like, what else do you call it? When you wake up to thousands of people under you that weren't there the night before. Y'all, people need to wake the fuck up. I never asked to be moved under you. Not that it mattered, but these people didn't either. If you could have built an organization without us, you would have. Spoiled ass brats. Gross. Now block me before anyone can read the truth. I just thought, I don't know, if making me Black Diamond was ever going to be public info or announced or anything. I'm assuming not. However, if it was, I really don't want to have that announced with Jordan not hitting it yet, because me going Black Diamond would obviously make her Black Diamond in real life if I promoted there organically, and I have literally been waiting for the day to congratulate her and celebrate with her on that, because I know she has worked so hard for it, and she deserves it the freaking most. Okay, I'm going to bed. Talk to y'all tomorrow. Heart. Hey, give me a call when you're free. Thanks. Wink.
Period.
So, if you're wondering what you just saw, Jordan and Katie Butler are Travis and Kristen's daughters, the CEO of the company's daughters. They're basically being accused of getting special treatment by not having to work for their level in the MLM. According to Amanda, herself and several others, the people that she named in that screenshot, were just randomly placed underneath them one day. So these girls woke up and they had thousands and thousands of people on their team all of a sudden. And it was a little sus. And I guess that some people were kind of waiting for Jordan to get there organically. And it wasn't going to happen for a little while, you know. And Amanda was supposed to be put at Black Diamond. And she was like, no, don't put me there until Jordan gets to that level herself organically. Then put me there. And all of a sudden, she was like, woo, thousands of people under her. So, you know, we got some nepotism going on in the MLM world, which I'm sure nobody is surprised about. So after all of this was posted, later on the same day, May 12th, Travis decided to do a post. Travis Butler, CEO of Arieyl, just out here smoking my cigar, enjoying this gorgeous Florida night. If you are here for tea, I'm not giving it to you. If you are here to see me fight back, it's going to happen in court, where it actually counts. I have not told anyone to go after the people running my name, my company, my family, my corporate team, or my leaders through the mud. However, screenshots that are manipulated, private conversations used for misinformation, and videos being misrepresented will be used as evidence. You don't get to make up facts and call them truth, even if it's your truth. Calling my wife at 25 years a hoe, making fun of her for crying because she found out her grandmother's cancer spread, saying my daughters didn't build their own businesses, lying about my leaders. Those are things I will go to war over. He's going to war, guys. Watch out. I will fight to protect the people and the company I care about. Yeah, so that was very, very interesting, and that was in response to all of these screenshots being posted, and to Amanda going, like, his daughters, they just get people placed under them, So that's what he was so angry about and threatening people about, if you were wondering while you were watching Julie Anderson's video on it, right? He's a bit of a snowflake. I'm sure he would hate to hear that. I'm just saying. So then the next day, on May 13th at 7:34 p.m., Arieyl posted another lovely little post. I will be live tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, going over all of these facts in depth and showing all receipts in full, as well as giving full explanations. I will also be sharing this post every day until Jay get my beauty brand back. Love y'all. Heart. And she once again posted up the contract and all of the screenshots that we kind of have already gone through. And then, just to kind of tease it a little bit more, she was making a few more posts like, I'm going live with lots of evidence and all kinds of fun things. My mission is simple. Take back what's mine. You know how they do. After this, starting on the 13th, there were tons of teases. And on May 14th at 7:46 p.m., Amanda posted the first 1 hour installment to 4 hours exposing Arieyl, the MLM. I do have all 4 hours of her videos. I am unsure if we are going to be able to get through all 4 hours of her videos, but I think it is very important that we at least try to make it through the first one today, see how we do, and hear from her what has gone on here. And she also goes into how somebody has tested the products and they're kind of worried about what they found. And I also want to touch on that a little bit. So let's hear what she has to say. I have not edited them. I don't think that would be a fair thing to do. They are just downloaded raw off of her Facebook. And I say we just play them and get right into it.
Trying to get in the lighting here. Hello, everyone. Hello. Say hello when you pop on. Hello.
Hello.
All right. Sorry, guys. I had a few screenshots that I had to add last minute. I know that always seems like the case, and I'm really sorry for that, but it's actually like the case that sometimes, well, almost every time. Hey, Nicole. Hey, Sheenan. almost every time that I went live, there is information like when we're going through our final outline that comes into play. Hi, Morgan. And I am like trying to get it in last minute. And then today when I did that, it duplicated all my photos. And I was like, oh my God, now I have to delete these things. But so I'll give everyone just a couple of seconds to get on. I do not want to keep you guys. I will say tonight is definitely the most important one so far. And I think tomorrow is equally as important. So we had to split these two up just because there's so much. And yeah. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Becca.
So much.
Hey, Angie. Hey, Ashley. So really quick, what I'll do while people are getting on, I'm just going to briefly address this because I don't ever want people to think I'm ignoring things, but that doesn't mean I'm going to always address everything. But this one I'm kind of going to because it's just like, ew. But sometimes, I mean, if I don't address it, it doesn't mean I didn't see it. But I feel like at this point we have eyes in the back of our head. It's like I have a mouse in my pocket. I have eyes in the back of my head. There's not much going on that I'm not knowing about. So I might as well address it at this point.
No, you will get to a point, though, where you're going to be like, yeah, I ain't addressing any of this anymore. Stop sending it to me.
So I am well aware, thank you to those that shared it with me, that there was a post made in the Arieyl group about, well, I'll just pull it up and we'll go over it. We're going to go over this briefly. I have way more important things to cover tonight, so I'm not going to really like spend a lot of time on it. But it is a post from the CEO of Arieyl to their rock stars. You know, I know most of you have witnessed Arieyl, its owners, corporate staff leaders being harassed, attacked, defamed. I don't know exactly who it is that they're talking about in it with those big words, because as far as my page and anything that I have seen, I have not seen anything as far as harassment, attacking, defaming, extorting. I have seen all facts, all truth, and they hate that. So there's that. But
that's what it is. Also, I'm sure it didn't help that Julie Anderson was also doing a video on them at the time.
They take it very seriously, which I would too if I was actually being harassed or defamed or attacked, all the things, you know, all this. So this is in their group. They didn't give examples of this mob intimidation. They're making sure that everyone knows what that is. And extortion, they're making sure everybody knows what that is.
Extortion.
And then there was just some really crazy examples in there. Where to go? Hang on. Publishing someone's personal information, sharing image-based abuse, revenge porn. Guys, I can't make this up. You see it. When I say black and white and 1 + 1 is 2, the math doesn't. It can be core math. It can be real math. It don't matter. Sharing intimate images or videos without consent is often illegal. I'm just making sure that this message gets out there, okay? Apparently, it was a PSA, and everybody needs to know that these...
What are you guys doing over there in Arieyl? What are you guys doing over there?
These things are illegal. So I'm going to have their back on this. You guys should all know not to be doing these things, okay? Don't break the law. So there's that. Now, on a much larger note, it's like screaming grape when someone pokes you. They're carrying the one. I mean, so something that's been kind of evolving as far as information. Now, I just want to tell you, I never meant for...
She honestly has similar hair to my sister. And then my sister's name's Amanda. Since it's freaky.
For my lives or my sharing about my beauty brand to become a platform for people to speak their piece or to say, I didn't ever think that was even a thing. I was actually completely oblivious to the fact that there were people that had stories like they have. So I just want to say that because this was not ever intended on being anything. If you guys have followed this story from the very beginning, you would,
which now you have,
see that for me, the way that this entire thing started was me sharing that I was walking away from Arieyl because I thought that you guys all deserve to know, those that follow me. And that's literally all I said. I said that our visions didn't align anymore. That's what happens when you quit your corporate job too. Like, if someone at your job pisses you off and you're like, I can't do this anymore, then you quit. And, you know, the only reason you would post it on Facebook is if those people needed to know because they were a part of your job. Well, guess what? My social media is a part of my job. I have sold you guys makeup. I have sold you guys Arieyl products. So yes, it was important to me to make sure that you guys knew.
See, what happened is when she did her first post, a lot of people started to speak at her like, hey, yeah, you know, I left that company a little while ago too. They completely fucked me over. And then her eyes were being opened to what Ariel's been doing to people out here for like the past like over 5 years now.
The clapback that came after that with the Rain Beauty photos is what constituted in me moving forward and posting the proof of the contract. So everything has happened in stages, right? But I never intended on it getting to this point. I never intended on then getting a slew of emails, you know, 280 followers within a matter of 3 days. I had no idea so many people were going to want to reach out to me to be like, hey, guess what? They did me wrong too. Okay. That's not bullying someone. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, the Mean Girl episode's tomorrow night. I'm not going to get into a whole lot of that tonight, but we're going to talk about that tomorrow night. But I never knew that. So I just want you guys to know this wasn't like some huge thing that was planned and we're going to go on here and have everyone just compile their stories and tell the world. I had literally no idea that this was a thing. So anyways, upon finding out information, there's been times that I've literally had to just pause and be like, okay, and all of us, and I say all of us because there is a group of people that are all sharing information. I'm not going to lie about that. I'm not going to hide that information from anyone. There are groups of people that are sharing information because they want the word out because what is happening is not right. So anyways, and I'm going to show you that factual information in just a minute. I'm not here to spread any information that's not the truth or that I don't have screenshots to prove any of that. But there's been times where everyone has to kind of walk away and be like, this is too much for me.
Uh-huh.
And what I will say is I think some of those stories will never, ever come out. And so when you see me sharing a story, it's because the person that wants to share it or that tested the products and found out the ingredients were inaccurate or that they could be killing people. That's not me lying. That's a fact. And we're going to show you right now. So don't be trying to do me dirty on that because these are the facts. That's not me just sharing it because I did the research. It's me sharing it because somebody out there that did do the research and paid to have these products tested at a lab, and I have the results that I'm going to show you in 5 minutes, is scared to fucking death to get on here and share it.
And why? Why would that be? Why would they be scared to death to share it? Because these are cults. They're not a business. Because no business would have an issue with people sharing the ingredients of their products. Especially if those products were safe.
Is that not wild? Holy. Okay.
Wild.
Anyways.
Wild. Amanda, what if I told you that I have 6 years worth of hearing thousands and thousands of people horrified to even publicly announce like you did that they left their MLM because they know that even just announcing it on Facebook would get them backlash, threats of litigations, being accused of defamation and slander, have like groups of Huns come and attack them on their Facebook or their Instagram. And what if I told you I'm not the only one that has stories like that? What if I told you that there's like a whole group of us that all have like a whole bag of those stories, all from different people? There's a whole community. There's subreddits dedicated to just those stories. Because that's how common what you're going through right now, leaving this, actually is when people leave MLMs. And that's kind of why I wanted to show this today. Because this is what happens when somebody leaves. And leaving an MLM company, even one that looks as fun to be a part of as Arieyl does, it's like CBD gummies. Oh my God, so much fun. Let's go, you know. Let's go run our business. We can drive a Tesla and then go to Hawaii. You know, even something like that, leaving it can be just as dangerous as trying to leave like Scientology, as leaving Jehovah's Witness, as leaving the LDS. Same tactics are used on ex-members in all the above and every MLM that I've ever come across. Okay, it's not just like, oh, the stay-at-home mom left her business. No, it is, this person is leaving a commercial cult. And now they need protection. Actually, though.
It's not pulling up. It's not pulling up. Okay, here we go. That's the end of that. So this was shared also, and I pulled your Facebook post. Emily, stop. I pulled this because it has the information, right? Basically, there are a couple of products, Head in the Clouds being one of them, and Crimson Wave being the other. These are just two that I'm going to talk about tonight because these are the two that I have the lab results from, and I'm going to share those, okay? Basically, these products were shared as full spectrum products or products that did not contain Delta-8. Now, I will tell you that part of this with me is that I am not the most ingredient crunchy person when it comes to CBD. It's not why I started with Arieyl. It's never been like a huge thing of mine. I live in the Bible Belt. It's not really, it's kind of frowned upon. It's like spanking your kids is not frowned upon and CBD is. I don't really know what's going on here still, but that's just life in.
Did you catch that? She lives in the Bible Belt, where pretty much you have to be in an MLM. You're pretty much, you gotta.
Tennessee, okay?
Unless you're a preacher's wife, you're in an MLM.
So what I would love, I'm going to post these facts on my Facebook page after this video. I have all the screenshots. I have all of the lab results, all of everything. I think if you go to their Facebook page right now, you can't even find any COAs. And if you can, they're not accurate or they're not up to date. Nope. Maybe. You could prove me wrong on that. So hypothetically, you can't find any accurate COAs on their website.
It's illegal.
But the analysis that I'm about to show you is over 2 products so far. There are more, but I'm not going to share those with you until I get the actual testing from the people that haven't sent them yet or whatever. But these are products that were labeled that they did not contain Delta-8, and they in fact do. And this is huge. Okay, I don't know if you need to stop and go to the potty for a minute or grab a drink. I don't really know, but this is disgusting because for me, and I have this screenshot at the end of this, I had people that came on board with me that have been with me for years that had their husband was a police officer. Their daughter was, had someone whose daughter was a pro athlete. These people need to know if they're going to fail a drug test. They need to know that. They need to know what they're putting in their body. Not everybody wants to take Delta-8.
By the way.
Not everybody wants to even take CBD. But people need to know. Like, there are careers that are on the line. I gave my 16-year-old daughter Crimson Wave. And I don't even know if I can search this, but I actually asked this in our leadership chat because I was on my way back from my mom's funeral. And
she gave her teenage child, 16-year-old, CBD gummies because for some reason they seem to think that CBD doesn't have THC and is completely safe, but there's also Delta-8 in it.
My daughter and I were both share the same week of our cycle. Imagine that.
People have been exposing this about Arieyl for a while, ma'am. Funny, nobody believes until it's them. And that's kind of why I wanted to say this company's been getting covered before. I know Aaron B's covered it. And I know that Julie Anderson has probably covered it more than once, and Behind MLM has covered it. But sometimes with the us versus them mentality, they don't listen to us. We're the haters. But when someone within their own cult kind of goes, hey, listen, I'm leaving and I found out this stuff, then they might listen. And the thing is that she's taken a bunch of people out of there with her.
And she's like, I'm cramping so bad, I need to stop. And so I stop and I share a crimson gummy with her. I'm in the car behind them. And 2 miles down the road, I'm like, my legs are jello. This is my personal experience, okay? I had no idea of this information at that time. And coming to find out, there were ingredients in there that weren't listed. Now they don't sell either one of these products anymore. Imagine that. But I literally asked in the group, like, is it okay that I gave this to my daughter? Because literally 2 miles down the road, my legs were jello. And I don't know why, okay? That's my personal experience. But anyways, so,
and I know people are judging. People are saying, ma'am, why would you give your daughter one of these gummies? First of all, they're like, we're a family business. Everything's safe for your family. Everything's fine. Don't worry. And then secondly, of course, if they were being told that the ingredients in it is safe for everyone in the family, they're also pushed to use the products themselves and to have their family use the products to also be able to get these personal stories of a product helping you or your family member is going to sell a lot better than you just saying, hey, listen, my friend tried this and said it was really good. So MLMs often push people, like do the products yourself, share them with your family, get hubs to do it. And then something like this where she says, hey, I was thinking of my daughter taking some. They'll go, yeah, sure, that's fine. And it does happen quite often. They may not come out publicly and be like, it is totally fine to give your teenagers this stuff. But behind closed doors, they're being told, yeah, it's safe for your whole family. It's good. Now, that's technically illegal in most places. Because in most places, in order to buy CBD, in order to buy THC products, go to the dispensaries, you have to be of age, right? So it's not good if we got an MLM out here that's handing out products secretly to people that are under the age that they're supposed to be. Another thing that she didn't really look into is the legality in her area. They don't tell you this, but if you live in a state where like weed's still not legal and stuff, like you might still get in trouble for selling these products because they do have THC9 and Delta 8 in them. And they won't tell the Huns that. They'll sign them up anyway. They'll be like, no, it's fine. It's totally cool. And like that's my issue with these companies, right? They do things like this to people. And then, a lot of people think that they can trust a company. Like most people that haven't been scammed before have a general trust for corporations. Unfortunately, capitalism has done that to all of us. So a lot of times they don't think, hey, I'm asking if this is safe. They're telling me it is. Maybe I should go do more research. And that's a critical thinking issue as well. It's like we have to stop doing that and just trusting these corporations, trusting people to be like, yeah, I'm completely honest. I'll tell you what's in them. We have to stop doing that. Look for other proof. Ask them if they have like an ingredient breakdown and if they're explaining how much of each ingredient is in the product, and go and look that up. Google stuff for yourself. Reach out to a friend of yours that's a nurse. We all have a friend that's a nurse, don't we? My sister's a nurse, but we all have a friend that's a nurse, don't we? Just reach out to somebody maybe that that might know something about that. Got a friend that works in a dispensary, reach out to them and be like, yo, is this okay? Like, can I be doing this? If it's legal around where you are and there's dispensaries, walk down to it and go, hey man, I was thinking of trying this product. Looking at this, what do you think about it? They'll tell you. You know, just kind of try to do your own research into things. Don't always believe them, because they will lie to you to sign you up, not only as a customer. For them, the goal is always to recruit you as a distributor. That's always the end goal in an MLM. It's never just to sell the product. So they don't care about all that stuff. They don't care about telling you the info and making sure that you're being safe with it. In their mind, they go, okay, I have to tell them whatever they want to hear about this so that they buy it. Because if they buy it and they like it, then the next step is I might be able to talk them into joining and getting a discount on it. Right? Or they'll be like, hey, join our loyal customer program. And then after you're in it for a month, they go, yeah, so, I was just thinking there's no point in you paying out when you could be making money on this. And that works for a lot of people. It's like stepping stones, right? So you always have to do your own research, and especially if you're giving it to your kids. That's really important.
This really hurts my heart, because when I think of my friends that I sold these products to that have family in law enforcement, or that have anyone, doesn't even matter if it's law enforcement. For me, that's the story that touches me the most, because that's where this person's concern came from. But the fact that these products were sold by me to people and shared when the ingredients were not accurate. And I'm going to say something right now before I show these screenshots. If you are still with Arieyl and this doesn't alarm you, then you might want to just say a huge prayer before you go to bed that you'll wake up on the right side of the bed tomorrow. Because this is the thing, like, there's a difference between being upset or being angry and just stating the facts. And if you can go to sleep at night knowing that there's products out there that could be in the medicine cabinet or on a shelf of a friend or family member of yours that could fail a drug test tomorrow, if they're not made aware of this, then you are definitely the problem. You're definitely creating part of the whole problem. And I don't know how to say that nicely. I'm not bullying you. I'm not going to hurt you. I love you, actually, all of y'all, because I know that at some point you'll see the light. So I think that's pretty much, love is the opposite of hate. So I think we're on the opposite side of the bully train today.
And I will give her that. You don't want to be selling a product that you don't know everything about. All right? Like, that could really harm someone's health. And then do you want to be the reason why somebody gets hurt? Because I'll tell you right now, the company is not going to help you with a lawyer. They will fire your ass so fast and leave you with the lawsuit by yourself quicker than you can even get the words out to them. And honestly, as you can see, they don't care about people they partner with.
All right. Now we're going to show the rest.
Natural Ozempic, right? Yep.
This is Emily's post, and I'll share that too. Okay. So this is saying this is full spectrum.
So she shows here, this is the ad. It does say full spectrum.
I'm going to share this. If you guys can't see it very well, it's okay. I'm not just...
Which I'm pretty sure saying that this is a PMS gummy, I'm pretty sure that's a legal medical claim. You can't say that, because in people's minds, this gummy helps cure your PMS then. That's not allowed.
You know, trying to breeze through some screenshots on here. This is all going to be shared in my page and probably pinned for a very long time.
Another ad, full spectrum gummy.
See, this is the duplicate. I forgot to take that one out.
I would not eat anything from this company. No.
Okay. This is a COA of testing. This gives so much more information. And again, I know that there's fine print on here, but I'm showing it here so that you guys know that I have it. And I think you know by now that I'm not just sharing things to share things. I think I kind of got the best compliment today. Somebody shared on my Facebook, commented underneath one of my posts where I had all like 30 screenshots. And she said, That's a lot of reading, but I know that I trust Amanda. I've worked with her for many years, and I was like, dang, she ain't gonna read it. But I'm gonna put it there so you can read it if you want to. Okay. I don't want to share anything on this page that I don't have the facts to back up.
Again, Amanda comes from It Works and other MLM companies.
So then it just talks about, why is this special? Experiencing the calming, relaxing effect of Head in the Clouds, our only full spectrum hemp gummy. At the time, obviously, I think this is not a gummy that I ever tried. I can't speak on it. I think you can read the comments right now.
Now it does say, keep out of reach of children and animals. Use of this product while pregnant or breastfeeding may be harmful. Consumption of this product impairs your ability to drive and operate machinery. Use extreme caution when using this product. And I'm kind of like, hey, if you read that, you should know that on a drug test, this is showing up. I'm saying that not only based on what they put here, but as somebody that used to have to take regular drug tests. For those that don't know, I was on methadone for 3 years myself. I got off of it in 2013. But I used to have to take a drug test every single week. Sometimes just randomly. I would go in, they would be like, hey, random drug test, let's go. So I can tell you for sure that any kind of THC will show up on a drug test if they are testing. She mentioned some police officer work and stuff like that. They would be testing for this. And it will show up on that drug test. Time to return all the Teslas. Man, they were ugly. Lord, what an ugly car.
And people are talking about taking this product. This makes me physically ill, actually, if you want to know the truth.
We're here for the truth.
And then this goes into CBD isolate, and this is the other one on the Crimson Wave, I believe. Or if those COAs are backwards, I'm sorry. I was trying to get everything in order here. But again, I'm going to post all of this. It will be pinned on my page.
Mm-hmm. A lot of evidence.
Casey, me too.
She uses some chat GPT.
I think I have duplicated.
To ask some questions.
Are they full spectrum? Short answer, no. This is after someone plugged all the information into chat GPT and then analyzed the ingredients. What I would love to, and I'll say, let me get back past this screen. I sold this to so many people that shouldn't be taking this. I know, right?
All right. Before she moves on, I also have the certificate of analyses. This is for the tropical ingestible soft chew. Okay. So the total concentration in that is 4.28 in terms of milligrams per unit. You'll see it has some THC 8. All right. There's some CBD oil. There's some, there's other stuff thrown in there. But that's what is in this one. Then this is the one for the lemon soft chew that she shows us. And they have 1.71 concentration of the THC. Milligrams per gram. So it comes to 6.01, which is quite a lot. And she also showed the chat GPT, which says to qualify as full spectrum, a product must typically include CBD, multiple minor cannabinoids, and trace legal levels of the 9 THC up to 3%. these gummies have non-detectable 9-THC. They aren't telling us how much of the 9-THC, so kind of gets you high, by the way, is in each gummy. But it does contain the 8, which is Delta 8, which is lab-made and not naturally occurring in meaningful amounts. And it says it contains limited other cannabinoids. These should be described as broad spectrum if THC was intentionally removed, or CBD isolate based with added 8 THC and CBG. That is how you would properly list those ingredients on a label instead of going, they are full spectrum gummies. That's not how you say that, apparently. So are they full spectrum? Short answer, no. Again, to qualify as full spectrum, this is what they need. And these gummies just do not qualify as that. Now, Delta 8 THC is a chemical found in cannabis with similar effects to traditional Delta 9 THC. Because Delta 8 THC is similar to Delta 9, though, it can make you feel high and is likely to show up on a drug test. So if they are telling you there's no Delta 9 in these products, and therefore you are safe for drug testing, the Delta 8 can also show up on a drug test. It's so similar to the 9. Many drug tests cannot tell them apart. Delta 8 THC is federally legal, but it isn't regulated. And now this also begs the question of, where did their Delta 8 come from? Are they the ones making it? Like, how are they making it? What are they using to make it? We don't know. And that's part of the issue here. If it's Delta 9, it would be pretty simple to be like, this is where we're extracting it from. All right? Because that's not something that you can really make in a lab unless you grow a bunch of marijuana plants, okay? But with the Delta 8, that is something that you can kind of just make. And that's a bit worrisome. That's what the worries are here. Delta 8 THC products have not been evaluated or approved by the FDA for safe use. They may be marketed in ways that put public health at risk. Because Delta 8 is similar to Delta 9, it has the same set of risks and side effects. So again, if they're going, we don't have Delta 9 in this, we have Delta 8, therefore you don't have any of the same side effects and you're safe to drive and your kids can take it. That is wrong. Very, very wrong. Okay? It has the same set of risks and side effects, but with an increased risk for harm. As Delta 8 products aren't regulated, it's possible you could ingest more of the chemical compound than is healthy. And since it's not regulated, there is no amount of a healthy dose. We haven't figured that out scientifically and medically yet, what a healthy dose of that would be. So therefore, we don't know what a healthy dose in a gummy would be of Delta 8. And then we don't know how they're making the Delta 8. So these are things that are worrisome that people that were in this Arieyl MLM are now kind of freaking out about. And they're going, oh no, we sold that and we didn't know what was in it. And again, this is why you shouldn't join MLMs, especially if you don't get to know the products very, very well. And you know for sure the products are something you would completely stand behind. It sucks to have to go through what Amanda and her friends that were in Arieyl are going through right now. It really, really sucks.
So, what I will say is if you're someone that knows ingredients, I would love your help. Because
I did shoot you a message,
the people
girl.
that are giving me this information just are petrified. like for their life. You want to talk about bullying and control? There are people that have information that could save someone's life, and they're scared, so scared for their own lives and their own well-being.
Now, it does not look like there's amounts that I would say are dangerous. I'm not like, again, anything with THC or CBD is kind of hard because it really does depend on the person. Like, for example, I love to smoke pot. It's great for my anxiety. But I have a friend, and they have the same mental health disorder that I have, and they can't smoke it. Because when they smoke it, it makes their anxiety worse. So, like, again, it's so hard because it's, like, such a personal thing. I don't think that they're, again, like, high levels or anything. The issue is, of course, how are they making it? What's going on? And then also, yes, people would have failed drug tests. So if you have a job like being a police officer, and they're drug testing you, and you were taking these products, and you got in trouble or fired from your job, you might have a case against this company where you can say, they told me it would be fine, and it was not fine. Possibly. Again, you'd have to call a lawyer. Call a lawyer for that.
And their own kids, that they're still petrified to put their face behind it right now. And do I think it's just a matter of time? Yes, it is. And we're getting there. Okay. But that's tough. That is tough to hear. And so if you're someone that has time on your hands and would love to dive into these COAs that I post and ingredients, I would love that, because I personally can only look at black and white facts, and I'm not able to give a deeper explanation on it. But I know that that doesn't really matter, because 1 + 1 is 2, and you don't have to know division or anything else to know that. You just got to know how to add. So anyways, what I'm going to go into, that's me posting on my page. We're done with that. I'm going to go ahead and bring my guest on for tonight before I even go. Oh, actually, this one here, really quick before I do that. This is something that I found very, very important, because this is where, when I first started, I was asked about this, right? This is one of my girls asking me, hey, it's me. Can you ask a super important question for me? Will any of this show up in a drug test and make someone fail it? I know it's all natural, but I have a college student and 3 first responders asking. Now, obviously, like I said, a college student, 3 first responders, these are important things that they need to know. For most people, a drug test would make them lose their job. But when you're talking about someone going out and working on, if your spouse is in a car accident tomorrow and the first responder that shows up is on drugs and they don't know it, that might be a problem. So this is where I asked Kristen and Travis. Now, this is me searching for this today, right?
Right,
exactly.
I was like,
you know what? I asked them this. I actually asked them this in our group chat on Facebook. So I go to look it up. Mind you, anytime anybody has ever asked me for this answer, I have went back to our group chat, searched the term, and found
Yeah, we're not covering on BASM today. We're covering another scam.
it. I find out today that it's been deleted. If you see a contact deleted a message, and that's right. I said, I'm getting the message about our products and breastfeeding. It was the same. I was getting that message about the first responder, the message about breastfeeding. That's where the answer came up. Today, it's gone. I mean,
Gone.
Guys, if your eyes are either open or they're closed at this point, you got to decipher which one they are. That's really all there is to it. Okay. So now I'm going to show you, this is why I was late. When I say like, I have a reason for being late, right? I actually went into my camera roll to this date and found where I screenshotted this response, because I knew that I had it. I just didn't want to dig for it. I was like, it's going to be easier to just go.
So this is what they deleted.
Into the group and look for it. So this is where it says, I mean, there's no reason for anything to be deleted, right? Unless you got something to hide, but it's never been deleted. I only noticed it today, and I've searched it a million times. So this is the message. Only some of the hemp products could potentially, but it's not likely. It all depends on their body. And we went further than this. This is all in the same week of conversation. Okay. But this is the list that I was given. I would stay away from the mommy's mimosa, daddy's dank, blah, blah. You don't see the Crimson Wave on here. And then I don't believe that the Head in the Clouds was on there just yet. I don't believe that.
You'll notice this is from Travis. And at the bottom of his message, he says, every other product has 0 chance. Well, those have very, very minimal. You're lying, Travis. That's not true. And honestly, like in a situation like this, the answer is always yes. If there's a minimal chance that it can, you don't say to the customer, well, there's kind of a minimal chance. It depends on your body. You just say yes. Yeah, if you're someone that does test, don't take this product. It's not worth it. It's not worth you losing your job. But no, in their mind, they're probably thinking if they lose their job, then they'll join our MLM.
That was a product just yet. All right. So before I show this, I'm going to bring on, I'm going to actually go back just a smidge. I'm going to bring on my guest because, like I said, tomorrow we're going to go over some things. And there's a lot of mean girl stuff going on. I think it's ironic when a mean girl accuses somebody else of being a mean girl. And
yeah,
I kind of said something about this the other night. And when I'm heated, I can sometimes just talk out loud because if you don't know by now, I'm someone, I stand up for what I believe in. And I don't really care if I'm the only one standing up. Okay. I stood up on this. If you guys really want to know it, I'm not going to toot my own horn ever, but I stood up on this not knowing any of this. I stood up for this not knowing that there were this many people that had the same issue. But I was never sitting down on this. I was never sitting down on my beauty brand. I was never sitting down on the shade that was being thrown or putting down. I was never sitting down on that. And so for me, it has become a lot larger than I ever thought. But at this point, no one's sitting down.
Do I listen to Life After MLM? Yeah, sometimes I do.
And just because we're sharing the facts does not mean we're being mean to you. We're not wishing harm.
See, the problem though, Amanda, that you don't seem to understand is that there's an entire community out here that is called the anti-multi-level marketing community. We've been speaking out about this company for at least 5 years now. All right. I could trace it back like about 5 years. I didn't really look beyond that. I was like, oh, look, all the way back to 2020. Yeah, no, it's been a while. But that's the thing. So as soon as someone like comes out and they say, okay, I've let this company, they've screwed me over. What happens is sometimes the other people that got screwed over, even if it was like years before, will kind of reach out to you, trying to help you and let you know, like, they're all like this. They're all like this. Even It Works was like this. They really attacked people when they left too. And their products were just as grimy. So what's happening right now is you're being grouped in with the community that's already been speaking out about them in their minds now. See, in their MLM, there's very much an us versus them mentality present. Travis, he's ready to go to war. He's quite the online gangster, with his cigar and all. So to them, they immediately have now put you on the us versus you're in the them, right? They're us, you're now in the thems. And that, unfortunately for you, includes a community that's already been speaking out about them for many years. I know you're kind of cutely sitting here saying, I am taking one for the team and I'm speaking out and I'm proud of you. I'm glad you're doing this. Good for you. And you doing this maybe will wake up some of the people that were underneath you and they'll realize and leave Arieyl. I hope that Rain Beauty doesn't turn into an MLM and that you do get their brand back from them, because from what I gathered, it sounded like you just wanted it to be an affiliate marketing. You weren't into the MLM thing. That's why you let them take over it, was because you were like, I don't want to do all that. And they were like, we already got the MLM. You just got to let us sell your brand. And that's kind of how that happened, based on the research I've done about you and all of that. So, we're kind of hoping that with this, you also wake up and realize, and then don't join another one. Because you've been in a few, Amanda. You've been in a few. Okay? This is at least your third one, maybe even more. I'm not doing a deep dive on you, so I didn't go all the way back in your history. You mentioned that you were in a couple others, right? One of them being It Works, which I was also in, by the way. So, we're hoping that you come over on our side. Yes, one of us. But from now on, they're going to see you as one of us, even if you aren't. To them, you're now anti-Arieyl.
On you. We're not bullying you. I've yet to see a single bit of that. But I think that things drip from the top in this industry. And when you have leaders at the top that are expressing things in certain ways, all the way from the top, CEO level, corporate level, it's teaching that and it's breeding that. And that's another thing I would say. Anybody that's there, I would never say that you should leave or that you should have left. I would never say any of that, because that's up to you guys, right? But at least before your daily actions, look at who you're learning from. Sometimes we outgrow people, and sometimes our morals don't align, and you just got to ask yourself that. I've asked myself that in relationships before. Like, I ask myself that with my own teaching to my kids. Am I teaching them morals? Like, what are we doing here? And that's something that's constantly evolving and constantly you're constantly growing from that. And so I challenge you, even you guys that are watching this that aren't in that company or any company or even in the industry, ask yourself, like, where I'm getting my leadership from, who is filling my cup, and are they filling it with my own moral alignment? Can I move forward with today knowing that my moral cup is filled? Not just my positive cup, not just my motivation cup, not just my appreciation cup, but is my moral compass moving in the right direction? Because I think that's a huge question to ask yourself, because that's a harsh reality. If you look in the mirror in the morning and you're like, is my moral compass moving in north or is it moving south, or is it kind of So,
Fair.
I have some screenshots that from some conversations with the CEOs of this company. And I think they explicitly show and prove that this level of meanness is really starting from the top. And I can't make this up. I'm not wishing ill. I'm not bullying. I wish all the best for the Butlers. I want you guys to know that. But I am going to show people the true colors of who they are. And there's a difference. There's a difference in that and bullying. I want y'all to know that. All right.
Okay.
Now I'm going to bring on.
I also just want to say, it's not really bullying either. When you're a business that asks the public to come and join you, right? And then the public does, and then someone says, whoa, this isn't cool at all. It's actually treating me really badly. You can't then be like, oh, they're bullying me. It's a public company that sells products. Any review of the product should be absolutely fine with them. Even if someone says this product sucks and I hate it and throws it in the trash on camera, they should still, as the CEOs of an alleged corporation, right, their little MLM, they should be able to just see that and be like, oh shit, a negative review, and move on with the day, right? They shouldn't then be attacking that person or writing posts with cigars telling them that we're all about to go to war or something. Like World War III is about to break out because Amanda Brunson left fucking Arieyl and wants her Rain Beauty back. Like, like that's too much. That's just goes to show not everyone should run a business. And the issue with right now is anyone can just go and start an MLM company. I don't know if that's good. We should probably stop that from happening.
My guest, because this is someone that has been a top leader in their company. She has witnessed all of these things firsthand and then some. She's a spitfire too. She's funny. And I think I will let her introduce herself. Welcome. Hi.
Hi, how are you guys? Hello.
Why don't you go ahead and tell us who you are and just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hey guys, so for those that don't know me, my name is Jennifer Marook, or I guess the infamous JM, as some of the new papes may know me.
Yeah.
I was one of the top people, put that in quotation marks.
I'm going to give you this stage.
Thank you.
Hang on. Hold, please.
So I was one of the top people at, I'm glad you noticed that, Sarah. Thank you very much. So I was one of the top people at Arieyl. I came in running like crazy when I joined them in March of 2022.
Okay.
I exited end of October 2024. So fairly recent.
Okay.
And me and Amanda we're gonna go over screenshots and conversation and things like that. But there's a couple things that I want to settle. I want to.
And I like that this is happening. I like this. This is good. This is a good thing that's happening here. Let them have their day where they get to say their piece. Because we know that these companies will do anything that they can to try to silence them. So if they have like a few friends of theirs that they can get together with when they do it, I'm all for it. You guys are now best friends. Hold each other down. Be there for each other. Get through this recovery together. Don't join another one of these things. It's just going to put you through all of this all over again somewhere else. You don't need that. You're too good for that. And just, quite frankly, ladies, burn the fucking place down.
Settle with you guys because I think everybody deserves to have their voice heard. And although I have said some things here and there, for the most part, I've been fairly quiet. Okay. So first things first, why now? Right? This is probably one of the most common questions. Jen, you left in October. Why are you talking now? Why am I talking now? I literally wrote down, no lie. I'm talking now because one, after speaking with other people, there's more proof to the concerns I had, right? If you guys watch me, thank you guys so much. If you watch me speak online, I say every single time, this is about public safety, like just moral compass, running the business an ethical way, okay? This is not about public attacks. This isn't about individuals. This is about doing things correctly and people's safety, okay? Their mental health, and now, unfortunately, their physical health may be in question. And I will say over and over again, I know that Amanda just went over some COAs with you guys, and I've continued to say, I will show you what concerned me. You decide if it concerns you.
Fair.
Okay? I'm not out here twisting arms. No one here is trying to twist arms. We're trying to say, hey, here's all the red flags we saw. If you saw all these red flags, like, how do you feel? You form your own opinion. Nobody's here trying to blackmail you, scare you, or anything of that sort. We're trying to.
I feel like they're really stressing that because of the post that Travis put out. All like, don't let people exploit you and get revenge porn from you.
To educate you. Because here's the hard truth about MLM. You guys are going to hear me talk a lot about MLM tonight, so might as well just buckle up and get a little uncomfortable. Because guess what? This isn't just an Arieyl issue. This is an entire industry issue. The manipulation, the gaslighting, the lies, the cult behaviors, the cult behaviors, the cult behaviors, the cult behaviors. Do I need to say again? The cult behaviors. Okay. It is everything. Okay. Everything about making sure that the right thing is done. Sarah, this isn't just about, when did I ever say this is about getting my friend's beauty brand back? Go ahead and find me the words. Yes, that's a great point. I would love for her to get her beauty brand back. That's the tip of the iceberg, okay? That's the tip of the iceberg. This is what I'm
Right.
trying to get people to understand. This is so much more than just a beauty brand and getting that back.
Yeah.
This is
Okay.
so much
Yeah.
more.
Sorry. I have to chime in on this because this is exactly what I was just talking about. This started with that. Okay. But if you've watched every episode of this, I'll be honest with you. That has been the least of my worries. I love.
I'll also say that if you go through the posts at the beginning of this stream, we did that. You will see that at first she really was just announcing that she left. You know, she was just saying, hey, I left, you know, and I asked for my Rain brand back. After that, they had a bunch of Huns posting up salty posts with her beauty products. So when they did that, she kind of went, oh, okay. It looks like this is going to be a bit of a fight. So that's when she did her post showing screenshots. If they had just let her post up that she was leaving and then just not responded, like you would think a company would just ignore that, none of this would have come to light, maybe. She would have just been like, yeah, I announced it, you know, and the rest of it would have gotten handled behind the scenes. It's not like she came out here showing off the letter and the contracts right away, going, this is what they did to me, guys. Look at this. That's not what happened here. And that is how they're trying to paint it. And it's like, yeah, okay, maybe she's a little salty about wanting to get her brand back for $1 like she's supposed to be able to. But I think she has a right to be, especially at this point, and with how they're trying to paint this.
My beauty brand, right? But I can create a beauty brand any day of the week. I've done it already. I know what I'm doing. I'm confident in my ability to do that. I'm confident in the brand that I had. It's kind of like if they want Rain Beauty that bad, it means it's that fucking good, you know? So I would much rather alarm people of what's really going on. And if you know me, if I'm willing to do that versus fight for my makeup that I created, then that's saying something. I'm sorry. I'll give you the floor back. I just had to say that.
Okay. No, it's fine. I mean, it's fine. People can view. It's about the understanding that this is so much bigger than I think anybody thought this was going to be, right? And when one person started to say, hey, this happened to me, this was weird, and another person confirms it, and then someone else has proof of it, and you start to look around and you're like, wait a second, this is not normal. This is not normal. This is not freaking normal, guys. And you can be triggered. You can send everybody to watch. Put me on the big screen. Whatever you got to do, whatever makes you happy. Act like I wasn't a ride or die for 2.5 years of my life. Act like I wasn't.
And that's the thing that you need to hear, is that they will be a ride or die for 2.5 years of their life. They'll dedicate it. You can dedicate 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. You can give 20 years of your life to a company like this. And then the second that you leave, nothing that you did matters. Nothing you did matters. They'll act like you were always anti-MLM and that they have always hated you. Unfortunately, one of the worst things about leaving is realizing that these alleged friends in this family that you thought you were a part of it's a conditional friendship. And the condition is that you're in the MLM, selling products and doing the whole Hunbot thing with them. As soon as that condition isn't met, those friendships disappear. But it's not just the friendships that disappear, it's anything you ever did. Right? People that you literally had helped will be in your comment section going, you never did shit for us. Because it's that black and white. A lot of black and white thinking.
Because you know what happened? I walked away And when I walked away, it's really funny because I'm not going to show them, but I just want to read it to you guys. I have this message, right? So in my phone, it actually says, exiting Arieyl business with peace and gratitude, dated 10/25/24. So thank you, Stephanie. Dated 10/25/24. And there's been a lot of hoopla around, like, I was planning to leave beforehand. And truth would have it, no, I was not, because here's one of the messages I sent to Kristen that day. Okay. I said, I wanted to take a moment to show you extreme gratitude for the past 2.5 years. You've brought me back to God. How freaking ironic. The disgust.
Wow.
I can thank you for bringing me back to God, but you left God at some point during this friendship. So I'll just say that. The company has put food on the table for my family. You've inspired me to step into my power. You've helped validate my worth. You've made me feel like a friend when welcoming me into your home, having conversations with my husband, setting care boxes to my son, inviting me to your son's wedding. My cup has been filled many times while here, despite any hardships or adversities I faced. Thank you for opening the door to hear my side of things and for also telling me that I could come to you directly with things. I've sat with myself a lot. I've sat with God. I've sat in silence. I've walked, I've journaled, and I've ultimately made the decision that I no longer want to build a large business with Arieyl. I still want to share the products I love. Listen to this part. This is important. I still want to share the products I love, help my team that is here fulfill their dreams and goals. I just will not be personally building inside of the company. I need to explore other avenues of income. I'm looking into a few job options as well, and I'm looking into a few other companies. What more transparency could you possibly fucking want from someone? Seriously. I was not planning on resigning as I love the vision you hold for this company. I love my team and I love many of the products, but I also do not know what it will look like since I'm asking to step out of the leadership role within the company. I have many people who love the products here, and I have no intention of disturbing their peace and happiness within the company. I thought about holding off saying anything. Another important part, okay? I thought about holding off saying anything, mostly because my family desperately needs any income we can get. It's why I'm exploring other avenues of income. I'm aware this means I would not be spotlighted in the company, but I did want to be transparent up front that I've decided my heart is not inside a building with this company at this time. I don't hold any anger towards anyone here. I just know I do not feel called to build or lead here, and I want to be honest with you about that.
And part of that was probably that she wasn't making a decent income while she was in the company, right? She says, my family and I, we need money. Been here for 2.5 years, and, now I'm not making much.
I just wanted you to know that I appreciate you. I'm grateful for the sharing, and I still intend on sharing the products just from a more influencer/product lover style.
Okay.
And, I would love to hear what you guys heard about me after I left.
No, don't do that to yourself. just don't. Just don't. Not worth it. But if you heard her there, she basically said, I don't want to do the whole MLM thing, but I still want to kind of do the affiliate thing where I sell the products to people. So it wasn't even a full, I'm going to leave this whole company. I won't be using the products. I won't be selling them. I won't be doing shit. She just said, I'm not going to be building a team here. We're not going to be recruiting here now. I still want to sell products here. I won't be recruiting. And they still got that mad.
And the reasons why you thought I left. I left because I was broke. And I left because the Monday after I was not on the cruise, the Monday after they got back from the cruise, I got a call from Kristen on this phone call. Kristen, y'all, you tell on yourself way too much. And you know what the thing about me is? I don't tell on myself. You went and told everybody my military tactics. I use it for manipulation. Baby, I use it to know what I need to know, to protect myself and the people I love. And you made a mistake thinking you could call me that night. and I hope Kristen's watching because I'll say it to you directly. Baby girl, you told on yourself. You told on yourself real good that night because you decided to call me out of the blue, thinking you could catch me off guard and get me triggered. And on that phone call, I mean, you may have it recorded. I hope you do. Oh, that'd be juicy. You know, on that phone call, we were talking and you wanted to address the fact that somebody came to you with screenshots. I saw screenshots of you saying stuff about me and my company, and I'm very disturbed. And I said, I did say those things. I never once denied it. I said those things. And you know what? I probably was wrong in the moment for saying those things because one, let's be honest, it's still gossip and drama, right? It's still gossip and drama. It has to do with making sure people are clear on what I experienced, right, when I left. Okay. So I'm going to circle back. It all comes full circle, right? So anywho, I on this phone call, she questioned me about the screenshots. We had a conversation about that. And then after we spoke about this, she was asking, I told her, I said, listen, like I admit to what I did, but you are aware that everybody in this company is doing this. Your top income earners, your bestie boos, every leader, there's whole ass calls, like literally talking about separating from you guys. Like it's a thing. Like it's everybody's doing it. And I don't say that. And I literally say, I don't say this to dismiss my own guilt. I don't.
But maybe fix the company. Oftentimes when you first have that conversation with someone like the CEO, you're hoping that by telling them that, they'll take that as constructive criticism, you know, sit with it for a minute, self-reflect and go, how can we make this company better for our distributors so that they aren't all planning on leaving us all the time? But that's based on who Travis is and who Kristen seems to be here. Probably won't get that.
I literally did it because I'm looking at here. I'm like, I didn't just do it because of my own guilt, right? I did it because it was like the environment, right? The environment that was occurring around me. I need to stop looking at comments. That's why I'm getting distracted. I'm actually going to do this real quick.
Alrighty.
Okay. I was like, oh, I can turn it off. Just kidding. So anyway, we had this conversation and she was like, you know, if that's the case, then send me screenshots of other people that were saying things.
Wow.
If you're ever asked to send screenshots, just don't. Just don't. Honestly, because it puts you in a sticky situation at the end of the day. It really does. It puts you in the middle of things that you don't want to be in the middle of, and you don't know how they're going to be used against you and another person.
That's right.
That's just a lesson that I've learned along the way. So I politely declined. I said, no, I will not send you any screenshots. And why am I bringing this up? Because I'm like, guys, like you need to question just like, what is really going on here? So anyway, we had that phone call. During that, I let her know that
like we shouldn't be intimidating people like this. And like getting people to send screenshots of other people and like all that. It makes sense sometimes that distributors get together and they have calls going, are you making money? Because like I'm doing everything over here. And I'm lucky if I make like $30. Like, what am I doing wrong? What are you doing to get all this money? And eventually, once you get high up enough, people start telling you, girl, I have to buy it all myself. You know? And then you start waking up and going, nobody is as successful in this thing as they're all pretending to be. What the heck is going on? And that's kind of what she's saying she's experienced here. And let me tell you, that's normal. That's normal in the MLMs. What's not normal is for the CEO to then go and try to like chase down these people and intimidate them in some way. That's weird. That's very cult-like.
Her people had been saying all sorts of things there. And she didn't really understand why I was protecting them because according to her, her top two people, the people that I looked up to and spoke to the most, had always been telling on me for 2.5 years. I don't know why you're protecting them. They tell on you all the time. I've been getting screenshots and hearing you're a problem the whole time you've been here.
Now, I will say you don't always know if that's true, right? Like, she could be saying that in hopes that you're then like, oh yeah, for sure, screw those girls. Here's a bunch of screenshots. But it is funny that she's willing to throw them under the bus.
Interesting. So when that was said to me, she may not know it, but that took a piece of me. You know, a lot of people stay even when they're not making money because of like loyalty and friendship and family and all of those feelings.
Uh-huh.
And when you hear something like that, you're like, man, I really don't have anybody.
That's right.
I don't have anybody. And that's how I felt in the moment. I felt like I don't have anybody. And I didn't really react to it or say much to it. I was just hurt.
Good. Not that you were hurt.
I was just hurt. So anyway, I say all that to say we had that conversation. Fast forward 5 days later, I was looking at other things.
It is. It's really sad. It's really painful, especially when it's people you've known for like, you know, a couple years. Like most friendships that go for 2 years, you know, and they're talking to your kids and your husband and that kind of thing. Most of the time, those friendships are good. Got each other's back, you know? But in MLMs, that's not the case. And they'll turn their back on you as soon as you leave the company.
To make money, I wanted to sell their product, was pretty clear about that in my message. And posted a picture of a patch in my stories. She gave me some eyeballs because she was watching my stuff to kind of see what was going on. Not faulting you for that. I'm just stating that's what happened, right? And in a moment, I was like, you know, I'm just always going to be under a microscope at this point. I'm always going to be under a microscope. And it just wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. So anyway, I sent that resignation. I left, all the things. And it's funny because there's been so many stories told about why I left, how I left. I left because I wasn't making money. I didn't have options to make other things. And when I sent that text, we had a secondary phone call. And on that secondary phone call, I again reiterated, I love my team. I would really like to take care of them. And I was just told, sorry, that's not an option. And listen, you know what? As like a top ranked leader, I was like, okay, maybe I just can't collect on my team. Can I be an influencer? And she said, no, you can't be an influencer.
Because that's not what it's about. And it's not about the products. It's about recruiting people because the main customers are the distributors. Recruit people, make them a distributor so that they buy the products to stay at the rank, right?
You can't be an influencer because they have to abide by the same rules. They have to abide by the same rules, so you can't promote anything else. And I'm just like, all right, well then I told her, I'm really gonna have to think about it. Like, this is really tough for me. I wanted to keep the door open, as you can see by that message.
How come they had to send their best friends to come and comment? Are they too embarrassed to come and comment themselves? I mean, they're already getting exposed. What's the point in keeping things secret now, guys? Danielle says, do not respond to Jay or Sarah. They are not worth it. They are the BFF of the butlers. If they need to speak, they have their own platform to do so. That's right.
I didn't have the chance to. Okay. So anyway, I left. That happened. And then things were said, right? And it is what it is at that, right? And things were said that did hurt my feelings and did trigger me at times. And I say all that to say that even after I left, this was not supposed to be where I ended up at the end of this, right? So I left experiencing a lot of things while I was there, kind of thinking that I was just alone. And then then
you should go to this link after you leave an MLM. Write a post. Tell them, I just left. Look at this crazy stuff that's been happening, and share your story. And then you'll realize you're not alone.
I started talking to other people and other people left. That's when more things started to pop up, and it's kind of like putting puzzle pieces together. And you can think, oh, this is Mean Girl. This is, you know, whatever you want to think it is.
Mm-hmm. What people do. Oh, it's just like a small business, stay-at-home mom tea stuff. You realize our entire world is run by Amway and Scientology right now? Does anyone care?
Right? It's like you have these light bulbs and pieces are just going together and you're like, oh, this is why didn't I see any of this? Why didn't I see any of this? Why didn't I see what I felt like I should have saw? And if there's one thing I'm going to make clear on here before we do get into like the things we're going to speak about with Amanda, I want to personally say that I'm sorry for being a shitty person to a lot of people. And I know somebody's probably going off on this. What's it have to do with public safety? When you're a shithead to people, sometimes you just owe them a damn apology. And a lot of people I've personally apologized to. Because I said a lot of nasty things I had no business saying. And I participated in gossip. And that's not to blame other people. That's to own what I did. Right? So I don't know what how you want to twist my apology, but good luck with that. Anyway, so I just want to own my behaviors when I was with that company because I was not a nice person to a lot of people, and it just doesn't sit well with me. I'm not really in the MLM.
None of us were. None of us were, JM. It's okay. Protect this woman at all costs. None of us were. And honestly, that's almost the first step right there after you leave. You know, you leave, you got to take some time to process what just happened and what is going on, because a lot of times there are attacks from the other people. Sometimes the CEOs come at you. Even if you're tiny and you're like, I didn't even know that you knew I existed. What the hell? Like, it's a lot of craziness. And once, you know, you have some time to kind of figure that all out, the next step is to kind of realize the bad behaviors that you had when you were in the MLM, to try to make that right with people in your life as well. Very much like when you're going through recovery from drugs and you have to go do apologies. You know, you reach out to friends and family that maybe you promoted this to. You reach out to people that you know, and I'm sure you have a couple in your life, sorry, that tried to like tell you not to do this. They're like, don't join those things. They're scammy and culty. Don't do it. And reach out to them and be like, hey, man, you know, I just want to let you know, you were right. You were right. I'm really going through it now with these people. Holy hell. And, you know, if you did any behaviors that you have to make right, like you were mean to someone and you want to apologize, you do that. And then you got to kind of admit to yourself some of the things that you did were not cool. Even in terms of just marketing the products. I used my daughter a lot to market when I was in Sensi, for example. I've done live streams about how MLM shouldn't have people use their family members to help speak out about it more and own my behavior in terms of doing that. And yeah, you apologize to people for, you know, the product's probably not having the best ingredients and not doing your research when you should have. And you explain to people that this whole industry is like, they indoctrinate you. You know, I wasn't myself. I turned into a Hunbot. And most people, believe it or not, will accept your apologies. And most people will go, yeah, you know what? That's cool. As long as you're willing to be like, yeah, that was shitty behavior I did back then when I was in those. Shouldn't have done any of that stuff. Most people are pretty forgiving of it, especially if they were your family or friends, because to them, now they're getting you back, right? You were just a Hunbot for 2.5 years. Now you're JM again. And they just want to hang out with JM again. They just miss her. They miss the woman that they knew before you joined, you know? So a lot of them are just happy to get that person back. You know, especially, like I said, if they're a friend or family member, you feel like you lost that person for a bit. They weren't themselves. And then it's like they come back to you, you know? And you'd be surprised, I think, how many people are going to be forgiving and be okay with that. Our community also. We have interviewed people, had them tell their stories. do apologies up on many, many anti-MLM creators' live streams. And sometimes telling your story helps, just like you're kind of doing here. You know, and you don't have to go on like any anti-MLM channels or, you know, reach out to the community if you're not ready for that or whatever. Don't do that. But I hope that by you doing this here with Amanda that night, that you did get some closure. And I hope that the people in your life are accepting your apologies and embracing you again. And that, you know, you can just maybe look at some of the resources out here for anti-MLM. Check out freedomofmind.com, read up on the bite model to sort of understand what happened to you. Because then you kind of look back too after a while and then you go, why did I do all that? Like, that's not like me at all. Like, what did they do to me to get me to become that person? And then that's kind of like the third step. And then you're like, then you got to deprogram yourself, you know? And I thought that a good place to start with that is looking through the bite model and going through and just kind of thinking about your experience in the MLM and even some of the things you did. Sorry, to maybe add to that for other people. And that can be very helpful for you to kind of be like, holy shit, this thing really is a cult and brainwashed me. You know, just some good places to start.
Space at this moment for that reason, because I just didn't feel like it was fitting with me anymore based on the behaviors I was seeing throughout the industry. Okay. All right, let's circle back around. I just wanted to share a little of my story, why and my experience of leaving and all that. I'm not going to even go into like, I saw this and she said that, and like, we'll go down the rabbit hole as we go. Amanda, I don't know if you want to pop on and kind of continue this discussion a little bit more. I got super off track because I was reading comments, and I'm only
glad that happened because you guys are like messaging me when I'm live, and you're like, "Stop looking at the comments," and I'm like, "It's hard." Like,
it's hard. I clicked the button so that I couldn't, like, the comments are still there for you guys.
Yeah,
I clicked the button so I couldn't see that because I was like, "Oh no, I literally just squirrel brained so hard." Yeah. So I was like, oh no, we're going to circle back. So anyway, right. We started to have communication. You know, Amanda was,
I think I've addressed this already, Sarah. This is the thing. I think I've already addressed this. I don't really care, baby girl. You can keep commenting if you want to, but this is bigger than a beauty brand, and you are Delulu. That's all I can say. And if that's a bully comment, then I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure your name's also probably not Sarah Madonna. So
it is. She lives like less than an hour from me. We actually went to lunch.
Yeah, they send people with fake names, and that's great. But the thing is that I really genuinely don't understand how people can look at this and think this is okay. Like, if this was like, if you had given your daughter a product that made her feel high and that she was going to be a college athlete, you wouldn't want to know. Y'all are wild.
It's a literally like, just take whatever receipts. Okay. Take that. You don't have to take our words. You don't have to take our opinions, our thoughts, our feelings, or nothing. We just want you to see what we saw, because this is what we keep trying to explain. When I left, I experienced things there that I went, that was weird. I asked for specific things. I asked about all different things when it came to ingredients and products. Okay. And I never really got a straight answer. Yeah. I probably didn't push it enough. I kick myself all the time for that. Okay. Yeah. But it's when you get into conversations with other people and you're like, oh, you experienced that too. That happened to you. Oh, this is what you found out. It's like putting the pieces together, and we're just going to say, hey, here, do with it what you will. Do with it what you will, guys. Seriously. Like, this is your decision at the end of the day, how you want to feel about it. And this is also why Amanda's not going down the rabbit hole on the COAs. Like, go look at it yourself. And if you look at it and you're like, listen, if you look at it and you're like, I feel perfectly okay with this and everything sits well with me, then go about your business by all means. We're just sharing, like, this is what raised concern.
It's awareness. It's the same thing as, like, if, you know, like, for my kids play sports, right? For me, it's the same thing if they were going to be around someone that was could be harmful to them. Like, this is awareness. If you think we're not in the world and day and age of spreading awareness, we are. We should be spreading awareness of anything that we can. If you have a platform and you're not sharing awareness of something, then I don't know where your moral compass is going again. Anyway, so, and Sarah, you're absolutely right. But guess what? Lawyers and complaints don't raise as much awareness as 147 people sitting on a live, and you are one of those.
Right.
And the reason I saw people saying, block them, I didn't, because whoever's on your page can see that you're having activity here, and they're not drinking the Kool-Aid like you are. So thank you for introducing all of your people to what's really going on and the truth of this. Because
I mean, at the end of the day, it's like yes, we try to block people for our peace of mind, but you guys also have to understand, like, can they not just go make another account? Like, let's just be so for real. Like, they can just go make another account at the end of the day. But yes, if someone's being argumentative, like, you can feel free to block them. I'm not looking to. And another thing is I don't want to fester people up. And like, I keep trying to reiterate this too. We don't want people going to other people's pages and harassing them, slandering them, calling, like, we don't want any of that. And I don't know if that's happened. I don't think it's happened. I can't see their stuff. I hope it's not, but that's not the purpose of it. The purpose is, if you know somebody that had used these products, like, I was the top person there. I had a large team. I had a lot of customers. My people are going to see this, and I want them to see it. Right. So I think that's something to
I think what else is something is the fact that both of our faces are beet red, which means there's a blood pressure problem. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and share these screenshots just because I want to be able to share that. I feel like y'all don't realize how small this actually is. You want some attention, baby girl, I'll give it to you. Okay.
It is, but you know what's funny though? Like, can we stop on this for a second? It is small in the sense of, like, network marketing is in its own bubble, and Arieyl is like a bottom feeder. Like, let's be so for real. Like, nobody knows who they are. So people are like, who's Arieyl? I didn't even know who this company was. So yes, like, in a sense, this is very small. But
it is a part of the bigger picture. In terms of MLMs, commercial cults, and why they should be illegal in every country and seen as a pyramid scheme instead of accepted, legal, and socially acceptable in most cases.
Guess what? This was my entire world for 2.5 years, and everybody in my circle knew who this was. Yes. So
it's like, sweetie, the anti-MLM subreddit is going on like over 500,000 members here. You got tons of channels out here with thousands of subscribers that would support both of you doing this 100%. It's like, have they not found us yet?
I feel like they deserve to know what is going on amongst
they
all
do.
of it. Like I said, like, you could be mad about it. At the end of the day, that's fine. It's like, you can feel how you feel, but I'm just like, it's just, people can take with it.
But also, her calling it small just goes to show you, obviously, these people that are running this thing, if that's their bestie, and they're over here like, this is just small. No one cares. No one cares that we're lying about the ingredients in our products and intimidating people behind the scenes. All right? It's just small.
What they want. And I can't
read the
comments. I'm not reading comments. So you're reading it. I'm not.
Okay. So we're going to talk about, thank you, Nicholas. We're going to actually show this one. Yes. There we go. Okay. We're going to go over these screenshots, and then that way,
yeah, give me something to get me on track.
It's okay. I mean, honestly, it's like, that's why you make outlines for every single thing.
Okay. I think it's tough it's like, how do you explain to people, yes, we need to talk about public safety. And part of it also comes down to, like, MLM culty behaviors and manipulation is part of it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care that you don't think that's public safety. It is public safety.
Like Renee says, it's not small when you give your pregnant daughter these products. Absolutely. Think of that. That's wild.
Yeah, ingredients that they're told are not there. They need to know every ingredient shouldn't be kept. Should never be kept from them.
So, this is a conversation that I was given permission to share, and it might be hard to read, and I can post this also, but this is basically how things kind of happen within this company. And as soon as I saw this, because obviously, like I said, we're all in a group chat, and when someone's like, well, this is how I was talked to, or this is how I was talked to, and I think that this really proves that things drip down and things trickle downhill, and that's just how it is. But so it says, what this is a leader in the company that came over as one of the first 25, right? Jen? She came over.
Danielle or the other person?
The other person.
Yes, she was one of, I mean, I don't know if it was top 25, but she's definitely one of the top.
I'm pretty sure she was one of the first people to come over. But
Okay.
Danielle, who is this picture with the dress here, was a corporate member on their corporate staff. I also don't know if you guys realize how many corporate members that have actually worked for them for years are expressing the same story that everybody has. Like, we can't all be wrong, right? But anyway, so this is a message from Kristen, the CEO, to a top leader in the company that was still with Arieyl at the time, basically telling her, not gonna lie, this hurts my heart that you are hearting posts that are bashing me, my family, and Arieyl. Now, mind you, if you zoom in, you can see that post is not actually bashing them at all. I don't know where that even came from. But we have nothing but love for you. I've offered to help you. That's where this always goes. That's the direction this always goes, is I don't know why you're treating me this way. I've always helped you. And the conversation goes further, where this leader comes back and says, I'm so sorry that this hurt your feelings. That was not my intention. Basically, she kind of goes into it a little bit, right? I truly love Danielle, all the things. You guys can pause this, zoom in, and read it. I'm not going to take up your whole night.
Here's where it gets good.
We have never told anyone not to contact her. Now, mind you, that is always the thing. Every time somebody leaves, we are all thrown into a group chat.
Wow.
Lord, please raise your hand if I'm telling the truth. Right into Jesus. We're all thrown into a group chat and said, go block this person right now. And furthermore saying, and I don't care how bad that makes me look. I don't care how bad that makes me sound. Everyone, if you're a leader or ever been in a leadership chat with this company, you know that you've been told to block somebody. Straight up, period.
That's how it goes in every MLM, by the way. Not just this one. They're told, block them. If you're ever in a place that starts telling you to block people for like no reason, just like block that person. And they're like, yeah, block them off your personal account. Especially if it's someone that you like don't know, don't have a problem with. Just, be wary of that. Ask yourself, why is this person trying to control who you talk to?
So, we have never been told when and then she didn't when I didn't even see it said that, Jen.
You didn't see it said that? That's why I was like, oh, here we go.
She is referring to when Jennifer got caught talking shit about everyone and left. Please tell me what CEO talks to their leadership build like this. When Arieyl people do comment on her post, we reached out to see if they were going with her or staying here, which is also not a thing. It shouldn't be anyways. No one was ever terminated. Everyone who had an account closed was because they resigned. As far as Danielle,
pause. So let's just talk about this real quick. I left because I was talking shit. You think that's why I left? You really think that's why I left? I literally told you everyone in the company's been talking shit the whole time I've been there. That's all that's occurred. Okay?
What kind of CEO talks to their leadership field like this?
That's all that's occurred, okay? And I think it's weird that you want to spin it as Jen got caught talking shit. I've literally told countless people about the shit I've talked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I've owned it because I know that I did it, right? Just like when we were on the phone, I said, I know that I did it. I know that I said this, right? And then as far as people's accounts, maybe you didn't go in and terminate them, but I don't know what it's called when you go in and you lock somebody's account, with no warning, no email, nothing beforehand. You just go in and you start locking people's accounts. I left
Right.
on my own because I knew I needed extra money for my family. And I knew that this wasn't a healthy environment for me to be in anymore. It, like, you guys act like she acts like I left like a shit. What is with, why do they talk about people like we're their children? It's very odd. And you guys will notice that as we talk about this more and more. Like, it's literally like they're
You're
waving a finger.
family.
Like I walked away like a shameful toddler that was like put in a corner. Like, she got caught gossiping and now she left the cool. Like, no, that is not why I left. I left because after those conversations, I realized that it was never going to go the way I wanted it to. I had no option to keep the door open because they weren't going to give me the option, right? I had already been told that everybody I thought was a safe space wasn't a safe space. And the only reason I was there at that time was because of loyalty and friendship, not because I was making money.
And it's funny because it's like, imagine them saying to her, like, everyone talks shit about you all the time to me, blah, blah, blah. But then also expecting her not to leave for sure after that. Like, she was going to stay after they told her that.
Which, hey, by the way, feel free to give my last paycheck that you verbally told me on the phone you were going to give me. And you said, don't worry, you don't have to wait till November. You can leave and we'll just give it to you. Never saw that paycheck. And you're probably going to say, oh, it's because you said XYZ. Well, I don't know about you, but when a mom's trying to feed her family, keep a roof over her head, I'd probably at least give a shit about the kids enough to give them a paycheck, which at that time, feel free to go through the screenshots and whatever you think I said or posted and tell me how bad it was, bad enough for you to revoke on your word, saying that you never keep people's money, which I'll just let the people in the comments go on about, hey, if anybody's ever kept money from you at Arieyl, feel free to drop it below because I know I'm not the only one that's experienced that as well. Like, let your voice be heard. Anyway, continue.
I'll tell you, this Vandal is the only, I'll show this one just for a second. Thank you, Nicholas. You're the best. So I want you to look at this screenshot. Yes, you might have to, if you have old eyes, zoom in, but this one is what got me. This right here is the screenshot that made me lose my whole self about an hour before my live because I've never seen anything like this. And this goes so much deeper than just, you know, your leader left or this or that, or we don't know why you're doing this, or we don't know why you would publicly, you know, it's like a corporate staff member leaves and no one's allowed to like them anymore. Like, what do you even mean? So but the words in here, please zoom in to read, because it says, as far as Danielle, which was the corporate member, and this is from Kristen, the CEO, I guess it is hard for me to wrap my head around why you still have love for her. And I'm going to tell you, I stood up. I stood up and paced my house because, and I'll go back to it in a second, but that literally, I don't care if I never read anything else. Yes, the COAs bother me. Yes, the products and the ingredients bother me. All of it bothers me. But you saying you can't understand why someone has love for someone else is fucked up with an A at the end. I'm like, are we joking? Think about this. If someone told you, no matter who it is, I just can't understand why you still have love for her. What? This is wild. Okay, I'll show you the rest now. I'm sorry. Jesus. Whew. I didn't even read the rest. I mean, there was other stuff in there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the part of the Facebook was it started over. Hang on. Let me go back to the end. Heather, for sure.
I had a question. Was that binary comment after things changed?
Which one?
The last picture.
Oh, yes, it was. And that's I have that coming as well.
That's a different conversation. But I just saw that and I was like, I wonder if that was before or after that change, because that did get moved a little bit, you know, at one point in time as far as the rules around that.
I'm just going to read the rest of this. She is trying to destroy Arieyl, which if you rewind and zoom in where you can see the dress hanging up, and I don't know if
There's a
Danielle,
whole
I don't know
post.
if Danielle really went into that story a whole lot. I don't think she
Yeah.
did. I don't want any more drama than there needs to be. But this is the thing. It's someone liking someone's post. It is not drama. It's not. Please. And then obviously the person goes into the binary. She did say I could say her name, but I was choosing not to. But anyway, so but this is a fear tactic, right? And so what I want to show you though is the screenshot after this is really what got me to. The one got me. So I didn't know any of that. They're talking about moving her with what they never do that. That's ironic that that's in this whole thing when that wasn't even the main focus of it. Imagine.
I just think it's ironic that there's like a lot of accusations about mean girling and bullying. And then they want to circle back to like, what about public safety? What about mental health? What about the bullying and mean girling? What about the guilt trips? What about the gaslighting? Like, what about any of that? You think that doesn't count?
Right.
You think that doesn't fall in line with everything that you're accusing other people of? Like, it's just, it just doesn't make sense to me. I'll never.
So we can't really do a screenshot. I'll post them. That's fine. So this one says, so Kristen comes back and she's like, I'm trying to help anyone who's direct, blah, blah, blah. So the leader comes back and says, I got it. That makes sense. I hope that we are okay, right? Because now there's a fear in this leader that she's not okay with her CEO. I hope that we're okay. I removed my heart or like from her post and will be more mindful moving forward.
Imagine you like somebody's post and the CEO, your boss, shows up and says, you've got to unlike that.
I literally almost shed actual tears of it. That's the end of it. So I'll bring it back to us. But
it's just, it makes me sad. We really did like blood, sweat, and tears with these people. Like, I know, Amanda, you may not have experienced it as much, but
thank God.
We really did ride very hard for them. And it's really painful to look back and see how blind we were. Like, you ride so hard for people and then you find out what they said about you. Right. Or what you find out they really wanted from you in Amanda's example. Right. Like,
you find out that you weren't actually their friends. You were just their downline. And that they talked about you behind your back a lot. Sucks.
You figure that stuff out and it just makes it even more heartbreaking. And you're like, dang, like up until the day I left, literally was still trying to keep that door open. And,
right, like Sweet says, you don't see it while you're in it.
That final conversation was really hard, but I left on okay terms. I wasn't on the best terms. That last call really did sit with me wrong, but I left just kind of thinking, what the hell just happened? And then the farther away I got, the more I saw. And this is where I like call into question, like MLM cult behavior. You don't see it. There was a quote somebody said it earlier on something I was listening to, and it was like, you can't see red flags when you're wearing rose-colored glasses because they just look like normal flags. And that hit me really hard because I'm like, this is something that everybody needs to be aware of in general. Like, I'm talking generally speaking. I want you guys to walk away from this live and be like, I just need to look into things a little bit more. I need to open my eyes a little bit more. I need to not be afraid to ask questions. Just because you think someone is a friend doesn't mean you can't ask for things. Like, if you really need clarity around something, if you really need answers around something, it shouldn't just be, oh, you should trust me. Oh, you should trust me. Don't you trust my judgment? Don't you trust that I would do this right? Like, it shouldn't just be left up to that. And I know that's really hard for people to hear, but if you're going to be a business owner, period, whether it's MLM or not, you have to learn to be a critical thinker. And I think part of what pains me is that's who I was for a really long time. And anybody that knows me can say that about me. And I just got so deep into wanting to be loved and to be friends and to rub elbows with people that I just started to ignore things that I normally wouldn't ignore. Or I started to keep secrets that I normally wouldn't keep. And that still bothers me. Like, I'll probably just apologize to that, like, for the rest of my life, because I carry that guilt, you know what I mean, with me a lot. I'm like, I brought people into this. I didn't ask enough questions. I just blindly trusted a lot of things inside of it. And that was that's hard for me to look back on. And that's not to blame anybody besides myself. Like literally, that's not to blame anyone besides myself, because I look back on conversations. I look back on things I've said, on how I behaved, on people I cut off, like people I cut off that I literally didn't even know. Like I barely knew them. All I knew was their opinion of them, but I felt like I had to cut them off. Nobody said like, oh my God, you know, like we're going to do XYZ if you don't, but you just kind of get put in this situation where you're like, I don't know, like I said, you become a ride or die. It's a painful thing to look back on. There's still a lot of healing, and I left. I ran really hard.
Still early. You didn't leave that long ago. Still early in the recovery phase.
My business after that, because I knew that I had to pay bills, or I had to make up income. And you know what happened? By middle to end of January, I broke. I literally broke. I went down to Florida to another event thinking I was going to have the time of my life, and I was heartbroken. I was so heartbroken. I literally sobbed for 3 hours in a hotel room because I realized I just left and I didn't heal and process anything. And that's when a couple of weeks later, I eventually, took off for some of February. And I also say that to say that if you're just struggling, it doesn't have to be this company. It could be any company. It could be in life. Like, give yourself grace.
Yes.
It's okay to own what you did wrong. And it's also okay to give yourself time to heal. And I think the best thing you could do is to just not try to hide from it. You know, like that's one thing.
Right.
Like I just tried to hide and tuck it away and be like, I never did that. I never said that. I never was that. This never happened to me. And yeah, like I said, it broke me. It took me a really long time to get back to that place. So I say all that to say that this is not just happening here. It's happening in a lot of places. And you guys just have to open your eyes a little bit more. And if you start to question things where you are, no matter where it is, if you start to question things, like just ask someone on the outside. I wish I would have done that. My God, why didn't I just ask somebody on the outside of the bubble? Like, does this sound normal to you? Does this seem normal to you? And I feel like I probably would have.
It's because of the us versus them mentality. It's because of the bite model, the information control. You're told not to seek outside sources. And even if you are someone that thought you had critical thinking skills, they will brainwash you into not using those skills anymore. That's why it happened. And that's why I say a really good place to start after you leave an MLM is freedomofmind.org, just to learn about the bite model, what it is. That way you know all of these control tactics. And then if you can understand those things a little bit, you'll start to understand why it was that you fell for this, didn't use your critical thinking skills and all of that. And it all starts to make a lot more sense. And it may sound bad, but you'll also not feel as guilty. Because although, yes, you are accountable for the things that you have done in the MLM, there is some extra closure in knowing that that's not you. You only did those things because somebody brainwashed you in a cult and had you do those things. Had it not been for the MLM cult, these things would have never happened. And so I think it's important that you guys do some of that and start sort of deprogramming
things a little bit faster, but I didn't. I would ask people inside the bubble. I would ask people inside the bubble, does this sound normal? And they're like, yeah, right? Because you're all in the same club at the time. You're like, I'm like, oh man. So I just wanted to say that too, because that was part of the journey for me. And I think that's something that I want to make very evident when I continue to share my personal healing journey, is that I really want people to give themselves grace when it comes to all of it. Like I said, acknowledge it, take ownership. Don't beat yourself up too hard, but there's healing to be done. That's for sure.
I'm trying to see. I don't have Ashley Fisher blocked, so I'm not really sure. But I mean, I guess if she wants to comment under her own, if it's that important to you, I will definitely look into that further, just so you can be here too.
It's just weird. It's like
0.01%.
It's like, it's unprofessional. It's a masterclass in how to tank your credibility. Who said we care about our credibility?
Yeah. I mean, and this isn't taking our credibility. That's why you're here. You're here because you're worried about it tanking someone's credibility that doesn't give a shit about you.
Yeah.
Like, I promise you. So I really don't care. You commenting keeps engagement on this, and it shows people that there needs to be more attention here, and that's exactly what we want. So thank you.
I mean, it's really, I think it just makes me sad because this isn't supposed to be.
You're welcome.
It isn't supposed to be people versus people at the end of the day. You know, like, it's really not.
Right.
I get it. Like, people are triggered and people are mad and people don't want to accept their actions. But when you become a business owner, you're going to be put on the hot seat. And I'm sure Amanda and many other people can speak to that. You're going to be put on the hot seat. Your behaviors, your ethics, your morals, how you treat people are going to be, you're under a microscope. You literally signed up for that. Okay. Like, I think Amanda's actually going to shirt that says hashtag not CEO material, right? Because she's like, it's just stressful.
Yeah.
And it's not
people said, you know, oh, have your own company. Then I did have my own company. I made a hell of a lot of mistakes. I don't wish to be back in that seat at all. But guess what? Yeah. Part of the reason I was able to see their red flags and not get emotionally attached to them like most of the people have is because I saw the red flags for what they were worth, because I've been there. I have been there. Okay. I didn't ever have a product that people were ingesting. I didn't ever, you know, make up lies and talk to leaders that way. None of that. Like, I've made mistakes in the industry. There's a whole YouTube video about me that people blurred their faces out. That's not what we're doing here. Okay. Like, zero facts on there, but opinion. That's not what I'm here to do. We're showing up and showing our faces because we're telling the truth, and y'all don't like the truth. That's literally all there is to it. The last
I don't even really want to.
I don't know why you have love for her. That's huge as far as a person. Go ahead, Jen. Sorry.
Yeah, I just I don't have any.
Sweet says, you actually didn't sign up for being under the cult microscope. You signed up thinking you'd be your own boss and only answer to you. Very true, right? Own your own business. Hashtag boss babe.
Interest in arguing with people that are in the comments, because it's not. This is part of healing. This is part of raising public awareness for if people think it's a safety issue, you know, do with it what you want, like all of that. Like, not here to make any sort of claims. Our journey is our journey, and that's another thing. Like, why can't people share their journey experience in MLM? Like, what is with that? What is?
We are doing it.
I don't. That's another MLM culty behavior. I'll just never understand. So you're telling me we can't talk about our experience, our pains, and our healing? Like, what frick are we doing here? Like, for real? Like, what are we doing here? Are we not told to be vulnerable and authentic and share all the things, but only share the good things? That sounds like a cult to me. Okay. Like, I don't know what else to, like, I don't know how else to put it. Okay. It's just crazy.
All right. So anyways, I'm going to share the photos of the conversation also, just so you guys that had to zoom in can take a look. I think that the biggest thing here is that there's a majority of a movement that's happening, and I don't really care who's against that because I think if you can't stand,
you know, a little bit of it is cute. It's like they think that they're now creating the anti-MLM movement. It's a little bit like, ladies, we're already here. We've already been speaking.
Up in a room where everyone is sitting down, then there's a problem there. Not everyone's a leader, and that's okay. But in this instance, the majority of the room is standing up, and there are still people that want to sit down, and that's okay too. Like, people for whatever reason, but I'm going to speak the truth. And when it comes to ingredients and harmful things, like, people deserve to know that. I don't care who you are or what your opinion is on that. This is my page, and that's my opinion, and I'm going to share what I want, and I'm going to share the facts. So you're here adding to the engagement of that, and I appreciate you. But I'm going to post those, and then tomorrow we are going to talk about some mean girl shit tomorrow. It's going to be a little bit more personal tomorrow than it even was tonight. So I don't know what to tell y'all other than see you tomorrow. Thank you, Jen. Everyone give Jen a round of virtual applause. And,
good job, Jen.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Night, guys.
Good job. Good job speaking out. Do you guys think that we got time for another one? Hey, you think we can sit through the next one?
Hello. Hi, guys. Hello, everyone. Say hello when you pop on. I'll give you a few minutes to pop on before I get started. I will tell you right off the rip, I woke up at 3:43 this morning and could not go back to sleep. So I think I yawned 14 times while my video for this was exporting. Yeah, it's exciting to be a Friday night, right? I'm sorry, Kristen. I was just saying, I don't know what's going on. Like, my internal alarm clock has been going off at 3:30 in the morning and then 6:30 in the morning. But usually I go back to sleep from 3:30 to 6:30. That didn't happen today.
Aww.
Hi. Hello, Sheenan. Hi, Ashley. I wanted to title this what you posted to my timeline, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Hey, Angie. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Tara. So, everyone, my favorite show is on. Don't get me deliriously laughing, because when I'm tired and I've been up since 3:47, I won't stop. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Alicia. So I'm going to play a little bit more of that video. There is a little bit that I didn't. I know, Tara, right? There is a little bit that I did.
Wait, she's talking about a video. Hold on. 1 second. I need to make sure that we got the right one here. I thought they were in order on here, but they might not be. So just give me a second. Let me just double check. I don't want to end up bringing up the wrong one, and I don't want to bring up her page. I don't want to bring up her page on here because she has personal pictures and other people's personal pictures. And I just I don't feel right about that. So I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure, because it might not be the right one. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, hold on.
Hello.
All right, no, this is not the right one. This is not the right one. I am sorry. I am sorry. This is not the right one. Which we want to watch. Yeah, she did have her time controlled before, right? Hold on, it's a shorter one. This is it.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Hello.
This is the other one I wanted
How's
to watch.
everyone tonight? I'm going to give everyone just a few minutes to get on. I had a screen record. I'm going to tell you, the most ironic thing about this is that originally part 2, I thought was going to complete everything, and it's not. But I have a list of people that are like, hey, can I come on your live and tell my story about them? Are you joking? First of all, of course, but wow. And so I'm like, are you free tomorrow? And then to the next person, I'm like, are you free Sunday? Like, are you free the next day and the next day? Like, are we even joking that we're going to go through the weekend and into next week with people that are like, hey, I got my hand up. It's kind of crazy. Hey, Alicia. Hey, Tara. Hey, Emily. Hey, Megan. Hey, Jeannie. Hey, Harley. So tonight I'm going to address just a couple of key points. Well, a few. And then I'm going to be honest with you. At the end of this video, I'm going to share something that was shared with me, that it's just a voice clip and it doesn't show who. I mean, you can tell the voice if you've ever known anybody in the company, but There's just some things, man, like there's some things going down that people don't know about. And girl, Megan, I'm not scared. I'm not scared because I'm only speaking the truth. Hey, Cassie. I love you, Cassie. I just saw someone shared with me your post today, and I want you to know I was thinking about you. Sorry. That just like caught me off guard. I was like, ah. It's wild when the first person starts talking openly how people feel they are finally allowed to talk. So that's crazy, right? So when you say you're scared of the backlash, like for me, yes, I get overwhelmed when talking out loud about these things, but only because in this moment, like people have shared so much with me, and it's a lot. And honestly, y'all don't know the people that are holding on to things that they're not willing to share because they're so scared. Hi, Sharon K. How are you? And
Yeah,
I think that's
scared.
honestly probably bothered me more than anything is the fact that people are holding on to things that they're scared to share. That's wild to me. Okay. It's sad to me that there has to be a fear in speaking the truth. Yeah. It's a revolutionary time in the industry. I think that, and maybe every company has similar situations, or maybe they have stuff. I'm sure they all have stuff, but I don't know that they have this kind of stuff. Okay. Imagine what isn't being said. I heard some things.
They do. All of them
in the
do.
last 24 hours that would really make you lose sleep at night. And that's all I'm going to say. Okay. Because it's not my story to tell, but, I will tell you that the only things I will ever share on here are the truth and things that I have proof of and that I can get proof. And that's just where I'm at. Right. So last night, I'm new to this platform that I'm on because I was trying to like figure out how to be on here and screen share and all that. And so that kind of like had a little gap in time. And then I thought somebody on the feed was a different person, but I only thought that because that person had put their, drawn their line in the sand on Facebook. I didn't say anything. I was just like, yo, everyone has a private life. Like if you have a private life, I have a private life. Like if you want to talk about things personally, we could do that. But I've realized in the last 24 hours how much this company can turn things into something that it's completely not. I also just got to watch the screen recording of their live, and that's where I'm going to start tonight. So again, there is a lot that I'm going to show y'all over time, even just the next 72 hours, but I can't keep y'all.
Yeah, and I've left a link in the chat of her Facebook because this is the last one we're only watching the most important ones. The one that tells her story as the JM story we just watched. And now this one where she's going to be reacting to their video. That way you guys get a feel of who Travis and Kristen are, and like I said, if you've seen Julie Anderson's video or you go watch that after you're done here, then you got a real good feel for this company and the truth about it.
For 6 hours in one night. Okay. So what I want you to know is that for the next however many days, until I tell you we don't have something tomorrow, you can come back here and hear the truth, and that you can trust that I'm not going to share anything but the truth. And that's just, for me in this industry, that's kind of where this started. Like I was in this company knowing that there were people that felt stuck for other reasons than I felt stuck. I felt stuck too, but knowing that they needed somebody to be the voice like of reason, either to them, because for a long time I was the voice of reason to them. Okay. But once I started hearing all these things, I'm like, somebody needs to be the voice of the truth. And I don't know how I got nominated for that, but here we are.
Here we are.
I'm here snacking in. I mean, I could possibly schedule a longer time frame, okay? And I'm glad that's great feedback. Because for me, I'm like, they really just want to get on here and hear the stuff and get out. I got told to watch my mouth by my elders today, so I'm going to watch my mouth. I got told to be careful and watch my mouth by people that are old enough to be my mama. So I think I should do that. All right. So I'm going to just start with this clip and I kind of go through there. I hope that this all works out because I did test it, but it was pretty brief. I had to screen record, like I said, but I'm going to start with the live because I think this is important. They did a live about me in their group and they deleted it immediately, which they never do because I have screen recordings that I did from lives yesterday that were from September. And I think that's important because if you have to delete it, then I know someone said today that this is better than a Netflix documentary. And I was like, this is great. I love and miss you too, Aunt Trish. Great big fat bunches too. Thank you. The live was a few days ago. It was before I ever went live. Okay, here we go, guys. I'm gonna do this. I think. No, I'm gonna do this one.
Here we go. Get ready.
Any sort of thing that they can do.
Ooh, let's pause
To try to tear us.
Oh, please. Sorry. I'm gonna do. The layout is difficult. All right, let's do this. So this is a live that they did in their group. And it's obviously a private group that, oh, Carrie Kincaid, where are you? Oh, hi, friend. I was just thinking today, I was like, usually she's on my lives, but I know you've been busy. I got the message, Linda. All right. So I'm just going to push play and then I'll pause it when I need to.
Or any sort of thing that they can do to try to tear us apart and try to plant seeds of doubt in your guys' heads about who we are and what type of people we are. And I just really hope that you guys don't believe that. I know.
Okay.
Oh, boo-hoo.
I'm going to pause for a second because I just want to tell you, any leader in this industry, I'm not even going to say the words. If you've been a leader in this industry and you can tell me, they already know what I'm about to say. There's a superpower, right? Like it's Kristen's tagline. It's her thing. What is it in the comments? And y'all can go to the comments and read because this drove me absolute batshit crazy. I'm sorry, Linda. Being crazy busy. Hey, Ginger.
Yep, because it's immature.
So it's okay. Yes, her ability to be emotional and her crying. So she has said that to us as leaders, that crying is her superpower. Now, I have never known that until recently. But again, there are screen recordings of this. Okay. This
Crying is your superpower. Kristen Butler, crying is your superpower. I don't know if there's going to be enough tears to get out of this, girl. You better practice crying more.
makes me sick because I feel like you can tell that it's completely put on, and I'm not one to judge, but y'all be the judge. There were comments about that before I ever said it. Okay. Let's go back.
This is who we are.
I ain't gonna lie, I shed some tears over this.
Sure.
I just want to address some of the
Did your cigar get wet? Did the cigar get wet?
things that are happening like right now today because they're literally flat out lies.
You guys have know that we've spoken with some of the leaders one-on-one when situations arise.
Right.
This is one we can't handle on
Is what that is. Yeah.
our own. You know, this is one that we're gonna have to navigate as a community together because they're not coming after just our livelihood, they're coming after your livelihood.
We told you
Oh,
guys
wow.
Thursday that
But who's they? They aren't just coming after who? Who? You've had people speaking out about your company this whole time since it started. So are you being specific? Are you specifically talking about Amanda and the people that left recently? Are you talking about the anti-MLM community as a whole who has been speaking out about you? Like, who's they?
Okay. Sorry. This really irks me too because this is them saying, I mean, okay, I'm past the crying part already. Fine, whatever. But this is them saying that, for one, you don't ever do this as a CEO. Okay. I don't know if y'all have met CEOs in actual reputable companies, but if you ever meet a CEO of a reputable network marketing company, they will tell you that they don't ever do this. This is not a thing. It's absolutely wild. I mean,
Right.
holy crap. So I mentioned to CEOs in my exit post or whenever I told y'all that I was leaving. And I said, you know, you can ask Arieyl or you can ask Derek Maxfield and Mark Pentecost, which are the CEOs of Unique and It Works, how I exited their companies, right? And the way that I did that was head down working, and I almost tagged them to let them know I was saying great things about them because they never knew I was going to be a whole part of a shit show. But I did it because I didn't want this to show up on their timeline and seem ick, you know? But if I were to ask either one of them if they've ever seen anything like this, they'd be like, absolutely not. It's not a thing. It's not a thing to go live in your group to your field and raise red flags that shouldn't freaking exist.
You hear that on Passive? It's not a thing. Except all the MLMs do it, though. Unfortunately, even the top huns at It Works and the Punique people.
With the status or the freaking description as the negativity surrounding rape.
I mean, they sued Elbow Unique because she spoke out about the company, the one that coined it as Punique. So, like, they all do this. This is a thing, but you're right in terms of, do CEOs of actual companies do this? No. Only MLMs.
Beauty. It's all a ploy. It's all to get attention, and it's gross.
Yeah.
And I don't really care if that. Shout out to Mark Pentecost. Hi. But this is the thing. Now
I'm triggered.
I can say that because that's my opinion, and that's not bad. It's not slander to say that. Like I said, I'm going to speak the truth, but in my opinion or in my experience, I have never seen a company go into their field and raise unnecessary red flags to their field. It's gross. And to point out Rain Beauty like that, and there's so much more. I probably got through like a fourth of this for tonight. And that's where I'm saying there's going to have to be more because I was going to my leadership group today and I'm like, guys, I can't get through it all. I don't know what to say. Like, I'm sorry. But you don't want to raise red flags to your people. But what this also shows me, this clip right here that I just showed you, is that he's saying, we're not going to handle this on our own. We need y'all. And when a CEO says that, and I know this because I've been a CEO and I've said it in so many words, there are things that you know that you have an army with you.
It's a dog whistle. It's what we call a dog whistle. Several of them get used out here on this platform. And that's one of them, how he said, you know, they're not just coming after our livelihood, they're coming after your livelihood. That's supposed to gas up the audience to take it personally. And then to go and be an army on their behalf and attack the person. That's exactly what they're doing with that.
You, and that they will go and fight that for you. They'll go put out those fires, right?
Right.
It's never been anything like this for me. But when I say that because I've been a CEO in this industry, I know the lingo of the things and the issues that arise, I do. And that's gross. It's gross. That's exactly what started a lot of things. That's what's created a lot of clapbacks in this, okay? Is that somebody of power in this company went in front of their field and said, we can't do this by ourselves, you guys. We need the community and we need the field and we need y'all to be a part of this. We need y'all to go fight her. I mean, that's what I heard, in my opinion.
Yep.
Okay.
Agreed.
We had purchased a franchise and I was in training for that, which I think does kind of play a part into this.
A huge part.
We are not bringing on another brand to Arieyl. The franchise that I purchased is to enhance the offerings that we give you guys. It's not a brand for you to sell. Like franchises don't work like that. They're not, you know, part of the MLM model.
Okay. Now let's be condescending. Let's be condescending because of the fact that in my post I said I shared with you guys the request for my beauty brand back, right? And in that request I said that due to the fact that they had taken on a franchise and that they couldn't even give my brand or the brand that they owned, mine, the attention it deserved, I needed to step away. This was obviously also cumulative in the fact that they hadn't been giving it attention, and I have a lot of proof of that.
MLMs thinking they know franchising, exactly.
But everyone knows that your franchise is not being a part of the MLM model. Like, we all know that that's not part of the MLM world. Like, what are we even talking about? But also, the people that may not know that are the people that were on the Thursday Night Live that you shared that with, that I was still on, even though I had one foot out the door. I was still on this Thursday Night Live that they do every week, which is also happening right now, that none of the 138 people that are watching are on. But anyways, I was in Vegas for an entire bowling nationals trip where I was representing the state of Tennessee for the bowling.
Amanda should do all of your lives Thursday night at that time. Shh, I didn't say it.
Association meeting that was there. And I spent 4 hours doing a report while I was there because my paycheck was wrong. Like, I can't make this stuff up, okay? But why were you announcing it on your Thursday Night Live, which is only about Arieyl? It's because you want attention or because you wanted to have an excuse for why you were gone and not answering anybody. That's really the truth. If your franchise isn't part of the MLM world, then why were you talking about it? The entire reason of the Thursday Night Live is to bring all of our prospects to you, for them to learn about Arieyl and the opportunity, which, mind you, I also went back probably the last 30 weeks of, or no, maybe not 30. Let's not exaggerate. I'm not going to exaggerate. Maybe like 20 of Arieyl, the lives on Thursday, and Rain Beauty is like nowhere to be found, which means they basically announced it their first few weeks and then it's just like not talked about. Okay. But anyways, the entire point of the Thursday Night Live is to bring people to it so that the CEOs can talk about the product, the opportunity, and then they can seal the deal for you. But I'm sorry, if you're in the MLM industry and you're bringing somebody to a live and then they start talking about how they just bought a franchise, we're not in corporate America and we don't want to be. We're
also, they're talking about how like other people are trying to tear them down and they got all this us versus them mentality going on, you know. That's a good time to turn off the live and be like, well, that's enough internet for me for the day.
We're here for a whole ass reason. We don't want to be in corporate America and we don't care that you bought a freaking franchise. But for me, and only me, I speak for myself. I own a brand that they took on, and because they had not given it the attention that I felt like it deserved or that the contract allotted, I didn't like the fact that they took on more with that. That's rude. It's rude and it's greedy. And I can say that because that's the truth.
Okay.
Anyways, okay.
So she's basically saying, you know, they haven't made things right with me. They hadn't even paid her the $1 to buy her from brand. But now they're talking about getting a whole new franchise that they're going to be partnering with. And it's like, not the time.
It's not a brand that you guys are going to be selling. And
yeah, you see Lissy, she just said yes, she was so pissed.
So,
ooh, this gets me. Whew. This gets me, okay, because Lissy, I love you. And you're going to watch this and you're going to know that I freaking love you, okay? I travel with this girl. I love her. I love her husband, Brad. Nothing I could say bad about this girl. I stayed at her mom's house. She made the best dinner I've ever had in my life. This girl was my friend. She was a great friend, not just any friend, okay? And the fact that they want to suck her in and then point out her comment, they chose her comment for a reason. I'm not going to get all the way worked up, okay? But that pisses me off. The fact that he chose to read Lissy's comments was a direct dig at me to say, do you see what Lissy said? Oh, yeah, she was pissed when she saw that. No, I see it. I see what you're putting down on me.
Yep.
I see it. Okay.
Friday was a very emotional day for me because I just found out after I was done training, Travis told me about my grandmother and what had happened because I wasn't aware. And I was just distraught, obviously. I got an email saying from the founder of Rain Beauty that basically she was resigning and that.
I just want to point out, I'm not going to say anything else about it. You can read the comments that before they ever went into my email, they talked about an emotional thing they were going through that I would have never known. I don't know them like that. This is a business relationship. I have no idea. I obviously have humility and am a human being. You saw that last night as far as my emotional being of self. I have no words to say that was inserted into any of this. I am definitely sorry that her grandmother is sick, and to think that that had to be inserted before she goes any further is a little wild to me.
Now, remember, Travis also did a post claiming that she was laughing about the grandmother getting cancer. So I wanted you guys to watch this to see what she had to say about that. And she says she had no clue that that was going on. She had no clue that the cancer was back or anything. I mean, I doubt they told her. Like, if she's like, hey guys, I'm resigning, and like resigns and everything, I highly doubt that Kristen is then writing her going, oh, well, you know, my grandma just got diagnosed with cancer again. I mean, she's not going to lean on Amanda now for support. You know what I mean? So I kind of believe her when she says, I had no clue that was going on. Like, that was going on at their house. You know, I'm over here just trying to resign from their company and get my beauty brand back. It obviously has nothing to do with that diagnosis of cancer. And I mean, she says here, you know, I'm really sorry to hear that, as am I. That's an awful thing to find out about it. Don't wish cancer on anyone, not one person. And so, you know, like, they're also trying to take that and use that to gas up people against her now, right? You know, telling their community, and she laughed about the cancer, blah, blah, blah. Because most people would hear that and be like, oh my God, what an awful person. Who laughs about something like that? Who reacts in that way? And they know that. So yeah, they're using that.
She wanted Rain Beauty back and that we had breached our contract with her. And I didn't even read it fully. I just briefly looked at it, and I looked at it and I was like, this is laughable. Like, what you're saying we breached is not even truth.
So there's a black spot right there because the person that shared this with me came to text me and say, hey, they just said this was laughable to them. And I clipped that part out because I don't want that person to be, you know, exploited. But I don't care why someone's resigning. I don't know why it's laughable. Right. You didn't even read it, but it's laughable. Why? Like,
yeah, how are we laughing at something we didn't read? Kristen, what do you mean?
I'll just continue. So then I go into, this is the contract, okay? And originally what I was going to do was put in all the breaches in here, the proof of the breaches. It's going to be broken up because I cover a few of them tonight because I knew this was going to take a while, right? You can also find this document posted on my Facebook. I think I'm also going to just add an album that says Arieyl Proof. So
I also read it to you at the start of this stream,
that you guys can see that. But I go over a couple of them tonight, and I'll just continue going over them in the additional parts of this. One of them is, this has been a huge topic of discussion, okay? the fact of, and they say this in this video, and I probably should have played that before this, but I'll play it in tomorrow's. There's a few things they say. One, they say that there are things that are a complete lie that I actually have the proof on. I'm like, am I in the twilight zone right now? And I said this to my friends last night. I was in a Zoom, and I was like, it reminds me of when a woman's been abused, and I'm not going to share any personal story. I'm not going to go there, but like, when like,
no, actually, go there. Go there. That's what happened to me. Leaving an MLM re-triggered my mental health because it suddenly felt like I was leaving my abuser again, which I had done like 3 years before that. 4 years before that. I'm going on 4 years before that, where I actually lived in an interval house, the woman's abuse shelter, and then relocated to a new city. And I had to save my animals from that situation. And you'd be surprised how many times I have spoken to a woman that has left an MLM company who also has abuse, domestic violence in her past. And she says, it literally feels the exact same right now. These things have sent thousands of women back to therapy because they get triggered in that exact same way. That's why I'm like, no, they're not just fun little businesses you do for a while, then you leave and you just move on with your life. No. You can be a lot more serious than that for some people. And a lot of these tactics that they use to try to silence you, the us versus them mentality, getting you attacked. If you've ever been with a narcissist, you're very familiar with all of them. And it can be extremely, extremely triggering. That's what a lot of people feel. And I think it's something that we need to speak out about a lot more. Unfortunately, even in the anti-MLM sphere, people that experience this trauma and don't really know what to do with it or how to deal with it, they still aren't understood as much as they should be. People see somebody going through something mentally online, and instead of them trying to help, they tend to judge or shun the person. And I think that we just really need more education and awareness on what it would look like for somebody with, like, let's say a trauma disorder to get fully re-triggered in this way and then try to reach out to a community to get help. And we really have to talk about how we can offer the proper help to people in that situation or people with dual diagnoses that then go through this. Because I've seen a lot of those people also get turned away, even by the anti-MLM community. Because, they're a little weird. They might be a little loud. I've also seen people in the anti-MLM community that say, tell your story in the comments below, then turn around and do live streams telling people to stop trauma dumping in their comment section. And, our community isn't perfect either. But I do think that this conversation is one that really does need to be had more. So if this is reminding you of that, first of all, know that you're not alone. That's very normal. Very, very normal thing to feel. Secondly, do go back to therapy, reach out to a therapist. Don't go through that alone. If that's something you're experiencing, please do not go through that alone. All right, if you need help looking for some resources in your area, feel free to reach out to me. My email's on my channel. My Instagram's on my channel. Facebook and email is probably the best way to get a hold of me. You can look me up on Discord, Queen of Karma. That's another good way to get a hold of me. And I can help you find, resources in your area. Don't post your area in my comment section. Don't dox yourself. But, if you don't know how to go about doing that, I have no problem I used to work in social work. That was kind of my whole gig, finding people resources. So it is something that I think we do need to shed a light on. Do reach out to therapy if you need it. No, you're not alone. And it's unfortunate, but the recovery from this, it's very, very hard. And it can be very, very messy. And I think out here, even on YouTube, there's a lot of people that speak about their recovery. And we start before we're fully recovered because we think, oh yeah, of course it's messy, but we want to show how messy it is. And I think that's necessary. Because recovery from something like this isn't pretty. It's not linear. You don't go from one step to the next step to the next step and then you're recovered. People leave angry sometimes. What are you supposed to do with all that anger? And the resentment and all the guilt you feel and all of that. That's why, it's good to get a therapist. But also, I think that our community needs to start being more open to discussing openly how we work through these feelings. And for me, researching how similar cults are to DV relationships actually did help a little bit. So again, I knew, whoa, this is actually a thing. It's been getting compared for a while. I'm not weird for feeling this way. Other people have felt this way. Sometimes that's all you need to hear. But I am glad that you decided to speak out about how this made you feel that way. I think we all need to. Yeah, the whole I'm not your therapist thing, exactly. It's like, okay, well, you came out here and told your story, claimed you're going to tell everybody else's story, claimed that you're going to help people out of these things. What do you mean don't trauma dump and you're not their therapist? Where's the line here? And it's true, we are therapists. We can't fix it for you. But I do think that over here on our side, we have to be willing to help them find resources in their area. Help them, find resources on how to research. Be a safe spot for them to tell their story without judgment. Sometimes, you got to take a phone call from someone who just left an MLM in the middle of the night when they're crying because they feel all alone and someone else just attacked them on Facebook. See, if you're not doing that stuff, you're not really an advocate. You're a YouTube influencer, which is great. You can be that, but then just be that, But I do think that we all have to do better.
If anyone's ever in this situation or you've heard stories from someone and someone's like, after he hit me or whatever, I've heard this story before. And the person was like, and he pushed me down and then he looked me in the face and said, you fell. It's like the worst level of gaslighting. And that's what this feels like.
It is.
Telling someone that they're lying when.
And do you know what? It's funny, but I've even heard people tell me the gaslighting started for me the first time that I was like, I'm not making money in this. What do I have to do to make money in this? And my upline looked me right in the eyes and said, well, you're not working hard enough, even though I had just told them that I was giving 60 hours a week to this. And it was so triggering to me in the moment, but I was also in a cult, so it was all foggy, and I didn't know why I was triggered. I just knew that hearing them say that to me didn't feel good. But now that I left and I'm looking back, that's exactly what it felt like. It felt like when my abuser pushed me down and then told me I fell. Because it is kind of the same.
They're literally looking at the truth. It's hard to navigate. And so that's been the hardest part of this. So this part that I'm going over right here, Thank you, Janetta. The conversation in the video that they go over is the fact that in their minds, they think I was never told that I would be paid as a black diamond, that the contract states I would only be given the $2,000 whatever bonus. But that's a lie, because if you read the contract, you can see it actually does say that I just showed, or I have it in my, I originally had it at the beginning of this video and I took it out because it's 27 pages. But in my Facebook post, you can see the actual contract, which I was allowed to share publicly. That's fine. And it says in there that I was to be paid as Black Diamond. Another reason you can know that is because if I was never supposed to be paid as a Black Diamond, they never would have promoted me to Sapphire 2 months in a row, promoted me and then maintained me. The reason for that was because on the third month, and I, right-handed Jesus, cannot make this up. It's going to look like my left hand to y'all because it's backwards, but I promise if you know me and you know my tattoos, this is my right hand. But the whole reason that this was the promotion month and this was the maintenance is because this month right here was going to be the month that we upped it again. This was all in phone conversation, but you will see that the dots connect in the story. Okay. He even says in there,
that was a mistake. That unfortunately is a mistake. Never make an agreement like this over the phone. So now, Amanda, going forward, do not do anything over the phone. If you are doing something over the phone in a situation like this, ask for it in writing. If they say, we will not give it to you in writing, then say, okay, at the end of this, I will send you a recap of what we went over. I'm going to need you to agree or disagree with it. If they also refuse to do that, don't go through the deal. It's already sketchy at this point, right? But then the idea is if they're like, yeah, okay, whatever, in your write-up after you get off the phone with them, you make sure to mention it. And then you say to them, I need you to respond saying, yes, that's what we spoke about. That's the agreement, or no. And then tell me what I got wrong. Make sure that you get it in writing in some kind of way.
when I ask a question, he says, let me call you on this with a winky face. In the video, he has a whole entire story as to why he wants to call me, which is bogus. He wanted to call me so it wasn't in writing. But I'm going to show you the screenshots because there's no way that I got to Sapphire. Okay? Again, I can't make this up. And why would they ever put me to Sapphire for these 2 months right here, right? September and October. Ironically, I go from platinum.
Well, here's the thing. They're not supposed to place anyone anywhere. Right? I mean, they tell people you come in, you sign up, you recruit, and it's easy to do. So easy to recruit and sell the products. And then you'll be able to climb. Right? It says it's so easy. They don't have to do anything to put you anywhere. So even just hearing that they were willing to place you is interesting, isn't it? And it makes you wonder about all of the people in Arieyl that are allegedly top leaders. Did they earn that role? Or are Travis and Kristen filling up their team here to make it seem like a bunch of people are making it to Black Diamond, Sapphire, etc.? But really, nobody actually is. Because remember, they're already also accusing them of placing their 2 daughters at Black Diamond. So it's like, did anyone earn their high up position? Have you been making promises to all of the Huns behind the scenes, making deals with them? Like, hey, if you do this for me, then I'll bump you up a level. Like, the thing is, the integrity is in question here. Right? And I think that that's something that everyone should know going into this company. If you are a prospect for this company, do know that you're signing up at the bottom, but there are several people above you that never worked their way to that position. Travis and Kristen just took them and put them there for some reason. In her case, it was because they wanted to sell her Rain beauty products. So they were like, we'll put you at this spot, you know? Sweet Goss says, hindsight is a wonderful power. If only it kicked in quicker for us, right?
In August, okay, let's just be so for real. If you ever look at the compensation plan, I'm a platinum in August, and then I go sapphire in September. My volume just so happens to be exactly the amount. And then also in another screenshot, I don't even know if I have it in here, I show you that there's like $9,000 and something under both of my accounts that equal my legs. I mean, like, we can go all the way in depth on this network marketing stuff. But this is crazy, right? Because it never goes to sapphire again. This is again here. Hey, just a thought. I don't know if Making Me Black Diamond was ever going to be public info or announced or anything. I said assuming not, because I actually did assume not at the time. The phone call here, which was August 23rd, was him telling me, no, it is going to be public. It's not going to be just like hidden under the rug. We're going to make you sapphire. So again, but this is me telling him, I don't want your daughter to not promote before me, because I thought she was some great leader. But anyways, all right. So this is what I want to show you. This is what I'm about to show you, okay? Because this right here, you can go back to the October live that they did, okay? I think it was October 3rd or 4th. Every month when the month finalizes, which is usually the first Thursday after the previous month, they will do Roxy Awards, and that will show the volume of people, okay? And it will shout out people for their promotions. This is the video, and you can go back and watch this video for proof. I was not going to show y'all an hour-long video. This is the video that Jordan and I were announced for our promotions of Sapphire and Black Diamond, and neither one of us are on the leaderboard. Make this make sense. I can't make this up. Okay? Holy. All right. So tell me how. And this is in the screenshots of my post, and I should have probably inserted it here, but I'll share it again tomorrow just for reference. My volume for this month shows $9,700 on my recap. It shows $150 on the screenshot that you just saw, because they entered it as a zero token so that I didn't get paid on it. Okay. But in Jordan's screenshot also, you can see that she had to have personal volume in order to hit that rank. If you know, you know. You have to know network marketing to know. I'm not going to go into that because that's not what this video is. If anyone needs me to break it down, I can break it down. But this is the 500.
If you need me to break it down, there's thousands of videos on my channel that do that.
100 list. And neither one of us are on it. And both of us would have had to have had at least 500 in order for us to promote. Okay, continue. This is the 1500 list. That's the only person that's on it. This is the 2500 list. Those are the people that are on it. That's the 5000 list. Those are the people that are on it. So you tell me that they're going to drop the ball because they're going to put fake volume under somebody, and then they forget when they're doing their volume reports to put in there, oh, by the way, since we put that fake ass volume under somebody to promote, we might want to put them on the leaderboard, because if not, it's going to raise a red flag. But guess what? Amanda does. When I need to prove something, if there's a receipt, I'm going to get it. Thank you to the person that helped me do that. I'm not going to call you out. Okay, let's continue.
I do appreciate her blurring out stuff, not putting people's names. I feel like she is starting to understand that, you know, like, that's not a good thing. They can get backlash. And I do it for people on here sometimes, right? Because I'm like, we don't need to get, this person isn't someone high up. We don't need to get them, you know, blasted out here. And so I do appreciate her doing that.
Oh, this is a good one. All right. I don't know how it was going to go so fast. Okay, so here we go. Shoot, sorry guys. Look at that. So this right here, why is it skipping? Oh my gosh. All right. So this is me proving that I sent the email. So this is a huge thing because in their live they say, and this is something that I've heard other people say, so I know they're talking about it. They've also told their field this because I've also seen TikToks today all of a sudden talking about, well, I have a garden goddess look I can do. Please be so for real. We know what you're doing, and your clapbacks don't bother me, and your makeup. But anyway, so this is me sending them on September 15th the emails for the people that deserved or were owed a garden goddess palette refund, or it was going to be product credit in their back office. This is something that was discussed between us because it was a pre-existing thing that I had started that going into with them, people were like, okay, so what's going to happen? Like, what's going to happen to the garden goddess palette? And I had people that had spent a lot of money. This was over 50 people, over $5,000, and they were going to pay it to them. Okay. I would not be emailing them a list of people with the title garden goddess. Guys, wake up. Why? Come on, like, let's be for real. Why would I do that? So the word around the rumor mill, the word around the water cooler is that I had never even started this palette, and I had never done anything with this palette, and this was like some facade. So I happened to go through my vendor screenshots today, and I found some proof that I actually, to show you guys that it's not a rumor that I created a garden goddess palette. I don't know.
She owns the whole Rain Beauty brand. So, I mean, in my eyes, she created all of it. And that's kind of how everyone should view it.
So this is me on the 19th of September of 2022, sending the vendor the shades that are going to be in the Garden Goddess palette. Okay. I even say that, I think, at the bottom of that. And this is me on the same day, same time, sending the design for it. So for those of you that actually believe the words that there was never a Garden Goddess palette and that it was never even a thing, definitely there was.
Yeah, 2022.
Okay, so this is me reaching out to my teammates. I reached out to just a few that had spent quite a bit of money because there's been two stories. One, there's been a story that there was never a Garden Goddess palette, but the first story was that they took care of it.
Okay.
And I'll have to watch
Change of the stories, rewriting history. Yeah, they do that a lot.
The whole video to tell you which one's there, but that's both of the stories that have been shared with me. So I decided to ask my girls, hey, I wanted to ask you, the Garden Goddess report I sent them on September 15th, I showed that you're owed for 5 of them. Have you, I'm hearing that they've taken care of this. Did you get the product credit? Nope, nothing about the palette. I got the beauty bonus, which she's talking about, the $400 in founder credit for signing up. So she didn't get it.
Okay, there we go.
Hey, I wanted to ask you, nope, I've never gotten paid from them. Couldn't figure it out. Never heard anything about the palette. I'm so sorry.
Another person, she's asking, and she keeps saying, on the Garden Goddess report, I sent them on September 15th. In all of these. So now, when this would have been going down, she wouldn't have been planning to leave, right? So it's not like she would have thought in her head, I'm going to make up that I sent some Garden Goddess report on September 15th so that later, like, you know what I'm saying? So like her saying that in all these screenshots to me shows me that she most likely did send them a Garden Goddess report on September 15th. I'm not them. I'm not her. I wasn't there. This week is the first time I've ever heard of a Garden Goddess palette. Okay. But based on what I'm being shown here and my own critical thinking skills tell me it looks like at the very least we can say, yeah, she did send it to them. Not only that, but she's obviously keeping track of who's owed what. And so like she's obviously someone that keeps track of that. Like in the last one, she said you were owed like $250. In this one, she's saying you're owed $49. Like obviously she has some Excel sheet somewhere where she has kept track of all of this. Right? I don't think she's coming up with these numbers off the top of her head. I don't think she's writing people random numbers because they would hit her back with a, hey, no, girl, it wasn't 49, it was 89. You know what I'm saying? There's none of that. I feel like I can trust her storytelling of this. Definitely way more than I could ever trust Kristen or Travis. Remember when it was a huge deal when new eyeshadow palettes came out, right? It used to always be a thing. I feel like the whole like Jaclyn Hill thing might have wrecked that. You know what I'm saying? She's smart, yeah, and she's taking screenshots. You know, she didn't catch all of, and this is the other thing. She didn't catch all of the screenshots. Some of this stuff, she's now having to go back. Here's how you know when someone isn't out to get someone from the beginning. Okay? If they're like, yeah, I had to go back to try to get these screenshots and some of them were gone, that tells you that they haven't been screenshotting the whole time. Usually when people screenshot the whole time, it's to gather evidence for something in the future or just for their records. You know, in a business sort of transaction, probably you would hope it's more for the records, right? But there's some things that she showed us in my stream today where she goes, look, they deleted this stuff. She also then shows us the original message because she also has a screenshot of that. But it just tells you that her mindset from the beginning of being in this company was not, I'm going to grab screenshots and keep a big evidence folder on them. I'm not getting those vibes here at all. I believe that she took screenshots of things she thought she would need for her record of her Rain Beauty products and what she spoke of with them, which she does show us screenshots of that. Many of them do say from today or from yesterday, which makes perfect sense. But any of the other ones that she's had to kind of go back and grab, one of those ones had stuff missing, deleted. And you can tell she's not over here gathering evidence. It wasn't like she had a plan to like take down Arieyl and then go and grab all of their people with Rain Beauty. I'm not getting that feeling here.
I genuinely am. Sorry. Like, these are things I never knew. Some of them we had further conversations where they were like, you know what? I was like,
yeah, like the things she has screenshots of make sense for her owning the Rain Beauty brand and like trying to hook it up with them. And then the things that she, you know, has had to go back, it just goes to show you, like, I don't think she planned this as a thing, you know? So if they're out here trying to say, like, oh, she's been out to get us since the beginning, blah, 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 I'm not seeing that. I don't see that. I don't get those vibes. And trust me, there's been a couple of HUDs where I've watched them coming out after being in a company where I'm kind of like, I don't know about you. You know
what? Why didn't you tell me this? I never knew that you couldn't figure your stuff out. And furthermore, they say, you know, the vibe was just off for me, you know. No, I did not. I'll take care of this as soon as I can. Okay, so this is a video that I shared last night, and this is almost wrapping up tonight because I don't want to keep you really longer for an hour. Victoria girl, I know. Hey, I am sticking with the people that care, but I have a huge passion for my brand. And at this point, I mean, this is the thing, guys. They're going to have to pay me if they keep my brand that they really know nothing about. In that video, which is a clip I'll show you tomorrow, they literally voice again that they know nothing about makeup. I don't know why they want to keep it. In this moment, they want to keep it to spite me. And so I don't understand. Just give me my brand back. I don't care about anything else that you're doing. Go do those things with the people that are with the wool over their eyes and that are blindly following you. That's fine with me. Y'all do you.
Right.
Okay. There's plenty of people in this world that are
What are you
doing things
supposed
that
to
I
do?
disagree with, and I'm not going to insert myself into their life.
And she really does want her beauty brand back. She should be able to. I showed you guys where they told her she could buy it back for $1. I mean, they didn't give her the $1 like they were supposed to, but she was willing to give it to them to get it all back. But then she's also said, right, that if she has to let it go, she'll let it go. But she just wants people to know what this company does to the distributors, to their brand partners, as in other brands that may partner with them in future. You might want to watch this live stream.
I'm inserting myself into their life because they have my brand that they don't want to sell, that they didn't want to start with, that they've taken off the website a million times, that they didn't follow the guidelines and the contract for, period. I've provided all the proof. The reason they're going live in their private groups and then deleting them is because they don't have the facts that I have. Did y'all ever think of that?
Now, I would get a lawyer, my dear. If I were you, I would get a lawyer, and I would bring your contract to the lawyers and tell them that you're fighting with an MLM, you know, and deal with that.
Did anybody ever think of that? Damn, Amanda's going live on her personal Facebook to the whole ass world.
She's in the
showing
Bible
screenshots
Belt.
of contracts. And they're going live in a private group saying opinions and then deleting it after.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Lauren. I mean, come on. Like, let's be serious here. Have some logic. Like, 1 + 1 is always 2.
Yep.
So this is, I saw somebody say, she did say she was going to announce her company. So I am announcing it after this. I'm not announcing where I'm going on this live because I have friends in the industry that are with other companies that share people to this, and I'm not trying to do that. So just, I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you, but I'm not going to make this video about that. And every friend that's on here that shared with y'all is very successful in what they're doing. And I have kudos to all of them. So if somebody invited you here and they're in the industry, they're doing great, 1,000%. Just FYI, I think everyone wants the hour. So this is a video that I showed last night. And I'm going to explain it a little bit, okay? Because this has gotten some traction today, apparently. This video was about the conversation of the capsules exploding. And this was not to be necessarily about that. It was more so about the fact that there was conflicting information and that there was information that was like, it was different, whatever. I'm going to share that because the other clip that I have after this, which is the last clip that I have, is a clip that it's just a voice clip. And it's a clip that shares some information that honestly, all of us were kind of scared to share just because it's scary. And I'll let it play and then I'll talk a little bit about it.
Okay.
But I'll share this one first, just because now that you kind of have the explanation of what I was going to say, what my opinion is of why I shared it yesterday. It wasn't a vindictive, like, oh, the capsules are exploding and be scared. But because of that, because people took that and ran with it, I got a voice clip sent to me about that.
Yeah, you heard that right. Their capsules are exploding. And you should be scared. Jelly says, I'm scared. Jelly's doing it right.
Of someone sharing something from the corporate level that should have never been shared, but that I'm really happy that was. So I'm going to replay this and then I'll pause it before it goes into the
Let's go.
What are we doing? Do we really go back to the beginning? OMG. Right here.
To our standard,
the capsules were exploding.
Yeah, there was
Let me just say
there might have been a crack in a couple here and there.
If you got a recent order, you might have noticed there was a couple in there that were like that. And so to prevent too much loss. Basically, they were just losing way too many capsules. And I posted a video on my story of them out right there. They're literally hand sorting them, taking out the ones that exploded.
Wow.
Things down a lot. But there's definitely a defect in these capsules. So they halt it until they get the new capsules, which they're supposed to have to do.
And I also want to clarify something because some people had said something about like the capsules were exploding and that's the reason why they weren't being manufactured. That is not true. They had a bad box. Now here's what you have to understand is when we
I love it. Oh, Travis. It was your wife that said they were exploding, sir. What do you mean? See, like, you see something like this, like, can you ever trust anything that these two jackasses ever say again? And I'm sorry, I know I just called them a name. I take it back. I'm not actually that sorry. I'm sorry if I offended one of my audience members by calling them a name. I am not sorry for calling them jackasses. If you're pulling a scam like this and hurting thousands and thousands of people like this, and then you're dumb enough to come out here, have your wife tell everyone that the capsules are exploding, and then soon afterwards claim that no one said that, I'm sorry, but you're a jackass.
we get shipments of the capsules in, you're talking millions of capsules. But if the box that they came in is damaged, we cannot manufacture with those pills. That is what we were talking about as far as damaged capsules. The damage was done before the lab made anything out of those capsules. But they can't make capsules that would be considered contaminated because the boxing and the shipping that was done with it had damage to it. So I wanted to clarify that as well because there was misinformation that was shared.
By your wife? While she was sitting right next to you? What happened to going to war with the cigar?
That was not accurate nor true. So I want to. The capsules are not exploding.
Rumor.
Yeah.
She pipes in and says, it was a rumor. You're dumb, Kristen. Stop.
So I wanted to make sure I addressed that as well because that was misinformation.
Oh my Lord.
I'm sorry. I was laughing at the comments because I don't know how you watch that, and if in case you're not following, in summary, that was Kristen saying the capsules were exploding, and then Travis saying they weren't exploding. That was misinformation. I don't even know where that came from. And you see Kristen nodding her head or shaking her head like, no. That's
I don't know where that came from either. I know I said it on our last live, but it's so weird.
That's what was said. Okay. Now, because of that, someone started digging and finding information, and the next bit of information is about the actual reason that was told. This is the thing. When you're in the top of this company, and this is most companies, you get told information.
Are you guys willing to do the next one? We have about 6 minutes left, not even of this one. And we got one more to go through. Now there's 4. The first one, we kind of skipped it. It's just basically the exact same stuff as what we went through at the beginning where we read the posts and everything. But we still have one more after this that I think maybe we should watch. I wasn't sure if we would need to. But, if she plays more of these videos, because I accidentally started to play it before this one because somehow it got mixed up in my stuff. And then I was like, no, wait, she's talking about the video she played yesterday. So I obviously skipped the one I wanted to play with the video. But now I'm kind of because I haven't seen all of them all the way through, okay? I clicked through. There's 4 hours here. Give me a break. But yeah, I feel like it could be fun. It could be fun if she goes through more video of more of their reaction. That's a fun time.
That no one knows, or that no one's supposed to know. I will tell you right now, the person that sent this voice clip, I'm not going to name her name. I know that any of you that have been with Arieyl, you're going to know.
Just tell her to send it to me. Tell her to send it to me, and I'll make sure it gets sent on to all the appropriate places it needs to go. I'll email it out to Aaron Bees. I'll email it to Julie Anderson. I'll hit up the Recovering Hunbot, Michelle Carpenter, anyone I can, and send it to them and tell them to cover this.
Who it is, but I am keeping it under wraps as far as who sent me, who she was talking to, and who it is that's talking, because I'm not trying to get anybody else in trouble, or get anybody, I guess, in general in trouble, or to have them have the butlers going after them.
Exactly.
But this is a voice message that was sent from a leader in the company.
I also just want to say, like, if you ever want to go on one of the channels on here, the anti-MLM channels, but you don't want to show your face and you are a little bit scared of speaking out, there are ways for you to get your story out without showing your face. You can write it into us and ask to stay anonymous, or you can do a video interview with us, in which case afterwards we would blur your face if you wanted to be on camera, during our interview. Or I've even told people that they can send me a little cartoon, like how I have a little cartoon up right now, and you're not looking at me on video. And then that can represent them if they want to tell their story. And if they think that their voice can get recognized, we can always change the voice up. There are ways around that if you do want your story told without having your likeness attached to it. All of us will do that. I don't know an anti-MLM advocate out here that won't do that. So reach out for sure. And just let them know, I need to stay completely anonymous. I'm scared of the backlash. I'm not ready for it. I don't want it, but I do want my story told. All right. And if they don't respect you, then come get me.
And she's giving facts that the corporate team gave to her. And I think it's pretty freaking important that we all know.
I'll yell at them. They don't like it
right
when I
after the time. It's during the same time where they're giving explanations as to why there's a delay, and they're giving everyone different answers. And
I mean,
so obviously don't tell nobody this, because now we're hearing word that Nicole is telling people to expect their capsules to come busted. So anything that is shared, she takes and tells everybody. So please do not share this with nobody. Kristen and Travis found out that the lab was using the purple cap machine to make kratom capsules because they had a higher percentage they could get paid on them, having to break apart the machine, clean it, to then run hours. Travis literally told them that he was like gonna blow the lab up, like he was gonna go savage. So they
looks like Travis likes to go to war with everyone.
They're trying to rectify the situation. The lab is, because they don't want to lose us. But Kristen and Travis said, on the backside, they're going to be working with another lab to see how their production is. This lab has their own place just for our capsules. So she got really nasty with our lab.
Yeah.
Guys.
Yeah, guys. Kratom. And if you don't know what kratom is, because you've never heard of it before, and you're not in girl world, so you don't remember that time that Bad Boy Tragic asked Gigi if he could sell him some nudes for some kratom. Kratom is an opiate. It is often used kind of like methadone or Suboxone in opiate recovery. That's what it's like most known for. But it is an opiate that a lot of people use when coming down off of the big opiates, like oxycodone, Percocet, morphine, that kind of thing. A lot of people go to kratom. I had never heard of it until Bad Boy Tragic was selling pictures of his butthole for it. I had never heard of it. Just like I had never heard of Delta 8 until Shani for Christ was talking about Delta 8 And I had to ask a bunch of people what that was. Like, I was like, I've never heard of that one before. Can you guys explain it? We don't really have that here in Canada. And I don't know about kratom either. I don't believe we have that. If we do, not on my neck of the woods. Over here in Eastern Ontario, we don't have that. Like, I haven't heard of it. Maybe in Toronto. I don't know. But kratom is not exactly the drug that you would want being made in the same machine as your CBD gummies or your supplements or anything from this company. Remember how we were talking about drug testing earlier on? Yeah, kratom is guaranteed positive for opiates. So if they're having their machine have to be manually cleaned out and they've been like using a machine that's been making kratom and then their product, that is worrisome in itself. That again is a whole other can of worms where it's just like, oh shit, you know? Never heard of it either. I live under a rock. Well, see, to be fair, you're also not in the US. It seems to be more of a US thing. I'm over here in Canada and same. I was like, I've never heard of that. Used to be an opiate addict. Sure, I would have if we had it. I would have done it if we had it, okay? Never done that one before. But yeah, that's what it is. So you don't want that in any of the machines that you're making anything in at all, ever, ever, ever. And so that's kind of an issue. And then that also, again, bringing up the testing of these products just kind of makes you worry, you know? Makes you worry. We might not know everything in any of these. For all you know, you could have eaten one of their gummies 2 years ago and it had traces of kratom in it. We don't know. That's worrisome.
So
she's pretty worried.
I want you to really understand. I've spent all day researching this because I promoted this product to so many people during that exact time. Okay. Maybe they got it figured out by now. I don't know. But I spent a lot of time promoting this exact product. I put this product into my own body.
Now remember, that was a private conversation where somebody higher up in the company that knew about this was telling somebody to basically like, you know, like, now we got to handle this situation and this is what we should tell our aunts, blah, blah, blah. That's the only reason why that's outed. That was not told to everyone in this company. Everyone in this company sold products that were made in the same manufacturing machines, all the same machines as what was making kratom. This company might have dosed all of their Huns and customers with kratom. We don't know, and I don't know if there would be a way for us to find that out now. But that's a little bit worrisome. It's worrying how MLMs, it's worrying out of MLM sharing a lot of manufacturers too. Yeah. That's the thing, is that most of the MLMs, they don't really go into the manufacturing of the product with anyone, right? Except the top Huns, which is kind of wrong. Because even in terms of like, you look at a company like Young Living Essential Oils, right? And they're like, seed to seal, seed to seal. But it's like, okay, but who manufactures your products? And they're like, oh, some place in China or something, you know? And you're like, why isn't all of this public information, public knowledge? It's a question. But yeah, this is not good. This is something to be very worried about. You don't want that.
there's other stories about other products even that I gave my kids that I have coming for y'all. Don't you worry, okay? Again, I'm not going to share nothing without proof, but to be sent a voice clip that the whole reason for the delay was because our capsules were being created and manufactured in the same lab as Kratom, and that they were having to swap out machines and this and that. That is not
Horrifying. That's horrifying.
information that sits well with me. And that's the reason that I kept this video to an hour, and then I kept the ending to that, because I think that again, that's not my words. You can't falsify documents, you can't falsify voice clips. Like, it doesn't work like that. They don't like that the truth is the truth. And if they weren't so fucking crooked, sorry, Linda, then people wouldn't even be digging this far. And if you want to know the whole truth, I had to log out of a Zoom meeting last night because of the stories that were being told that I was ready to vomit. I heard stories today that made my hair on my arms stand up, that made tears roll down my cheeks. If you think I could make that up, then please go watch another person's video. And
welcome to my life at least 3 times a week. You just hear stories that you're like, oh my God, I just want to go cry for like an hour now.
Spend your time somewhere else, okay? I love y'all. I'm leaving it to this tonight. We will be back tomorrow night. I will post the time on that. There's so much more. I can't keep y'all all night. I can't keep myself all night. This is exhausting. It is. I promise you. Don't
worry. I do plan on clipping some of this and posting it up on its own in hopes that more people hear about the Kratom thing. More people see them talking about the capsules popping open and then denying them. I don't know how much of this information is already out there. It's been a while since I've only really watched Julie's video on this recently, right? I don't really remember if Erin has touched on any of this stuff when she covered them in the past. But I am going to be doing that after I am done here and posting that up. So feel free to send it around, put it wherever you want, have people cover it, go for it.
Definitely wish I had more of it organized. I know there's a lot of you watching, but that was a lot for tonight.
Great.
And
Sweet says, I want to cry after every time I interact with Live Good. Right. Especially the health and wellness ones, I think, are very upsetting than the essential oil ones. Those are the ones that tend to have like some of the most heartfelt stories. Or it'll be like a story where it's like, I found out my cancer came back. And then someone told me to take this product and it would help. So I decided instead of chemo, I'm taking this product. And you're just like, you know?
We're going to keep this going. I think I have 7 people right now ready to share stories. So you can probably just come back every day and check and see what time we're going to be live that night. That's what we're going to do. Because
you do it, girl. You do it.
The truth is the truth, right? I've always said, I had a situation happen to me when I was a kid, and the person was like, but is it the truth? And I was like, well, if the living room is green and the bathroom is red and the living room is blue, like, and I could picture myself walking through the house because I know what happened, then I can't make that up because I'm envisioning it. And for all of us that are on here, we've lived this. And if I didn't live the actual story that's being told, I'm going to prove it to you. Okay. What I did live, though, is someone buying my beauty brand that they never paid the dollar for, that they said in this video they paid the freaking dollar for, and they don't have.
She's not going to give up that dollar, and I don't blame her. You get that dollar. You tell them you owe me that dollar. You never made me Black Diamond, and you people didn't even pay me the damn $1. What the hell is this?
The proof of that. Like, yes,
you
it's a dollar. The whole point of a contract, Kristen, is the fact that it's in good faith, girlfriend. You didn't give the dollar in good faith, and the reason that you didn't pull up that screenshot is because you didn't have one, because you didn't send it. So your good faith, I should have known from the get-go, was gone. Like, there ain't no good faith over there, period. And I can say that from my chest because I experienced it and I lived it, and I won't stop talking about it until I get my beauty brand back, period.
Woo. That's right. Period.
Sorry, that's it, period.
Period. I like it. You get that
know.
back. You get that back, girl. And don't let them not pay you that dollar. You know, tell them you also owe me that dollar still, no matter what. All right, so we have one more that is the one after this that I think you guys probably want to see. It's the one that I started to play earlier. And then I feel like we know what's up with this company, you know? We're getting the real tea.
Hello. Hi, guys. Hello, everyone. Say hello when you pop on. I'll give you a few minutes to pop on before I get started. I will tell you right off the rip, I woke up at 3:43 this morning and could not go back to sleep. So I think I yawned 14 times while my video for this was exporting. Yeah, it's exciting to be a Friday night, right? I'm sorry, Kristen. I was just saying, I don't know what's going on. Like, my internal alarm clock has been going off at 3:30 in the morning and then 6:30 in the morning. But usually I go back to sleep from 3:30 to 6:30. That didn't happen today. Hi. Hello, Sheenan. Hi, Ashley. I wanted to title this what you posted to my timeline, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Hey, Angie. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Tara. So, everyone's my favorite show is on. Don't get me deliriously laughing because when I'm tired and I've been up since 3:47.
I like me too. I'll just start
Hey,
giggling
Nikki.
forever.
Hey, Alicia. So I'm going to play a little bit more of that video. There is a little bit that I didn't. I know, Tara, right? There is a little bit that I didn't put in tonight's clip just because I do have a guest speaker and I want them to be able to speak, but also because I think I have enough. So for tonight, you know what I'm saying? We don't want to puke on people. You know,
I feel like you've already done enough, girl. You've already done enough. Now, maybe it's time to, start bringing other people on, have them share their stories since they're all comfortable with you. And then, like I said, reach out to us anti-MLM people so that you do have a community behind you. There is a whole community out here that helps people speak out about MLMs. That's what we do.
I mean, so I'm going to hop right to it, actually. Let me get into this. Here we go.
Today was a very emotional day for me because I just found out after I was done training, Travis told me about my grandmother and what had happened because I wasn't aware. And I was just distraught, obviously. And I got an email saying from the founder of Rain Beauty that basically she was resigning and that she wanted Rain Beauty back and that we had breached our contract with her. And honestly, I didn't even read it fully. I just briefly looked at it and I was like, this is laughable. Like,
okay, I'm not sure if I played this part yesterday. I don't think I did. I tried to go back and check.
You did.
Like, I have so many clips saved in my editing.
You did, but it's okay. Play it again, girl. I know what it's like. You're trying to deprogram, process all of this. You got people harassing you. You know, if you replay a clip, nobody's judging it.
Software, and like I said, I got up super early this morning, so I was like trying to decipher this, but I'm like, to say that it's laughable is a little bit ridiculous. Like, to tell your entire field that the founder of a product line that you brought on leaving is laughable. I think after everything you guys have seen so far, that's a little harsh. Like, I mean, considering that you already chuckled 14 times during this whole thing. Yeah. Anywho, we'll continue. We'll carry on.
Not a great look for them.
what you're saying we breached is not even truth. But I didn't expect this because, and if you guys had been on any of her 11/17, she was talking about launching a 100-day challenge, all this stuff. Like, that was supposed to launch this week. So,
okay, that's a good point. So, well, wait, actually, I think she says a little more. I'll give grace. I'll give grace.
So, of course, how would we know like she's going to resign when she's literally planning a challenge? And we fully supported it and said, you know, we'll do what we can. We were planning on doing something because the halfway point would be at family reunion.
I would say it's a lot your first time trying to react to someone online talking public shit to you. It is a lot. I think out here on YouTube, a lot of people forget what it's like the first time you have someone like blast you publicly and how like anxiety ridden the person becomes to respond. Maybe some people don't forget, and that's why they blast people. You know, that happens too. But it's a lot. It's a lot. And especially when it is the CEO of the MLM company you were just a part of that you looked up to. All right. There was a time where she looked up to these two people. She thought they were the shiz. All right. They had hella riz. All right. They were the best. They were the greatest. She wanted to be like Kristen. And then to have her turn around and talk about her is a lot. And then you're also thinking of all those friends that you made that are now your family and how they're listening to all of this. And it is a personal attack. You know, like it does get personal. Even if it's about business stuff, it feels very personal. Especially the first time anyone ever does that to you. It's hard not to get a little defensive and be like, what the hell are they saying? You know? I think she's doing a pretty good job for her first time.
Okay, that's what I was about. So she says that this is supposed to be launching this week, but then she also says, "Hey Ginger, hey Amber." Sorry, I'm having a monster at 7:20 at night. So I'm telling y'all how tired I am. I'm probably gonna be up till freaking 1 o'clock in the morning. But anyways, she says a couple things right here. She says that it's supposed to be launching this week. And then she says that the halfway point is going to be at reunion. I only put this clip in here because there's a lot of like dead noise in this video. I know somebody pointed out that it was 22 minutes long. You're never going to see 22 minutes because part of it is literally them just showing their face with the title of Rain Beauty in it and people caring about that, I guess. I don't know. But for her to say that it was going to launch this week and that the halfway point would be at reunion is important because it proves that they don't know what they're talking about. Okay. And I have clips for you in the future, probably tomorrow or the next day, that prove this even further. I just have to there's stuff I have to dig into other files to grab screenshots, and I just wasn't feeling that today. But the halfway point from this week is not reunion. 100 days doesn't get you there. Count. Reunion is June 20th to June 22nd, and 50 days from right now is not there.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
For it.
Let me go back. I want to throw just a little bit of shade.
Okay. Let me rewind.
Like
let me rewind in case you didn't hear that. Because what I heard right there is the CEO of the whole company telling his field he's about to throw shade on me. Did anybody else hear it?
Yeah.
Do what we can. We were planning on doing something because the halfway point would be at family reunion for it.
Let me go back. I want to throw just a little bit of shade.
I literally can't.
Because fuck that. I'm not happy. I'm pissed off. Like, this is bullshit that we're even having to deal with this.
Like, literally never told us, hey, I'm frustrated. Can we?
I literally never told them I was frustrated. Okay.
Do anything, like, literally nothing.
Okay, this is the screen.
She's like, you know, that Amanda girl, she should have come and told us she was frustrated. So we could have brainwashed her and manipulated her into not being upset anymore. I'm really upset she didn't do that.
One of the screenshots where I tell them that I'm frustrated. And I'm like, so this screenshot right here, I don't even think this is the entire message, but this is the bulk of the middle, right? They told the entire field on a live, just like what they're doing right now, that Rain Beauty was going to be taken off the website for 2 weeks or whatever, however long it was. Okay. I found out with everybody else. Actually, it was a leadership Zoom, I think is what I say in here.
Wow.
And they told us we had to have our videos on. our cameras on, right? Well, I was explaining to them why I shut my camera off, and that was because I was in utter shock that they just told me, along with everybody else, that Rain Beauty was going to be taken off the website. So this is me.
They didn't even tell her in advance. They just did a live and went, yeah, so we're going to take Rain Beauty off of the website for 2 weeks after they said put your cameras on. That's almost a little sick. Like they wanted to watch her reaction or something, you know? That's
being like, hey, can we possibly like tell me these things before? But I'm like, you told me to bring you these things, and here I am. So to say that I never brought them frustration is wild.
Guys, what happens? What happens when somebody brings an alleged issue to their MLM? I mean, if you've seen them ask questions on an on-passive webinar, you already know the answer to that. Because that's what it is. They basically tell you that your issue is not an issue. Something you got to work through. Well, that's not our problem. You just got to be more positive. You just got to work harder. That's all. And they say, bring us your issues. And then when you do, they're like, that doesn't matter. Ignore it. Toxic positivity, you know? Yeah, questions make you a hater. Yeah, questions make you a hater. So imagine like having an actual issue where you're like, hey, you think instead of telling me with everyone else that you're taking my brand off the website for 2 weeks, you can like let me know in advance, you know, so that I'm not on camera on a webinar when I find out, you know? Ask a question and you get called a troll, right? So it's like, imagine what happens when you actually have an issue or a request. They terminate you.
Amber, they did that 4 times, actually.
4 times. Wow.
Sorry, it's going to take a second.
So,
and I'm assuming they didn't tell her in advance any of those times.
So I want to go back to convention because that's kind of where
This is great. This is the moment
Weird,
I've been waiting
really?
for, you guys.
Oh, do you know why? Because they don't like DEAD anymore. You're not allowed to talk about DEATH anymore. So they probably also added that word.
Yeah, they required the cameras to be on, apparently.
you started. So
I normally don't care, but I do want this to get views. Because, you know, we're exposing a lot here.
She was drunk on stage.
Okay, I was drunk on stage, but guess who got a video of me on stage? My girl, that I'm not going to say her name. But this is what's hilarious. They never thought I would be able to prove this, okay?
Okay.
Never in a million years. I literally actually don't know where this came from. I mean, did people drink at convention? Sure. But the one night that we went out, that I went out and their guest speaker, who was actually drunk on stage, I will show you that tomorrow because her name's Angela. She's from 90 Day Fiance, and she tore up the stage. But I went out with them and I was the only one that didn't drink. And so you're going to tell your whole ass fucking field that I was drunk on stage. So, okay, this is what I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the first few minutes of me on stage and the last few minutes of me on stage. That way you can tell that I don't miraculously somehow become drunk on stage.
Okay.
This is wild. But he also told his whole field this. Please, be so for real.
During her training.
Don't know who you are.
Which I didn't get a training. This is me announcing a product because they took away my speaking part because it wasn't good enough for them. Because I was talking about the industry and being a leader in the industry more so than I was talking about loving Arieyl.
Okay, I'm Amanda Brunson. I am the founder of Brain Beauty. And I'm super excited to be here with all you guys. You all look beautiful, by the way.
They do. They look good. Yeah. I would love to know, tell us why you chose Arieyl.
Please tell me why this question comes into announcing hide and seek concealer. First of all, ew.
That is an amazing topic, actually.
It's very loaded too.
It's very loaded. Oh my gosh! I was walking down the hallway earlier. I was like, okay, how am I going to do this? Because like that's like a whole hour story. We're not going to do that. So actually, I did have my own company. We're not going to get into that, but with that company,
Full coverage in it is amazing.
It's ridiculous.
It makes you look so youthful, and it does not crease. It does not crease for me.
It does not crease.
I love it. Like, it snatches you for real.
Also, just so you know, the hide and seek, because I was asked this question previously, the hide is the concealer part. So there's going to be 20 shades total, right? The hide part is to conceal your blemishes or to conceal redness, rosacea, any of the things.
But even worse than that.
She didn't seem drunk to me.
Oh, it gets better. Okay, it gets better. So, this is a stopping point for y'all, right?
I mean, her words weren't slurring. She wasn't falling over. I even if she did have a couple drinks, she obviously wasn't drunk enough for them to make a statement like, oh, and then she came up drunk on stage. Like, if you're going to say that about someone, I want to see them actually like falling over, not able to walk straight, completely slurring words, you know?
Stop this and rewind it a million times. I literally can't. That part just gets me. It gets me because the one thing I had ever shared with them, and I wasn't even going to say this tonight, but I'm going to. The one thing I had ever shared with them, because they also brought up my divorce. And
wow,
that's just personal. Like, they should not be bringing up personal stuff. It doesn't bother me, but it bothers me. You know what I'm saying? It bothers me that they think that that's okay. It doesn't bother me that they brought it up. Does that make sense? So in my divorce, Kristen asked me, and I have this in text message. She said, I just was on the cruise with y'all. Like, what happened? Like, is there anything, you know, I don't know if she was fishing or what, but I said, you know what? I got in a funk. Like, I literally got in a funk. And this is something I've never even shared. So there's that. But I said I got in a funk and I was like drinking when I bowl. And then before I knew it, I was bowling 3 nights a week. And then I would be like drinking when I play Call of Duty, because I used to play Call of Duty.
Yeah.
And I was just
go back to the Call of Duty, girl. Start doing all the things that you used to love before you were doing this. Cults will bring up everything you've told them against you. They will. And she said something very intelligent just now too. She said, I don't know if she was fishing. She was fishing. She was fishing. They all work the same. They all try to get personal information about you. And then the second you leave, all of those things get thrown in your face. And it isn't even just in MLMs and cults. That's a thing out here on YouTube, just in normal YouTube communities too. Don't be telling anyone anything. You go through something, you think you're telling a friend because you guys are in a community together on YouTube. And then all of a sudden there's 12-hour live streams about all your trauma. You know, and that's very culty. It's a cult tactic. Used to intimidate you, silence you, put fear into you. But that is what they try to do. They try to get personal information, and then they'll keep that, you know, in the back of their mind so that if you do leave, yeah, they will. Oh, you can't trust that Amanda girl. She got a divorce and something to do with drinking, you know? These cults are so invasive into all aspects of your life. They really are. They really are. And for some reason, like, people don't notice it as much with them as they do with other, like, religious or political cults. They use your why against you from the start in an MLM. Very true. That's the whole thing. And oftentimes in your why, you're told to give personal information about struggles that you went through. It's a reason for that. Because it's almost like they keep a little file folder on you. Like Scientology does. Straight up. Scientology does this. All right? The Office of Special Affairs has all kinds of filing cabinets just full of folders with their members' names. And then in those folders is all secrets about them. Things that they've had to give up. You know, all kinds of weird shit that you wouldn't think would be in there, but they have it all. And that's so that when someone leaves, they can literally try to exploit the person. They'll say, hey, if you don't come back, we're going to release this time that you told us about 10 years ago and wreck your friendship with this person where you told us that you two accidentally made out at a party once or something. You know what I mean? It'll be like some crazy story from your past that you maybe told someone, and all of a sudden now it's being used against you. Don't speak up about us. Otherwise, we're going to tell everyone about this. Cults do that. So always be careful. Always be careful. I wish Chris and Marty would go live and expose all their hashtags, right? Hopefully they do one day. My money's more on Chris than Marty doing that, though. Just saying. Hello, Serene.
In this funk that I couldn't get out of. And I shared that with her. And so I will say, and this is my opinion, hypothetically, okay, I feel like this was their way of using the one personal thing that I ever told them ever and falling flat, because you can clearly see in the video that
And I've had people do that to me before. The one thing that I told them in private that I didn't want the public to know about. Be surprised how many people have done that to me. It's a disgusting thing to do to someone, to gain their trust, to find out personal information about them, just so that you can go off and blast it to intimidate them, silence them. I've had people do it to me just to control me. I've had people like tell me that I have to do something, send me literally a list of demands. You have to do this and this and this. Otherwise, we're going to tell everyone about this. It's like, okay, go for it. But it does suck. It sucks. You know, and don't let them gaslight you. If you're watching that happen and your intuition is screaming at you that they're doing that on purpose and that's what they're doing, that's what they're doing.
I'm not inebriated. And that's what pisses me off, because it's like if you're going to say something, say it. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to say who it is, and I'm not going to say names, and I'm not going to say actually anything else other than the fact that the person I was going to have as a guest speaker tonight literally isn't speaking, and that's why I'm a little late. We had to navigate that because she's been literally sitting next to her toilet all fucking day because of the accusations and because of the blatant lies that are being shared about her family, and it's disgusting. Wow. It's gross. And this is not me making things. I mean, I think we all know by this point that I'm not going to make things up, but it's wild. Like, to pick apart people personally and to go into their past or their personal life is absolutely insane. And to make accusations that somebody was drunk on a stage when I have the proof that I wasn't is a little much. Like, to tell a whole group of people that I was friends with, that looked up to me, like, do better.
That's why, though. Because you had people there that looked up to you. They are horrified that you exiting and telling the truth is going to bring all those people that look up to you with you. And oftentimes it does, you know, it'll bring a good bunch of them anyway. Literally. They're horrified of that. That's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to destroy those people's trust in you. Which is kind of funny that they're doing that if they still want to keep your reign beauty. Because, like, it is still your brand. So it kind of is shooting them in the foot at the same time in a funny way. Only in this case. Not in every case, unfortunately. Which there's thousands of them like this. Right? MLM is crazy. You do have us. But, like, in this specific case, it's extra funny. Because they're stealing her brand of beauty products, Rain Beauty, from her, which she created all on her own, not with their help. So you would think that they would also want people to still have some trust in her, since she's the one that created it. Right? Instead, though, they're destroying that trust, which is then like, okay, well, then give her her beauty brand back then. Because I don't know how you can say that girl's awful, shouldn't trust her, she's drunk on stage and blah, 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 blah. But then turn around and be like, oh, but here's her palette that you should buy from us. Okay, that's some bullshit. If I've ever seen bullshit, there it is. That's some shit. But they're so egotistical and scared right now. They're not even taking a second to think that far ahead. Like, how are we going to sell these products of hers now if we completely destroy the trust in her? And quite frankly, Amanda, let them do it. Let them do it. Because they are only going to ruin the Rain Beauty brand for as long as they have it for. If you do ever have it returned to you, all those people you can gain the trust back of. But it'll be extra hard for them to now be like, oh, I know we talked all this shit about Amanda, but here, please buy her palette off of us anyway. It'll be a lot easier for you later on to take back Rain and go, yeah, those assholes are trying to steal my stuff. This is mine. Trust me. Just like I said, girl, don't make it an MLM, all right? You speak out about the industry, be better. Be better. Well, she managed to take 136, I think she said, with her. They're scared. She did say that 136 people were watching her instead of them that would usually be watching them. So I do hope that she took like a good, at least 100 people with her, you know?
Do better than that. Seriously. And this is even worse. Like, this is actually even worse, what he's about to say. Ew.
The fact that she was going up to multiple people, and this is where she was agitated. Like, I think we probably upset her because we said, you can't.
Okay, what I want to tell you before this even happens is, first of all, what you're about to see is the absolute worst probably clip I've ever shown you that has no truth to it. There are things like just like I said just now, right? They didn't have any truth to it, but they could dig into my personal stuff and be like, I guess, whatever. This clip that I'm about to show you is a bald-faced lie. And what I also want to tell you is numerous people very close to them said, you can always tell when Travis is lying because Kristen looks around. And this is something I've known for a while now. And I think that's very ironic when you watch this clip. But this never happened. They're literally about
Good to know.
That they spoke to me about.
Right, write that down, guys. You always know when Travis is lying because Kristen looks around. That's coming from the people that were in their own company.
Something that they never, ever spoke to me about. Never. They're also about to tell you that people told them things that never happened, and I'll get to that after this clip. But I just can't stand when someone lies. I think that just gets me so emotional because I'm like, I think I said this last night when it comes to like someone being abused and it's like,
yeah,
how can you literally gaslight me? Try to gaslight me to the point of making me feel like you're telling me the truth. But when it comes to a conversation with someone, and not only that, you're saying this after you just said that you were.
You're also firing her up more to speak out about you. Travis and Kristen, maybe you guys should have both just shut up, you know? Just
gonna throw shade. If I were you, I would have been like, you know what? Let me just share some facts with y'all. Okay, no, you said you were throwing shade. You literally started this entire thing with saying you were gonna throw shade at me.
Treat people poorly because they weren't Rain Beauty founders. People that maybe didn't want to sell the product, or people that didn't want to spend money on the products.
People who weren't at convention, you might not know, we had name tags with little badges kind of.
And she's talking too much. You are talking too much for this to be the truth.
Hanging that said founder on them. And so in her mind, everyone should be a founder because everyone had the opportunity to become a Rain Beauty founder. So if they didn't have that flag, she was questioning them on like, why are you not a founder?
She was mean girling people.
Yeah, you know, things like that, which already.
Even hearing that, I swear I've watched this clip 14 times and I have never been called a mean girl in my life. That boils my blood. It boils my blood because this never, I would love it if one person, even one person from convention could come into this live and tell me that I questioned them on why they weren't a Rain Beauty founder. First of all, my very best friend is not a Rain Beauty founder. And she left Arieyl because of the way they treated me, and we're not even in the same company, contrary to popular belief. So for those of you that think she followed me, she didn't. She followed her heart, which was against the people that were against me for no effing reason. I'm sorry, Becca, but this is bullshit. Like, hearing this again in front of y'all just gets me boiled, because it's just not okay. You don't call someone a mean girl that's not a mean girl. Darylyn Ellis is a mean girl. Darylyn, you're a mean girl. You are mean. You've been mean to me since day one, and you know you have. And you know that's not a lie. And slander is the truth, baby girl. And you're mean.
You tell her.
Was like, this is very upsetting. Like, no one should ever feel like, I'll just be honest, if you don't want to promote certain products, you will never promote this. You have to promote that. Like, people like what they want and they promote what they want to promote. And I will never tell you like, hey, oh, Take My Pick is our #1 seller. You have to promote it.
Yeah.
That's a lie too, actually. Like, go ahead and call someone mean and say that they told you that you should be, that they were mean to you because you didn't sell a product, and then act like you didn't tell them that the purple pill was God. Please be so for real.
That's not what you're passionate about.
Like, that never should happen.
That's not the spirit that we ever want you guys to have.
So
we did address it with her.
Yeah.
That like, hey, that's not cool.
Please, okay, I'm not a lying analyst, but I swear to you, if I had someone that analyzed people that lie, all of that body, whatever they just did while saying that they approached me is wild. I can't do this. This is why I'm telling you right now, this is why I had this is exactly why I had to put this video in portions, because I can't, I'm like, y'all can't handle it all at once, but it's me that I can't do it all at once. Okay.
It's fine to, be like, hey, if I could tell you more about it, if I could educate you, would you be interested in selling it? Those kind of conversations are fine, but just
okay, this is the thing. Why are we still talking about it? And why did Kristen's voice all of a sudden become a customer service voice that she doesn't have? Lies on lies on lies.
Tell people their disappointments because they didn't promote, that brand is not called for whatsoever.
It's not called for whatsoever. I literally can't. Okay, anyways.
All right, so let's get on to the most recent. So there was a post that happened, caused a lot of drama, a lot of attention the other day. We were waiting until Monday so the lawyer could actually have a conversation with her. We have said nothing to anything publicly. We haven't.
I was going to stop this and insert screenshots, but I was like, you know what? I actually don't have to do that, because these people already saw them post publicly about me. I'm
yes,
like, sometimes you just have to let their actions speak for themselves. It's wild.
A couple times, actually. One time he posted with a cigar and said he was going to go to war. And another time they posted up pretending that they were being bullied and exploited and threatened with revenge porn.
We talked to a few leaders that had questions, and we said you can, share with your teams and everything is.
Also,
and that's in this stream, by the way. You can rewind. It's on here.
Rewatching this, I was like, didn't he just say at the beginning that they had said nothing? And then he admits right here that they had talked to the leaders about it. So he's acting like that the leaders go and share Rain Beauty without any knowledge of what's going on, and they're just working their business. What do you even mean? But then he clearly states right here that they did have a conversation with the leaders and told them that everything was fine.
Okay.
So you did. Okay.
Fine. We didn't say anything negative. We have not blasted her at all. We only just gave factual things about what was happening with Rain Beauty moving forward. Some of the leaders that are on here can probably attest to that. And we told them that they could share with their team that everything was going to be fine, that we were going to continue to move forward, Wasn't any problems. That's all we did. Now,
That's
people
all.
posted, like I said, about wearing makeup, and they posted continuing to post about the Rain Beauty brand.
Oh, fuck off. Like, we're supposed to believe that you didn't tell them to do that. You mean to tell me, right after she announced that she was resigning, all of a sudden, a bunch of your distributors all randomly decided to post up pictures of them with her beauty products and salty captions like, I'm that bitch, as we went through at the beginning of this stream. You want me to believe that that's just a coincidence that a whole bunch of them did that? That you did not have a conversation with them, and that you guys didn't come up with how funny that would be. Oh, well, we'll just respond by doing this. You want me to actually believe that? They just all randomly came up with the idea on their own? All on the same day at the same time? All with salty captions? All right? No. I don't believe that at all.
Nothing wrong with that. Nobody was negative that I saw. Nobody was rude. Nobody was snotty. Nobody did anything that I saw that was out of the way. There could be something that I overlooked. Very seriously doubt it.
I just think that's the best part. Actually, I'm going to rewind. This just proves if you're someone that thinks that there's nothing that you overlooked, I've overlooked 37 things since I've been sitting here. Are you joking? Oh, I can't. Okay, I'm sorry.
There could be something that I overlooked. Very seriously doubt it. But Amanda decided to breach multiple agreements, multiple contracts to post.
And the proof is where? I don't know. I'm pretty sure that any comment that I have seen on anything from anyone is like, yo, have you seen Brunson's Facebook? Because she be posting a lot of facts. A lot of documents are up in there.
Things online that were also factually incorrect, not true, and straight violations that could will end up her in court.
It's gonna end up me in court, you guys. Like that's where I decided to stop. That's where I decided to stop after being up since 3:47 this morning. And I, like I said, I have a guest that I'm gonna bring on, but that's where I decided to stop, because just like right now, I feel like my throat's gonna close up. Anyone that knows me knows if I do this, I don't know why that's a thing, and I never even knew that was a thing until somebody else told me that. They're like, "Do you realize that you tug at your neck when you're anxious or upset?" No, or stressed. And I didn't know that, but now I do notice it, and especially when I can see myself. I can only handle this video in doses, honestly, because it's
triggering and upsetting. Like I said, especially if you're not used to people blasting you publicly.
And that's, I thought, honestly, waiting until today to get through part of it. But I'm glad I didn't go any further, because I'd probably say more than I should. All right. So I know you guys have seen this capsule video a few times. I'm going to play it one more time because it does go into the next bit of this. And it goes into our guest speaker for tonight. So I'm going to play it, and then I will go from there.
All right, let's
go.
I'm
also going to play it because I kind of got told by 3 people today that it's like the best thing ever, that they literally physically see someone say something, and then they see someone say, "We never said that." And hello, hi, here we are.
To our standard,
the capsules were exploding.
Yeah, there was
Let me just say
there might have been a crack in a couple here and there.
If you got a recent order, you might have noticed there was a couple in there that were like that, and so
he's even agreeing. He's like, "Oh yeah, they were exploding."
To prevent too much loss. Basically, they were just losing way too many capsules, and I posted a video on my story of them out right there. They're literally hand sorting them, taking out the ones that exploded. That's what's slowing things down a lot. But there's definitely a defect in these capsules. So they halt it until they get the new capsules, which they're supposed to have today.
And I also want to clarify something because some people had said something about like the capsules were exploding and that's the reason why they weren't being manufactured. That is not true. They had a bad box. Now here's what you have to understand is when we get shipments of the capsules in, you're talking millions of capsules. But if the box that they came in is damaged, we cannot manufacture with those pills. That is what we were talking about as far as damaged capsules. The damage was done before the lab made anything out of those capsules. But they can't make capsules that would be considered contaminated because the boxing and the shipping that was done with it had damage to it. So I wanted to clarify that as well because there was misinformation that was shared that was not accurate nor true.
That's right. She is looking around, and like they said earlier, if Kristen's looking around, he's lying.
So I want to... The capsules are not exploding. Yeah. So I wanted to make sure I address that as well because that was misinformation.
The thing I don't understand is that I think if you're someone that saves like all of your receipts, like all your screenshots, just raise your hand virtually. That's me. Because if someone says I said something, I immediately am like, girl, let me go to my screenshots. Let me go to I don't delete nothing. So if you tell me that I said something, I'm immediately going back to our messages to see what I said. And I mean, if I said it, I'm going to tell you I said it. Yeah, girl, you're right. I said that. I mean, I said it that way. I said I was going to be there at 2:00. It's usually that. I said I was going to be there at 2:00 and I wasn't there at 2:00. But I mean, literally, it's the first thing I do when I get a new phone. I'm like, yo, let me get that backup like now before I even leave this building because I need to make sure that I can check my stuff. Okay. Why they didn't go back to any previous lives and watch them to make sure that they didn't say that their capsules were exploding is like, that's the first thing that you do. But anyways, so this video has been talked about a whole lot. And I believe that someone found this on someone else's Facebook. And so I was trying to find the origin. I've made a lot of friends through this journey, which is kind of crazy. Friends that we were kind of all pitted against each other. And when you get us in a virtual room, we're kind of like, what? So I'm going to bring someone on that's going to kind of tell a little bit. I do have those 2 screenshots for you. Don't forget. Okay. And I'll just bring those up whenever you want me to. Okay, cool. All right. Without further ado, her name is on the screen. So we'll just see how it brings her up. Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Welcome, Danielle, everyone. How are you?
I'm good. How about you? But I just watched. Oh, Lord, did it scream? Oh, Lord. Well, I'm actually like right now I'm kind of shaking because I was getting angry just listening to you speak. I've seen that video. You know, we got it, 2 days ago now? Or yesterday. I don't even remember. The days are kind of like blurring together at this point. What all is happening, I can't even keep track of anymore. It's insane.
I think that's another reason why, like, I can see my cheeks are red in this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's part of the reason that it seems as if like there's more emotion going forward is because there's so much that we're finding out that we didn't know. And so there's so much that we're not even sharing yet because I will never share something unless I have the facts. And so, but it's a buildup of tension too. You know what I mean? So definitely. Yeah. So why don't you tell everybody like a little bit of backstory, whatever you want to share. And I know I think I want
to start out with why I even posted the capsule video. I think that's really important because I had it for over a year. So just so you guys know, some of you know me, some of you don't. I was
I'm gonna let you have the stage, okay?
Okay. I was a corporate teammate for Arieyl. I also was a diamond leader. And so, but the corporate part is kind of the most important part here. So I had this over a year, and I've also been friends with the Butlers, family with the Butlers for a really, really long time. Okay, so I think
so it must be extra hard for Danielle to come out here and speak out.
I think I want to start off too by saying
they would also have more information about her in her private life that they could try to use against her. So kudos for these ladies that have spoken out during this shabacle. All right. It's not an easy thing to do. It's not an easy thing to do to come out here and attach your face to you saying, you know, like, I was scammed. This thing's ripping me off. This thing's hurting people and I was a part of it. It's a hard thing to do, but it's necessary, not only for you, but also to warn the public. So I know what it takes to do this and what you're putting on the line in order to do this. And just know that anyone going into this thing in future will now have these stories that you're all sharing here to help them make a better, more informed, educated decision. Maybe if they see your stories, they won't join Arieyl or any MLM company because they're all the same.
I am in no means, in no way trying to say that I have clean hands when it comes to speaking about people and talking about people. And I'll talk about that in a minute. But I just want to express the elephant, the donkey in the room. So why the capsule video? So I think it really shows, first of all, the only reason I posted it is because I'm so tired of people getting called liars. I'm so tired of people getting dragged through the mud when they leave. And I've just kind of had enough, but I had to heal myself first. And so right. I've kind of held on that. And I really had no intention of sharing it publicly. But when Amanda started getting dragged through the mud, I was like, I've kind of had enough. So I also think, I mean, aside from what Amanda has described the past couple of days, and kind of shown you guys how much more deep that video is than just saying they're exploding, they're not exploding. Like one video, you know, they're damaged. The other one, we can't make anything out of damage, but yet we're picking them out by hand. Like there's, every time you watch that, I think you could find something a little bit deeper, like an onion. There's just more levels, more layers.
It's true. And it will be that way for everything with MLMs. I don't know how many times I've watched like an on passive webinar and thought that I caught everything. And then I watch it again like a year later. And I've compared my reactions before. Like, hey, it doesn't matter. Like, do I find anything different? Do we go deeper? Like, are we doing this? And then I always say new stuff the second time. Right? I always catch things that I didn't catch the first time. And then I'm sure if I reacted to it a third, fourth, fifth time, it would just keep going, you know? Because, like, once you notice something, then that can go on the shelf. So then the next time you watch it, you know you already noticed that thing. So then it's almost like your mind is open to look for more things. In a weird way, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're like, okay, so we know they do this and this. But now I'm watching it almost like blank slate. And then I also am seeing that they're doing this, this, and this, you know?
But I think it really shows an example of what I was having to go through at a corporate level at the corporate office. And so there was a lot said about.
So yeah, Danielle worked at the corporate office, the headquarters. So in this story so far today, you have heard from Amanda, who is a brand that they partnered with and who was a distributor. Kind of try to take advantage of her being a distributor to buy her brand, right? Then you also heard from JM, who was a top distributor. And now you're hearing from Danielle, who worked at the corporate. So far, they've provided pretty much an example of every single way that you could be connected to this company and how it's gone wrong. So imagine being like a first month Hunbot in this company right now and the shit you're probably going through. It's probably so fucking overwhelming. Not because these guys, but just imagine.
Me when I left, and there are screenshots of this. They're very hurtful, but of basically the narrative that was written about me was that I was unstable, and that's why I was no longer at corporate. And so immediately, of course, that was like a punch to the gut, right? Like, you know, like broken heart, like all the feelings, because people that I cared about and I loved that were still there were being told that I was unstable. And so that was really, really difficult. But I really wanted this to also be seen as explaining part of that. So for me, the video that you're seeing is just a little tiny snapshot of what I was seeing and what I was being told that I needed to respond to. So when we call them tickets, but they're emails, as people send in emails about the product being damaged or not getting their product or whatever the issue was, we called them tickets. So as we were getting these tickets in, and there were hundreds a day, there was every single day, there was a new narrative. There was a new response that we had to give. Well, maybe not every single day, but very often. And this just shows you a little snapshot of what I was having to deal with. Because I think in another live, we'll go a little bit deeper, maybe into the reasons why I left and what actually happened to what I call quit fire. Like I quit, but was fired at the same time. And it was not my best moment. Like, I'm just going to be completely honest. No one was spit on.
Yeah.
No one was touched. Everyone was in their chairs, but there was some yelling occurring between me and someone else there. And it was not my best moment. Like, I'll admit it. Like, I wish I would have handled that differently, but for me, it was just.
Please do also consider that if you're working corporate in one of these things, you really are dealing with a lot of cognitive overload. All right, it's a lot, especially if you're in the cult. So there's probably a lot of blow-ups that happen in MLMs at the corporate level that are very similar to what she's describing here. It's just we don't hear about them too much, right?
The combination of all of these things that I was being told that I had to say. And for a minute, like, I was believing them. And
see, and that's the thing, right? Like, you're getting these instructions, you're in cognitive overload, you're probably overworked because you're not only working for the corporate, but then you're also expected to like sell the products, recruit, right? Like, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on that's enough to make you feel like you're being pulled in every single direction. And then again, like she says, I believed everything. And the thing about that is, in a cult like this, you believe everything, but things contradict. So you have a lot of like inner conflict going on as well. Because you're like, I believe this and this. But it's almost like that little voice in the back of your head every once in a while will be like, these two things can't be true at the same time. And you're constantly having to be like, shh, listen, I got to believe all these things at the same time, all right? They're all true at the same time for as long as they tell me they are. Be quiet, thoughts, you know? And there's just a lot of that, however you think or feel or whoever you are as a person and however your human experience is with that. No matter what, we all have trouble when we're expected to believe and trust in two conflicting beliefs. When you're in an MLM, there's like 30 conflicting beliefs that are going on constantly in your head. And that's also part of the cognitive overload, right? So there's a lot going on. Most people in that situation are going to be more anxious and more on edge. No matter who you are as a person, having all that going on at the same time is going to kind of make you on edge a little bit more anxious than if you're in a normal corporate meeting at a normal job. Okay? This is not as serious as when you're experiencing everything that you are in an MLM cult. A lot going on. Too much to process.
I was like, oh, okay, you know, this is why they're delayed, or oh, okay, this is what's happened, or oh, okay.
Right.
And then it's just like, wait, this isn't making sense to me.
There it is.
And so I was having to have these conversations, and it just wasn't making sense. And
then if you're at the top, it's not making sense to you. You're expected to believe all these contradicting beliefs at the same time, right? But then you're also expected to tell other people them and then convince them to also believe it. And it's like, it's just so weird and adds like a whole other layer to it. Because then you're not only stressing about the fact that you're being told different things that don't make sense and you're trying to work that out, but you're also stressing up the fact of like, okay, now how do I tell other people this information and convince them of it now, especially if I'm over here questioning it? Like, I'm over here going, this doesn't make sense. And I'm expected to believe it. And then I'm also expected to get a bunch of other people to believe it. And I can't make sense out of it. So now I have to lie to people in order to do that and convince them so that they can keep being in the company, recruiting, selling this shit. And this is how it kind of turns you into someone that you don't want to be. It's like, you're not normally a liar. You're not normally somebody that will believe such contradictory things. You don't normally act on things that make your intuition scream at you. Don't do that. Right? You know what I mean? It's a lot. It's a lot. And it's really a hard thing to go through. And there's no... It's hard because it's like there's no way to stop someone from going into that mindset once they've already joined the MLM, like they're already on their way there. Like, it's like,
So, I did. I exploded. That's funny.
That's what will happen.
Word of the day, exploded. But I think for me too, it's deeper than just showing them saying one thing and on one live one day and then a few days later saying something completely different. By the way, I have a screen recording of the entire thing because there were mentions of this being said out of context. So I'm going to upload those to YouTube and I'll share them in the message here so you guys can see the entire thing if you really want to sit through it. But I had just snapped it to the part where they were talking about that information because who wants to sit there and watch this 20-minute video and this 40-minute video? Like, we just don't want to do it. So, what else did I want to mention? So, yeah, so, you know.
Well, it's like, not now, work. I'm trying to watch a YouTube live.
Just the mental instability of myself, like, that was very, very hurtful. And the other thing is I had to, what I was telling you guys earlier is I have been with them for a very, very long time. And I don't know when things started to shift or maybe it was happening the whole time. But for me, I just, once that happened and I was removed from being a part of the group or whatever,
and the elite group, you know, the special people at the top.
And then they twisted the fact that I'm unstable. And then they twisted and made fun of me publicly wearing a dress, which we'll talk about another time too. When they twisted those things, I sat back and I was like, whoa, like if they're twisting this about me, who's supposed to be like, I don't even know how often actually they called me their friend. They called me more family. Like, I think Kristen maybe mentioned one time that I was her best friend or something. It was usually like she's family. But so all that to say, someone that was so close to them, someone that was one of their closest friends, someone that was family, like if they're going to do this to me, what did they do to these other people that left before me or that were?
I don't know how many times I've left a community and then looked back and been like, man, If they're willing to lie about me this much, they're like, who else are they lying? I can't believe anything that these people have said. I can't believe half of the commentary community out here anymore because of it. But it's true. And you go, wait a minute. I know now that they're lying because it's about me. I know it's a lie. I can't deny it anymore. I can't ignore it. Now it's right in my face. And now, like, what do you do with that information? Once that kind of slaps you in the face and you can't just kind of ignore it or be like, oh, I'm sure that they didn't mean it, or, excuse it away. There's nothing else to do but kind of face it. Yeah, if they're lying about me, they've lied about other people. And if they're lying about people, what else are they lying about? Like product ingredients, maybe? If capsules explode, right?
Made to leave before me. And so I started like thinking, I'm like, okay, if they're going to twist it and say that this is happening because I'm unstable, if they're going to twist it and say this is happening because of whatever, if they're going to twist me asking for, what is it called when you're fired from somewhere and you ask for compensation? If they're going to twist that into me, they literally told people that I was blackmailing them. No, honey. And we'll show some receipts on that another day too. If they're going to twist that into blackmail, if they're going to twist all these things, like what did that happen with these other people? And where I can't, severance, thank you, severance package. So where I can't go into these two women's stories, once I started seeing like how they were twisting the conversation and the narrative about me, then I started thinking about what they had twisted about these two women that I had truly cared about at one point. And I was like, okay, what is happening? And so I started kind of trying to like look at what they went through. And I called them and I asked them to forgive me. And I asked them for their forgiveness for not seeing what they had been put through too. And if I hadn't taken the step to ask them for their forgiveness, I would have had to sit alone while they talked about my mental stability, while they made fun of me. By the way, they live two minutes, maybe 5 minutes from my house. And they had this big party there where they made fun of me and where there was people there that I truly cared about. That when I saw this video that they made, that they were making fun of me at first, because my daughter showed it to me, by the way.
Your daughter found it? For fuck's sakes.
At first I was like, oh my gosh, like touche. That's kind of fucked up, but that's kind of funny. And then all the other emotions started coming in. I was like, wait, there's people there that I truly, truly care about, that I love. And
I do have to say, I do like your initial reaction, though. I think you'll do just fine. I think you're thick-skinned enough for this. I think you'll do just fine. If that was your first reaction, was like, touche, I guess, whatever, But yeah, afterwards, you kind of realize what it really means. It's like everyone that I have thought was my friend for years and was my family for years, and they live close to her. Like she said, they're obviously very close. They're all talking shit about me right now. Wow. I've never had people that I was friends with for years do that to me, because nobody that I have ever been friends with would ever do such a thing to me, even if we split up as friends. That's why they were my friends, because they were good people. But I have had people that I've trusted for a few months that have turned around and done that exact thing to me. Not like have a party but like have like a stream, and yeah. I know what it's like to kind of watch people where you're like, hey, I thought me and that person were cool. What the hell? Now they're like making up stuff about me. What's going on here? Where they're saying they never liked me and they were in my DMs all the time asking to be my friend. What the hell? And it is very, very upsetting, especially when they're making fun of like your mental health. And it's like, I trusted these people by telling them about these things. I thought they were my friends, and now they're using it against me. It should never be okay anywhere, no matter what you're leaving, for people to use your personal stuff against you. Especially like in terms of making fun of someone's like mental health, making fun of people's appearance, things like this, all ad hominem attacks don't mean nothing, but they hurt. Especially like I said, like the first time that happens to you, it's like, what the hell is going on?
They're either one, just sitting back laughing at me, or two, they're just sitting back uncomfortable and they're not saying anything to protect me. But that was really, really, really hard for me.
It is. It's so hard at first to be like, why aren't they sticking up for me? But for me, I got through that many times in many situations by reminding myself that there was a time that I was like them and I was talking like that about somebody else that they were also probably lying over. So I kind of go, they're not really to blame. Those people that are there are under the same manipulation I was when I believed these people talking shit about me now. So they're just as brainwashed as I was. I'm not anymore, but they're still there. And it's hard and it takes a lot of practice, but eventually you do kind of learn to go, that's not their fault. They're just as brainwashed. Try to remember that. And try to remember that in future, one day they might do what you said you did. Where you reached out to people and you said, I'm really sorry for this and that. They might do that with you. Right? One day, their eyes might open up, Danielle. And they might be writing you and saying, yo, I'm so sorry that I went to that fucking party, man. Like, I just left and they're all treating me like shit. And I just kept thinking of that time that I went to that party by your house. And then they posted that video and how that must have made you feel. Like, I'm going through that. I'm sorry. And, you don't have to accept apologies if you don't want to. But it does help heal if you do accept some of those. I have a rule. If they came at me on their own, I don't accept it. If they were just a spectator and in the chat or just talking shit behind the scenes, I might accept it. You have to kind of decide for yourself who you're going to accept apologies from going forward or not if that happens and what your rules are for that, But you just got to kind of try to remember that, like one day, hopefully they'll come and they'll apologize to me like I apologize to the people I did it to.
Losing my connection with them was actually personally a huge weight off of my shoulders because then I started to begin healing and seeing what I had done wrong and being able to take accountability for things that I had done. But when I sat back and watched people making fun of me, that one hurt. Like that hurt really bad. And so I am so grateful for these two ladies that I reached out and apologized to. One of them was like, what are you apologizing for? And I'm like, wait, this was said. And she's like, that never happened. That never happened. So we'll share more about that later. So anyway, okay. You might be asking yourself, why now? Why did you share this now? And I think I kind of touched on it a little bit, but I couldn't let Amanda be alone. Had I not reached out to these two women, I don't know how long I would have been alone. I mean, I have my husband, I have my family, but I don't know how long I would have been alone in my feelings of exactly what they were trying to do, the way that they were trying to make me feel. Mm-hmm. So once I took the time to forgive myself, because that was a journey in itself, and ask others for forgiveness, I just really, my eyes just kind of got opened. So it's like I took the glasses off and I started seeing what things were for what they were. And then I started asking people for their side of the story, because we all know there's several sides, but when you start bringing receipts in, and we'll bring in more receipts, this is just the tip of my story. Just the tip. That's funny. This is just the beginning of my story. There's a lot more to tell and a lot more to share. And so I couldn't let Amanda be alone, and I didn't want her to be silenced, because for me, immediately I started getting the silencing culture, which I had seen happen to other people, but no way that they would do that to me. Like, no way that they would do that to me.
It's funny because that's what everyone thinks. Everyone always has the mentality of like, they'll never do that to me though. I've always had the opposite mentality, where if I see somebody treat somebody else like that, I go, oh shit, how long until they do that to me? Think about it.
No way. But it happened. And so actually Amanda is going to show a screenshot of one of the times. And this wasn't the first time. But we'll bring in later, like I said, I'll do some more information later. But she's going to bring up, can you bring that up with me on here? One of the screenshots. So these screenshots that she's pulling up right now were in regard to the whole dress situation. So I made a post the next day, very matter-of-fact post, and we'll talk about this later and we'll show the receipts for it later. But I made a post about them making fun of me and the dress that I had wore. And it was really body shaming is what it boils down to. And so they made this post. So at the top of it, it's a screenshot of the fact that I'm going to go to jail for 15 years and I'm going to have to pay a $10,000 fine and extortion and blah, blah, blah. So that was the top. That's a screenshot. Like this.
Wait, extortion for what? Because because you spoke out about them body shaming you for a dress you wore? If anything, aren't they trying to extort you to shut the fuck up about their company by doing that? I mean, like it's neither's extortion, but this is ridiculous, girl. Damn, Danielle, this is ridiculous.
This is what's going to happen to you. So a lot of you have seen the dress post.
Can you just say who this text is to and who it's from?
Yes. So this was to my husband. This wasn't directly to me. So this was directly a text message from Travis to Chad about the post that I had made. And some of you have seen it. And again, we'll show receipts later, but there was nothing in that post that made any reference into harming anyone. Okay. It was me taking up for myself. So I know some people are saying it's blurry, so let me read it. So it says, do you realize your wife is creating content to incite violence against my child? First of all, she's a grown-ass woman, or is the age of a grown-ass woman. I should specify that. She is also violating her NDAs, talking to rock stars and trying to damage my business. There is nothing at this point, nowhere, that anyone will ever be able to provide showing that I was speaking to anyone else. This was another narrative that was coming out, that I was saying all these things. I was alone, guys. I was alone. I was all alone. I had my husband. Now, if I obviously said shit to him, but like I was alone. And even when I apologized to these two incredible women, we didn't get deep into stuff right away. Alone. So they will never be able to provide any type of documentation that shows me talking shit, unless they make it, which they're really good at that, actually. Not only, violated NDAs, talking to rock stars and trying to damage my business. Not only can I sue you both, I will. It is also illegal to threaten and try to extort money. So again, at this point, I didn't have proof that he was telling people, like I didn't have a screenshot that he was telling people that I was extorting money, but this was confirmation that when it was getting back to me, people were telling me they were saying I was extorting money. This is proof to show that he then had at least thought that I was trying to extort money. Okay. And actually, in the future, whenever that happens, we will share my message to them. Some of it will be redacted because I really just don't want to go there. Just about, I don't know, maybe it won't, maybe it'll all be out there. I did redact it on the only other time that I tried to tell my story, but it was a freaking hot mess. So then it continues after the extort money. I will not pay either of you a dime, but I will be notifying the police about this. We will not allow her bullying and threats of violence to continue. All right, next page. So again, there was no bullying or threats by me in any shape or form in that post. So then Chad's response, please stop messaging me. Travis's response, well, I gave you a chance to fix it. There will be consequences now. I am a grown ass woman. He is a grown ass man. Are you going to come spank me, daddy? Like, I don't even know what that was supposed to mean. I don't even know why I went there.
Wow. Right.
Are you going to come, like, what does that mean to you? Like, there will be consequences.
Her failures are a word to share every detailed info about what she'd gone through in practice.
Consequences now. So I wanted to show this little tiny bit because there are multiple other times that I have been threatened with being sued.
So I've been putting the links to the channel for Amanda's channel, but this is Danielle's channel, Danielle.lit123. You know, just saying, why share everything online? Well, I mean, if I wasn't sharing everything online about On Passive, it would be a little bit worrisome, wouldn't it? And in terms of your life, I mean, I've shared things online about my personal life to speak out about things in hopes that other people don't go through them. And in MLMs, you're pushed to share things about your personal life to try to sell products. Because like Kristen says, like, you know, the tears really sell things. Crying sells things, you know. And they're trying to expose the company. So they want to share. And I'm here for their sharing.
Or whatever, multiple times. This is just one of them. Sorry, Tara, I didn't mean for you to choke. But the whole point of this capsule video after over a year was because I didn't want Amanda to feel alone, and I didn't want them to be able to do to her publicly what they had done to me and so many other people. I mean, if you read these comments in this thread, like, it would be so much easier for me to not get involved. Like, is my husband happy that I'm on here right now? Absolutely not. Like,
I think that's what a lot of people don't understand too. It's like, it would be a lot easier for most of these people if they just moved on with their lives, but it's hard. It's hard to move on without speaking out when there's a whole bunch of people and people you once cared about that are still being manipulated and used in such a thing. And then you kind of realize that society accepts all of this. And then you start going, well, why the hell is society okay with people getting treated like this? What the hell? And then you find the anti-MLM community and you feel a little bit better because you're like, well, at least one community is trying to stop this. But it's a lot. It's a thing.
Would it be easier for me to just be like, okay, whatever, like, it's not me anymore, they've moved on? Like, absolutely. It would be so much easier for me to just be like, eh.
But that is not what us whistleblowers do. We do not shut up when we are told to shut up. We do not log off when we are told to log off. Being a whistleblower means blowing that whistle, no matter who's coming at you, no matter what you're going through because of it. You just keep blowing the damn whistle in hopes that other people start blowing their whistles too. And then soon enough, there's enough whistles blowing that people actually pay attention and go, hey, stop with the whistles. What's going on? And then you go, this, society, this. Stop this.
I can't do that anymore. I cannot allow anybody else to go through this alone. I cannot allow that to happen. I had, like I told you guys, I had to forgive myself for the parts that I took in turning a blind eye to so many things. There were times, like, I literally would pride myself on like not getting involved in that situation, but I had to forgive myself. Like, I'm not going to block that person because you told me to. Like, that's just not happening. But I had to forgive myself because I may not have blocked them. I may not have been part of that, but I stood there and I didn't necessarily take up for them. I did take up for a lot of people a lot of times. And I think Kelly can attest to that because she was there for a lot of it. I was usually the only one that would kind of buck up a little bit. But I couldn't let anybody else go through this alone. So that is just the tip of my story. And I mean, at some point, maybe we'll share some more.
But yeah, so he says to her husband, "Do you realize your wife is creating content to incite violence against my child? She is also violating her NDAs," meaning that he forces them to sign more than one. So there's more than one NDA apparently over here. "Talking to rock stars and trying to damage my business. Not only can I sue you both, I will. It is also illegal to threaten and try to extort money. I will not pay either of you a dime, but I will be notifying the police about this. We will not allow her bullying and threats of violence to continue." And he just says in response, her husband's like my husband. Just like, "Please stop messaging me." Like, that's nice, I don't care. And then he says, "Well, I gave you a chance to fix it. There will be consequences now." And I'm like, if anyone's extorting anyone for something, it's you right now. You're trying to extort them to take down their videos about you and their proof about you, or else. Like, maybe you shouldn't have done an entire party where you were all talking smack on her. Maybe you shouldn't have made fun of her mental health. Maybe you shouldn't have body shamed her in a dress. Like, and it's funny because I highly doubt that they wrote you going, "You better take those things down or else I'll sue you."
I'm sure I'll get another, cease and desist or silencing culture letter here shortly. But anyway, Amanda, I'm like just kind of rambling at this point.
Okay. So there's a couple of things. For me, the threats, the threats are insane. Like, even just when it's like, we haven't bashed her publicly. Yeah, you have. And the threats of going to court, like, for me personally, I am ready to go to court because that means that everything's going to come to the surface.
That's right. You go.
The main thing.
If they do take her to court, I'm sure we can cover that too. Don't worry.
Is that there are things that you learn when you're behind the scenes. And I wasn't behind the scenes nearly as much as Danielle, I'm not going to give any names, but I've had extensive conversations with people that were behind the scenes for 10 or more years. And the stories are sickening. Like, people that are scared to talk, and I can't make this up. I'm like losing sleep at night over that. But
hey, can you mention something else real quick? There's a part in that video. You've already showed the clip. I don't think you showed it today. You showed it yesterday, where Travis says, "I can't do this by myself anymore. We're going to lock arms." And then he says, "Fight my battle for me," without physically saying, "Fight my battle for me." And so, yes, again, Amanda played this video yesterday.
It's called a dog whistle. That's what it's called.
Look, what I'm saying right now. Oh, wait. And then it continues to say, "They're trying to affect my livelihood and they're going to affect yours too."
Yeah.
Look, this isn't about anyone that is currently working there. There are still a lot of people that I truly respect and love, even though most of them have blocked me. There are people that have left recently that were at that mansion, that were a part of it, that have asked me to forgive them for being there and not taking up for me.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear it's already happening. I really am. And I hope that that helps you also get some closure with that, for sure.
Girl, I was there. I'm in no way trying to say this person, that person, this person, that person. That's not what this is about.
No.
Now, yes, Arieyl is a problem. The way that it's being run is a problem. Okay. And if you
they take the top people. We want to talk about Travis and Kristen, right? Your goal isn't to go after anyone else other than the two people that are running this company and doing what seems to be a very piss poor job of it. You know, I mean, if their best friends want to come out and start swinging for them, deal with it if you must. I suggest maybe just ignoring them and blocking them and just sticking to talking about your experiences with Arieyl as a whole and Travis and Kristen, right? Because, yeah, you never know who's going to come out of this thing later on and then want to reach out and apologize or join your team. For all you know, you guys could start speaking out, and in a couple of weeks, all of a sudden, another 100 people leave and come join you. You don't know. Could happen. So you got to leave kind of that door open for other distributors, right? Even if they were kind of at the top or in the corporate. If you were in corporate, Danielle, you probably have a lot of friends in corporate, and you don't want to shut the door on them forever, right? And I completely understand that. So stick to just talking about the CEOs here and the products and that kind of thing.
You are a part of that and you are collateral damage. I apologize. That is not our goal. But also, I encourage you to pay attention to what the top leaders, the corporate staff there is doing right now. There are videos, there are TikToks specifically about me. You know, about me. There was one that talks about how I did a free photo shoot, and they didn't give me anything, and then she began treating my wife like a bitch again. Guys, it didn't happen. He did. Actually, Dylan did do a video for me. We took them to dinner. He wanted to do it. We took them to dinner, and then I had to pay for his camera because $200 for a camera because it got damaged while he was helping me make that video, which we didn't end up using because it wasn't what I was looking for. So look, guys, like, my goal here isn't to call anyone out, except for the company and the behaviors that they're teaching their people to do. Okay. So as you're seeing this bullying culture, like, obviously people are going to react. There's other people that I'm speaking with now that are reacting to their names being dragged through the mud. That's not what this is about.
No. The problem is, though, is that a lot of them are going to take you speaking out about Arieyl as a company personally. A lot of them are going to take you talking out about Kristen and Travis personally, unfortunately. Right? Like you said, they get defensive, you know? And so you might get some of that. And all I ask, again, is that you just try to keep in mind, you know, they're just as brainwashed as you were a few years ago when you were hardcore into this. And you would have stuck up for them too, probably, right? Especially with how close you guys were. So you got to kind of have some empathy there and go, yeah, all right, but I would have done the same thing if I was in their shoes, and I have, right?
Have not reacted to those things because that is exactly what they want, which is the whole reason they did the dress post.
And you also don't know what they're saying behind the scenes. For all we know, they could be gassing up people. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them based on what I've seen here today. I mean, let me know if I'm wrong, chat, but
because I hadn't give them the ammunition to show people that I was crazy, because that's what they were trying to do. They wanted people to think that I was crazy, and I hadn't done that. So in my opinion, in my personal opinion, the whole dress situation, the whole making fun of me was to do exactly that. It was for me to react. We don't need to react. These people are upset because they've been called upon by their CEO. They've been called to protect the CEO, to protect this. And they've been called to do this. Give them grace, allow them the platform that they need to make themselves look ridiculous. It's not about you guys. This is about Amanda getting her company back. This is about protecting each and every freaking one of you, that when you decide to leave, you don't get dragged through the mud, because nobody needs to do that.
Right. Exactly. And it's like, it's frustrating being the one that speaks out sometimes, because they'll hate on you, and you will have moments where you kind of go, why are you hating on me? Like, I'm doing this for you. You don't realize it right now. But one day in future, you might look back on this and you're going to be like, thank God that girl was on YouTube yelling about this scam for so long. Otherwise, I would have never woken up or whatever. It does get frustrating at times, but you just got to keep reminding yourself they're brainwashed, they don't know, they're defensive, and not take it personal, because it isn't really about you. It's them fighting for that company. In their mind, you speaking about Arieyl is going after their livelihood. They're taught that from the second they join. This is now your livelihood. This is now your whole life. You dedicate every moment to this thing, right? You guys are going to team meetings. You're in Facebook groups. You're posting. You're trying to recruit. You're selling the products. It takes up your whole life. And sometimes you don't realize till after you leave, right? Sweet God is agreeing with me. Yep, you do have those days where it gets kind of frustrating, but you just got to kind of take a step back and go, gotta remember they're brainwashed, you know? That's really the only way to get through it, is with empathy and just constantly reminding yourself. And even if they're not thanking you, you know, you're not only doing it for that one person that's yelling at you. You're doing it for the other thousands of people, right? So you also got to keep that in mind. I'm doing this for the big picture. You know, so that one person, they might be yelling at me right now in my comment section, but it's not only about them either. It's about everybody that's in this thing. You know, and then it helps to not take it personal when you look at it like that too, right?
That's what this is about. So please record this. Please snapshot me saying something in here. Please continue to make fun of me. I won't be responding to that.
Good.
Except through facts.
Good. You don't have to. You don't have to. I have officially stopped responding to anything now. I was like, no, not even doing it. I've had so many people try to get me to respond to things that I have not responded to this last year. It's almost ridiculous. The tiny responses I have had has been nothing. But it's better. There's no point in responding to some things. Things like people making fun of your mental health. It's your mental health. They don't know nothing about it. They're just trying to hurt you. They want a response. That's what it's for. So you don't respond to that. Right? If they're making up lies about you, sometimes there's no point in responding to that either. And after a while, you're not gonna. You're gonna be like, screw off. Feel like Danielle's been doing this for a little bit longer than Amanda, you know? She's a little bit more seasoned in terms of having left longer ago. So she's at the point where she's like, yeah, no, I've heard it all. They've said it all about me. They've lied about me, slandered me, made fun of my mental health, my body. I'm not responding. So hopefully these two girls being friends, you know, they can help each other out in that way. You know, Amanda, if you have trouble hearing these people talking bad about you, write Danielle. Say, Danielle, I'm really upset. I want to respond in anger. And then maybe the two of you can kind of help each other through that and help each other not respond. Instead of responding publicly, lean on each other. I have friends I do that with. You know, if something's bothering me, I have people I can write and go, this is really bothering me. And I don't want to say anything about it publicly, but I need to like talk about it for a second because I'm bothered by this. Do that instead. And then, you know, your friendship grows in that way. You guys can probably be good friends out of this. But that's probably the best thing ever, is not to respond to any of that, especially like if they're making fun of your mental health and your body. Those are just things I would completely ignore and just be like, no, thank you. The only time that I feel a need to respond when people are talking about my mental health lately is when they're saying things that are like harmful to the entire community with what I have. But even honestly, lately with that, I've been like, it's not up for me to speak up for the entire community. You know, only respond to things that you can do so with a clear mind and things that really matter. Like going forward, if all you guys did was like bring up other people to tell their story and help them through, that would be pretty cool. But I would completely ignore if Travis responds to any of this shit. I would just put him on mute. Or just share screenshots of it amongst yourself and laugh at him, because I'm sure he'll be posting up more pictures of him with the cigar again.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that that's all we're here for. Like anyone, I'm not gonna let anything go out to my own fault.
Oh.
Having the facts. I mean, if anything, like I sold my entire beauty brand to someone that wasn't prepared for that. And there's part of that video.
There it is. Yeah, he'll be posting up pictures like this. Like, Danielle and Amanda, where did this stream about me? They were talking stuff about our company again. Remember, guys, don't let people revenge porn you, you know? Just go, okay, Travis. All right, buddy. Yeah, you look real cool there. Also, is that a shirt of your wife? Just like a shirt of her name with a bunch of her pictures on it? Yeah, no, that's your merch, is it? It's not narcissistic at all. Yeah, no. I'm going to make merch now that just says Queen, and then it has like 40 pictures of me just on it. You can walk around with my face on you 40 times. Wouldn't that be awesome? My whole chat is like, no, it would not be. None of us would wear that. None of us at all. But that's what he's wearing right now. It says Kristen. It has like 30 pictures here. Like, what is this? It's like a collage of just a bunch of her. Both ladies are pure, gold-hearted ones who do not think the evildoers around them. I like them. Yeah, and that's the thing too. That's the other thing, is that if you're not an evil person and you don't go around hurting people and causing havoc everywhere, you don't think that other people do these things. You know what I mean? So it's hard to kind of like plan for these situations. You don't know how people are going to act. You think people act like you. You're like, oh, I'm sure they'll cover me a couple times, then move on and never think about me again, because that's how you would act. But then that's not what happens. And you kind of go, oh, whoa. So if you're a good person, sometimes you don't know the evil that's out there.
Here tomorrow, that kind of goes into that a little more. But so with the embarrassment that I had from that, I'm never coming in front of you guys and giving you anything less than the facts. Danielle sharing like her personal story and her personal feelings, like it's the same. I could literally box up what Danielle just said. I could have put you on transcribe and done that with 12 other people that have either worked for corporate or been a top leader there.
Exactly.
And it's the same story. And these are,
you know what? And then we could do it for every single MLM company out here. They are all the same. Every single one of them is the same. We could do it for all of them. Just say this one's unique. This one's from Mary Kay. This one's from It Works, and just go.
These are things that they didn't even know. I'm seeing people come together that have no idea they have the same story. Because they were pitted against each other for so long. It's insane.
Man.
And I actually was connected with you guys by accident. I was
and pitted against each other. And I feel like in this case, they actually were pitted against each other. Like when she says that, it's like, yeah, no, they were actually telling people to block and not like each other like they've been saying, right?
Connected by top leaders by accident by the company that I chose to go with. Like it was, that all happened by accident. So alignment is really weird too. But a few other things that I've been really careful with talking about, because it just gives me anxiety. I have anxiety, obviously. Hello.
Yeah.
But there's some things that are going to be shared by not even me, because there's things that don't even have anything to do with me. But there's some ththings as far as like product ingredients and results that were done. Like, there's people that have left, and part of this I'm going to share tomorrow. I couldn't even get it to upload fast enough tonight. I was going to. I was trying to upload it while you were talking, but there are lab testing that was done. You know, everything, when you post something, it gives someone else the courage to come up, right? To come forward. So you post something that you found, and then someone's like, you know what? Actually, so-and-so had these products lab tested such and such time. And I'm not going to give any facts right now because I'll give these tomorrow, but there are lab results from products in this company that don't match the ingredients. And I'm going to prove that tomorrow on my live. There are allegations of sexual harassment against their corporate staff.
Whoa!
That's not my story. Okay.
Okay. That's not good. That's how MLMs turn into One Taste or Nexium. Is what that is. I wasn't expecting that. I missed that. But that's not good if that's what's going on. And if that's what's going on, you definitely have to report these people. Like you have to. And get the victims to report it. Because that's something that I personally, just coming online and going, hey, this is what's going on. I feel like you also need to call the police for that. I don't know how you would prove that, but I'm sure that they have, let's hope they have like text messages or something to hand in. But yeah, that's the kind of thing that you would have to call the police about and make a report about. Because unfortunately, there's not much to be done about that. Once you make a report about it, tell your story. It's just, if this happened to you and you don't have enough evidence to prove, and you come out here and you tell the story of it, it really sucks when people don't believe your abuse story. I've been there. I've charged someone with sexual assault and then had people be like, she's lying about this, she's a problem, and like cover it. I know what that's like. And I even had the court documents to be like, look, I won the case because of video evidence. That's all you should need to see. Case closed. That's it, boys. You know? But unfortunately on the internet, allegedly, even if you do charge someone, you win the court case, and you have the paperwork to prove you won the court case, people are still going to say that didn't happen. Which is funny because those same people will turn around and claim that things did happen when there's no court case or whatever. But it's just kind of the way it is out on the internet. And I wouldn't want somebody to ever go through being questioned about their abuse. It does feel like you're in 1950 and they're going, well, what were you wearing? Did you bend over in front of him at any point? Because obviously if you did that, you were like asking for it. Unfortunately, our world is still doing that to women, even if they have proof. So an accusation like that, you have to be very, very careful with. And very, very careful for the victims. You also have to think of protecting the victims from that type of backlash. And one thing that I think we as content creators, we all fail at out here is if we have a situation like that, I don't think we do that enough with people. I don't think we tell people, listen, you should probably go to the police, go get some therapy, make sure that you're good with everything that happened here. And then we also need to prep you for people that aren't going to believe you. And make sure that you're going to be okay to tell your story publicly, and then have people in the public go, she's lying, meh, 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 and not have that affect your mental health. Like, we have to prepare in any way we can to make sure that that happens. And I strongly believe that if you're telling stories like that, I'm not saying you guys are like telling stories. That's not what I mean by saying that, by the way. I just mean if you're a YouTube creator out here and you're sharing people's stories of like abuse, you do need to do that. We need to start doing that a lot more. The re-victimization of people out here is incredible. And so I just ask that if you guys are going to do that, make sure that you guys, do get the police involved, hand in any evidence that you do have, even if they don't go through and charge. Like I said, if you have evidence and you do want to bring it to the public, again, make sure you are mentally prepared for what that can bring. The good and the negative of it. Because you don't want to put somebody in an even more traumatizing sort of experience after having gone through something like that. Having that trauma still fresh, and then the trauma of people not believing you sometimes can hurt you more. Most of my CPTSD is not from the abuse that I endured. It's from the years and years and years of me having it used against me. And not by my family members that were close to me, but let's just say that. So, the way that it gets handled is almost just as important as dealing with the situation itself. So you have to handle that with such care. And I'm not saying you don't have what it takes to do that. I'm just saying make sure that you, really, really ensure that the victims are ready. Just in case there are, I don't want Travis and Kristen to go using that, it's something you really have to prepare people for. And I think that we'd be doing those people disservice if we weren't ensuring that that was done before they spoke out. It's just so delicate, so please do go to the police about that. And then, just make sure that you give them your full support and tell them to please seek therapy. Therapy is amazing to get you through a time like that.
Okay, it's not mine to tell, but I can't sit here and tell you that without it being the truth. It's not slander when it's the truth, okay? And this is going to get a lot messier before it ever gets clean. That's just, and I think that that's part of why Danielle just went into what she went into, that this is not to harm anybody at this point. And I think our entire group has kind of locked arms on this. We've been said to ourselves, and I might actually screenshot that from the group from today. Guys, remember that we're in this to protect the people. Remember that we're in this to share the business practices where they failed, and to protect the people that could have taken a contaminated product, or that could have taken a product that had ingredients that were mislabeled,
right?
Or that could have been a victim of whatever. I'm not sharing that, but I'm just saying, if you're watching this and you're taking it super personal, it's not personal. If you know me at all, I've been in this industry for 15 years now. I've never ever once did this. That should tell you something. I've never ever once in 15 years went live and said a word ever.
I mean, I remember that. She did leave It Works and not say anything, and then she left Unique and didn't say anything. I mean, I left It Works and I said shit. Then I left Sensi and I said shit. So, maybe it should tell you something. She was willing to stay quiet on those ones because they weren't as bad in her mind as this one is. And those ones suck. Okay, they suck. Spoken out about both of them a lot on my channel. So maybe it should tell us something.
Okay, I don't want to be here on a Friday night, really. I've been up since 3:47. I'd rather be in bed, okay? I love hanging out with y'all, don't get me wrong, but this is not my idea of a good time. Okay. But it has to be done because there are people that still have the wool pulled over their eyes that eventually will see the light. And there are people that deserve justice that are no longer there. And it's really just a full circle process right now. Danielle saying that about my beauty brand is amazing. I love that because I know there are a lot of people that support me in that. And I'm still baffled by this whole thing. I think that if I look at where my life was like a week and a half ago versus right now, and I know that in the video she says that the purchase of the franchise she feels like is really what brought this on. That's not it. It's not the purchase of the franchise was the spillover moment. That was the moment that I was like, yeah, okay. It's the lack of reports, the requesting of reports, the never being on time. This is where I'll leave you at tonight, right?
Yeah.
If you can look at this entire situation or this company and think that they are organized at all. Someone said this to me today. One of my girls that was with me for a very short amount of time, that was with me in a company that was also disorganized, because I was a disorganized CEO. Okay, I was. That's kind of why I can see the red for what they are.
Okay.
But she said to me, if people can't see how unorganized things are and how unorthodox things are, then and that's nothing against them. I think for me, I finally got to a realization that I was not meant to be a CEO. I literally was like, I want the t-shirt. Somebody get me a t-shirt that says hashtag not a CEO, not CEO material. That's not for me. Okay. Maybe they'll get there, maybe they won't. But in the meantime, they're also not makeup gurus, and they admit that. And that's the video I'm going to show you tomorrow. But I am one. So I would kind of like my beauty brand back. Thank you, Danielle. We'll have another guest speaker tomorrow. I love you guys. We'll see y'all later. Bye.
Damn it. Give her damn beauty brand back, would you? All right, I understand that this guy needs a lot of beauty products. I get it. All right, I understand. He's got to cover up those dark circles and the wrinkles all over his forehead. He's got a bald head. He's probably uses cover up on. But give her back her beauty brand for $1, like you promised in the contract. Now, I have shared their Facebooks several times in the chat. Here, you can go and check out Amanda's Facebook. Her tag there is A Blockson. Or you can also go and look up Danielle. Danielle.lit123. And you can continue to follow their stories. We could sit here all night and we could go through all of Amanda's videos. And I'm sure that she's going to do many in future. But I think that this is enough for today. I think we did a really good job today of showing a lot of the issues that this company is going through. I don't trust Kristen and Travis as far as I could throw them at all. Don't trust them at all. I think they're grimy. I believe in what these girls are saying. And I really do hope that Amanda doesn't start an MLM company. And that these girls' eyes are open, I hope that they have opened their eyes to the industry and they are seeing it for what it is worth. I am pretty confident that JM is going to show it all to them, and maybe their eyes will open. If you see them around, if you see any of these girls poking around in any of the anti-MLM spaces, maybe just take a moment, show them some love, let them know, hey, I saw your story on Queen of Karma's channel, and I'm here for you. Will you speak out for that awful Arieyl company? Let them know. Let them know that they have support. They could use some support. This is one time where I won't tell you not to comment to them. Just be nice, all right? If I find out you're doing mean comments, I will come for you. Don't go and comment mean things to them, all right? They're waking up. They're going through a lot right now. If you're showing them support, though, I'm down with that. I think it's good for us to watch something like this every once in a while. You know, you kind of hear somebody else speak about their experience. You hear me all the time talking about my experience and how I opened my eyes and the deprogramming I've gone through and blah, 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 blah. You've been hearing about it from me for a long time. I've brought on some people on my channel to speak about it, but I do think it's good. I feel like that was a good way to show sort of the whole process that 3 different people have gone through to kind of wake up from this thing. And I hope that they continue to be there for each other through this time, because those are your real friends, right? The people that are there for you right now as you're going through this, and the people that left the company because you left and they didn't like how you were treated, those are the people that you should probably be messing with in future. I do hope that they do have more people come and apologize to them, who have talked shit about them and whatnot. And I wish them all a wonderful, wonderful recovery. If there's anything big with this story that comes in future, I will be sure to let you guys know or bring it to you. You know, see how it goes in terms of some of these other allegations going forward. But other than that, please do go and watch it over on Amanda's Facebook channel, where she will be posting it if you want to kind of see how the rest of this plays out. I have left links in the description. And like I said at the beginning of this stream, if you have not checked out Julie Anderson's video, her latest one on Arieyl, please do go and watch it. I feel like if you watch mine and her video, you get like their whole stream too. So then you know everything that's going on, right? Like you get a really good look at all of the tea behind this, what's been going on behind the scenes, and then these guys' like flip show to the public, and you guys got to see some of their response. So you get kind of the whole story. Thank you so much for sticking that out with me. This has been an incredibly long stream, you know, but I felt like it was necessary. I hope that all of you have a fabulous, amazing rest of your evening, and I will see you all very, very soon with another stream. Stay tuned to the community tab, where I post all kinds of fun stuff, including cult education and also media literacy stuff about how to hone up on your critical thinking skills, resources. I plan on posting resources every week or so. There'll be a post going up listing all of the resources if you yourself are leaving an MLM company and you need to know where to go, you want to know how to deprogram, and all of that fun stuff. Look for that on my community tab, where I'll also post anything that I'm going to do in future. Videos, streams, etc. I think that's everything. Again, thank you so much for sticking this one out for me. It was a long one. See you soon. I love all your faces. Bye!
Queen of Karma. Spitting fire like a dragon. Torture scams, ain't no lagging. Expose the villains, no chillin'. She real, stay killin'. Manipulation tactics, break it down like fractions. Watch your videos, gain traction. Mind in action. Sub to her channel, truth candle burning bright. Illuminating dark corners, bringing scams to light. Queen of Karma, grinding day and night. Unveil the schemes, make the world right. My mentality, she dissecting the madness, all some realness. Teach you how to stop the fakes, dodging all the ill stress. Her words piercing like arrows, no shadows. Follow her lead, avoid the gallows. Stay woke, folks, don't get caught in the hype. Queen of Karma got that insight, clear sight. Deflect the con, scam alarms, bringing street fight. Wisdom flowing, unmasking the night. Karma queen, reign supreme, scammers nightmare, that's her theme. She got the strategy, breaking down your fantasies. Every tactic she witnessed, break free from the sickness. Channel wisdom, slickness, ain't no hit or miss. Sub to her channel, truth candle burning bright. Illuminating dark corners, bringing scams to light. Queen of Karma, grinding day and night. Unveil the schemes, make the world right.
Please do like and subscribe. Before you go, take